Hello everyone, welcome to the SQL course by Intellipaat. Whether you are building applications, conducting data analysis, or preparing data for analytics, understanding the language that lets you communicate with data is essential. For decades, that language has been SQL, or what you may refer to as SQL. All the businesses of different sizes have been using SQL, and data science professionals especially consider it as one of the most important tools. Don't believe me? Listen to what data science industry expert said about SQL in our recent data science podcast.
Yeah, like I recently read this fact that we are generating millions of data bytes every day. That's hell lot of data, right?
And our client, our customer would want us to analyze every bit of information. So data is becoming big and big. So that's where getting the data in the optimized way, as you're telling, right, into the source system where we will analyze, it's also a big task. And that's where I feel anybody who's trying to get into this, they need to understand SQL. SQL structured query language is one of the, I think, amazing tool for a data scientist toolkit.
See, SQL is important, and it's not just for data scientists, it's also crucial for building websites and apps that interact with relational databases. That's why it's ranked as the 8th most critical language by the TOB index. Even if you go on Google and do a simple search about SQL related jobs, you will find that there are 1,76,000 plus jobs are available in India. That too on just the LinkedIn job portal. That's how critical SQL as a skill is. And in this free SQL full course, we are going to understand it from scratch. We are going to start off this course by understanding what exactly databases are and their different types. Then we get introduced to the structured query language, how to create your first SQL table and perform operations on it. Different data types and functions in SQL, alongside important concepts of data control language. After you understand the fundamentals of SQL, we will dive into the concept of entity relationship diagrams and database normalization. Next up, we will cover SQL operators, SQL functions, data retrieval from tables, how to set operator rules, as well as advanced table operations. After that, we will look into scalar, aggregate, inline, general, and duplicate functions within the SQL language. And finally, we cover the important concept of subqueries and how to use them in optimized way. At the end, we will also take you through the important interview questions that are generally asked in SQL interview settings. These questions have been endorsed by our hiring partners and can definitely add value to your next interview attempt you make. So make sure to watch this video till the end and subscribe to the Intellipaat's YouTube channel.
Hello everyone. Welcome to this first class of our SQL training. So here we'll be learning various aspects of SQL as part of this learning program. Okay, so now everyone. So before we get into SQL, so now why you guys are learning SQL? What is the purpose? What is the intention behind learning? To know about the databases, to manage work with the databases, to extract it, to manage the database, for managing data, to store data, database connectivity for analysis, to be in data science, to be in data engineering. Basically, most of you are interested in data analytics and related field. Agree? Basically, most of you are interested in data analytics and related field. That's why you are learning data analytics. In this session, you will get a lot of clarity on various tools available in data science, where you'll be learning some basic fundamentals of data analytics and SQL. Do you guys really know how important SQL is in data analytics? People who have learned Excel, people who have learned Power BI, people who have learned Python, people who have learned Tableau, they always think that, and if when Tableau is there, when Power BI is there, why SQL? Why SQL is important? Okay, now before we learn SQL, I just want to do a small activity of around 30 minutes with you to make you understand what is all data analytics and business intelligence is about. Many of the people are new to this domain. Now they really want to know what, as a data analytics lead, or if you in LinkedIn, you look like a data analytics lead. Now tell me, what do you do as part of data analytics? What is your day-to-day responsibilities? Why do you think SQL is like most important thing? Let's do that, everyone. Again, I'll start with a very, very basic definition of business intelligence. Now, what is meant by business intelligence? How would I define it? I'll do it with a very simple activity, guys. I'll do a very small activity. So now, let's think. Let's think. I'll just write here. The activity that you guys have to do now is to design, not design, purchase a smartphone. Now, Arif, we are learning data analytics, not how to purchase a smartphone. Okay, it's connected. I'll connect it to the topic. After this session, you'll be able to explain anyone, even to a person who don't have any knowledge on data analytics. Now, how many of us use a smartphone here? Everyone uses a smartphone, right? Everyone. So now, if I give you a task, guys, to purchase a smartphone, how many of us, hold on, how many of us are going to go to a shop, see 3-4 options there in front of your eyes, and take any one of that, give money and come back? How many of us will do this? Is there anyone who is going to do this? Unless it is an iPhone. Because if it is an iPhone, then you don't have any other choice. It's just one or two phones that you have, then you have to take one of those. So now, no one does that. No one go ahead and take the phone. So what do you actually do? Let's jot down those things. What do you do first? You will decide a budget. Correct? You'll decide a budget. Next, you'll go for various specifications like RAM, screen, memory, camera, display. Correct? Memory, camera, display, etc., etc., etc. I'm not going to ask you all the specifications. Now, what we do with this information? Charging backup, everything. Okay, you do all these. Now, what is your mind doing behind? When you're doing this research, all the research in the internet, how your mind thinks behind? Let me just draw a diagram. Just casually, just draw a diagram. Now, next, what I'll do to collect all these information, which is the first source of information that I target? Correct? YouTube review videos. Nowadays, every second person has become a reviewer. Correct? Nowadays, every second person has become a reviewer. Even though he knows about the devices or he don't know about the devices, every second person has become a reviewer nowadays. But we see the genuine ones. We see the genuine ones only to see some reviews about the product. Now, not only that, I go to various websites like Amazon, like Flipkart. I'm in US, Walmart, and Costco are really famous here. I'll go to these websites as well to compare various products. Correct? Specifications, prices. I will try to find the best offer. Right? Next. Not only that, guys. Not only that. What else we do? What else we do? We ask family and friends. We do this? You ask your family and friends? Yes, Arif, I do ask. So my various family and friends about their experience. If they had used the phone that I am planning to take, I will ask them. Okay? Not only this, last but not the least, my previous mobile phone experience. Correct? Pardon me for my spelling mistakes. My previous mobile phone experience. Example, currently I'm using a Samsung as well as an iPhone. Now, next time when I go to purchase a new phone, I know some things about Samsung phone, what I can expect from the Samsung and what I cannot expect from the Samsung. Any other source of information that you try to collect? So that's all. So now what I do with this information, what my human brain does with this information, what my human brain does with this information. So I'm just drawing a diagram, guys, how my human brain thinks. Forget about business intelligence, forget about data science, forget about everything that you are thinking about data analytics and data science. So what I do, whenever I collect this information, my human brain is doing data collection. My mind is doing data collection. Whenever I'm reading this, my mind is doing data collection. Now, what my mind does, my mind remove the unwanted information and integrate that information. My mind is cleaning and integrating the information. Arif, what do you mean by integrating? Arif, what do you mean by integrating? Integrating is nothing but, Arif, you are combining the data that from YouTube, from Amazon, from your friends, and everything you are combining. Then only you can get effective result, right? Okay, Arif, that's nice. You are telling correct. So now, how my human brain is doing it? Now, many people will tell that, Arif, my human brain does all these things in a single go. Correct? At the time of collecting only, my human brain is doing everything. But what I'm doing, guys, I'm writing a step-by-step diagram for that. Next, what my human brain does after this? My human brain stores information in itself. After that, what it does? After that, you'll go and sit in a quiet place for some time and you'll start thinking about all these things. That means you are analyzing it. You're doing analysis in your mind. Okay, which to take, which not to take, all this analysis you will do. Finally, you'll decide, I'm done. I will take a specific phone. Yes or no? Is this the process that our human brain does before I purchase any mobile phone? My human brain is so smart, guys. My human brain is so smart that it does all these steps in only one go. Okay, that's okay. But if you break that into separate steps, this is what the sequence you will get. Everyone agree with this? Now tell me, is this process you do, only to purchase a smartphone or anything that you purchase in your life? Anything that you purchase in your life, you do this, right? Anything. Okay. Anything that you purchase. Say from a pen to a house. Correct? And this The intensity of your analysis. The intensity of your analysis varies based on the amount that you are spending. If I ask you to purchase a pen, purchase $1, purchase a $1 object or a 100 rupees thing, you'll not even think for a minute. You will just take out that 100 rupees and purchase it. If I ask you purchase an thing for 10,000 or a $200, $300 object, now that is where you will think, Arif, do I really need it? Let's take one day time, think and tell. Right, Walker? If I ask you, purchase a motorcycle, which will require around $1,000, sometimes even more. You'll plan for that. You'll plan for that 2-3 months before. Or buy a house. You'll plan years together before. Yes or no, guys? That means basically what I'm trying to tell, the intensity of analysis will increase based on the amount you are spending. The intensity of your analysis will increase based on the amount that you are spending. Correct? Perfect. Now, I'll tell you, there are two people. I'll tell you there are two people. One person who directly to go to a shop and purchase the items without doing this all study. There is another person who with due diligence follow all these steps and then decide whether to purchase the thing or no. Who do you think? Who do you think will be making a better decision? Person one or person two? Person one or person two? Person two, definitely, right? Definitely person two. Why? Because that is based on the diagram that we have discussed. It looks like it's good that I do all my analysis before I purchase. Okay? When you guys to purchase a simple object or a costly object in your life, you do so much of analysis. Think about the companies who are spending millions and billions of dollars just to launch a product. Definitely they want to make good business, right? Every single penny that you are spending, their shareholders are spending into the business. They want to give them back good results, right? Definitely they want to make profit. So whenever they launch a new product, whenever they want to launch a new service, definitely they want a good returns to it. So now, even they are taking decisions every day. And now, do you think, guys, any company, they just blindly spend money on any of the initiatives? Or they do proper study, proper research, proper analysis? Even after launching also, they will continuously monitor what is the progress. And that is called a business intelligence. And what steps do they do? And what steps do they follow? What steps do they follow? They follow the same steps what you did just now. How can you say that? How even companies follow the same step what I did? Okay, let me do that for you. Even they think the same way as my human brain thinks, but just they use various softwares to do their job. In my case, my human brain was doing it, but in the case of companies, they use softwares to do their job. Yes, see, let me convert this for you. Convert this diagram for you. Think these are OLTP systems. OLTP systems. What do you mean by OLTP systems? Online transactional processing. Example, Amazon. They are booking the orders, right? They are booking that they're taking your orders. That means transactions they are processing, the record where it is generating. So now, where they may store that information into SQL server. They may have that in Oracle server. They may have in various web services. They may have that data in Excel file. Some of the information may come from Excel file. Some of the information come from cloud, like AWS. Azure. Some of the data may come from web services like Salesforce or various APIs. The data they collect from various sources. Now that is where the data is getting generated. So now data in every company, data is generated some or other place, right? Right? In every company, if I'm providing a service, like I'm running a hospital, so now patients coming in, patients going out, medicines coming in, medicines going out, employees, doctors, all this information is generated somewhere, right? Register. A sales company, some data is getting generated. So the data where it is getting generated, these are called OLTP systems, transactional processing systems. Okay, now, so sometimes the data where it is getting generated, guys, I'm telling about in general everywhere. If you are into sales, if you are into service providing, the data where it is getting generated, these are called OLTP systems. And how you store that data, it depends on your business. Some businesses store the data in Excel file, small businesses. But do you think the bigger businesses like Amazon, the bigger business like Google, will they store their transactions into Excel file? They want sophisticated databases, right? And what sophisticated databases are? SQL Server, SQL servers, SQL Server either on your local machine or SQL Server on the internet. Okay, now what they do? What they do, guys? Once you have the data here, now they pass this information through a process called S3 layer. So what companies do? When they take this data, they will pass this information through these three steps. I'm combining into one. What is these three steps called? ETL, which stands for extract, transform, and load. Transform and load. Yes, it's an ETL process. The blue box that you see is called ETL process. Now there are various tools. There are various tools in the industry which does ETL process for you. I'll name them here. I'll name them which are very popular. Most popular way to do your ETL is SQL, Informatica. You have talent, people who love this nowadays. There are many other tools, guys. There are many other tools which does ETL for you, but I'm adding only a few of them here, ETL process. And now, once you complete your ETL, you store this information into a place which is called what? Anyone can tell me? Which is stands for data warehouse. Data warehouse. Now, again, what is a data warehouse? Data warehouse is what? SQL Server. It could be on your local machine, on your laptop, on your desktop, or it could be cloud. Cloud, when I tell, it's AWS, Snowflake. These are all data warehouse solutions. Now, once you have the data stored in the databases, then you will start analyzing it. Name some of the tools which helps you analyze the data. Power BI, Excel, Tableau, and SQL. Yes, you can do the analysis in SQL also. You can write some queries and see the data in SQL also. This is your architecture of business intelligence. And now, tell me any phase where you don't see SQL. Is there any phase that you don't have SQL? People tell me, Arif, I want to become a data analyst. Now I tell them, okay, what tools you want to learn? They tell Power BI and Tableau because they are very easy. As soon as I tell them learn SQL, they tell that Arif, SQL is difficult. I tell them it's not difficult. And don't think that SQL is difficult, it's very easy. and also it's most important. So you can use SQL to store the information. You can use SQL to transform information using stored procedures, functions, triggers, many other things. You can use SQL to analyze the information as well. So now define business intelligence. SQL is just part of the entire ecosystem, guys. SQL is just part of an entire ecosystem. Now, if I ask you to define business intelligence, the definition would look like this. Business intelligence is the process where you extract the information from various sources, such as OLTP systems, and then pass through them, pass that data through a sophisticated engine of ETL, where we extract the information from the sources, transform it, where we are cleaning the information as per the business logic, then storing that information in the data warehouse. Now, once you have that information in SQL Server, then we use that information to do a further analysis with the help of SQL, Tableau, Power BI like tools, so that we can tell complex messages to the company in very simple words. How is this definition based? None of the words are taken from any websites, nothing. Directly I am telling that, seeing this diagram. Now people will tell. Very interesting question. Arif, did you draw this diagram by yourself or you took reference from somewhere, guys? This is not the diagram I have drawn by myself. Just open Google Chrome browser and type business intelligence cycle or business intelligence process and see the images and tell me, do you see the same kind of images or no? Almost similar. Yes. And now the bigger question. Now the bigger question people will ask, Arif, what are these different terms? Business analyst, data engineer. Who are these people? Whether data analysts use SQL in their work, whether data engineer use SQL in their work, or business analysts use SQL in their work. Okay, guys, many of you still have confusion between these three job roles, what these people do, and how it is different from each other. Okay, I'll remove that confusion today. Pay attention. I'll remove that confusion from your mind today. Just pay attention. This block that you see here, this is one block. This is another block. And this is another block. 3 blocks I have drawn. So business intelligence is not done by only one person. BI process in the company are done by 3 different roles. This part, the person who works from the extraction to transformation and giving the data into the data warehouse, what is he called? Anyone? Tell me. He's a data engineer. Yes, he's a data engineer. The person who use the data which is stored in the data warehouse, understand the requirement from business, and then build attractive dashboards by understanding the business and translating that business information into technical information is called data analyst. And the person who brings the information to data analyst is called business analyst. Now it looks so simple. Business intelligence, understanding the complete picture of business intelligence, what are the different roles and who works on what things was never such simple before. Do you think that now? So Arif, tell me one thing. How does a project start? How a BI project is executed? How? Again, let me explain that. Let me explain how BI process is executed. Some people in a company like MD, Managing Director, CEO. So now people will say that. And if people like MD in a company, CEO, and directors, they will meet one day. They will tell that, Arif, by next year or next 2 years, my profit next 2 years or 3 years, my profit should increase by 10%. And what they do, they'll just think about it. Right? They'll just decide, okay, by seeing the market trend, by seeing the industry, how my competitors are going ahead, they have decided that I will, by next year, 10% increase in profit I want. Increase in profit I want. They decided it. Now, do you think will these people will decide and go and sleep? Do you think they will do unrealistic plan? And if they don't decide and go and sleep, they will list down the metrics what you can do. Metrics like reduce cost. Definitely, if you reduce cost, then definitely your profit will increase, or increase sales, or retrieve new customers, cost reductions in production, effective utilization of the raw materials. All these are metrics which will take me to that goal of 10% increase, right? Yes or no? Yes, all these are metrics which will take me closer to the 10% increase in profit. Now, what happens? The business analyst. Now, what you do every month, every week, you review this, how it is progressing. Because the business analyst in a company are reporting direct to MD, CEO, and all. Yes, they report to those people. Business analysts are the person who design some strategies on the business side, who have done MBA in their career, MBA, business administration. Especially they are business minded people. Business analysts are the people who are business analysts or business minded people. They will design some strategies. Arif, these are some strategies in to track this. Okay. So now they bring this. Arif, I want to see a chart which will show me how my costs are reducing every month. We have implemented some new things. I want to see every month by month how my values are changing. Okay. They have to monitor, right? Guys, yes or no? They have to monitor it or no? Once they decide it, they have to monitor it on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis to check whether I'm on the right track or no. They have to report to these people. Now, what they do? They get this KPI from the management. They will come in touch with the data analyst. They explain data analyst that these are my metrics that I want to analyze. So data analyst will go to data warehouse and pull that all information from data warehouse by understanding the critical information from the business standpoint, because data analyst will never tell you which table, which column, which field, what filter. No, he will not tell you that to you. He will not tell, because business analyst doesn't even know which table you are using, which data source you are using. He just tells that there is one web application which I'm using to track this information. You understand what is the backend source of that web application, where it is processing. So that all information data analyst will have, because he is the person who is holding technology and business together. He is the person who is holding technology and business together in his hand. He is jack of both business and technology. Now he goes to data warehouse, he translates the business terms into technical terms, build that SQL queries, build that Power BI dashboard, and give back to the business so that he can report it very easily to the MD and CEO. Don't you think before you step into your career, you need to know this all things? Don't you think you should know all these things before? Because once you know this, what magic I'm creating with these tools, then the learning will be at the next level. Yes, then the learning will be at the next level. Now, sometimes what happens, the information what business analyst is asking, that is not available in data warehouse. So what data analyst does, data analyst triggers data engineer. Data engineers are continuously working. Day in and day out, they are working to process this information and populate a data warehouse on every day. But for a specific kind of data, Data analyst will trigger data engineer. Data engineer will find out what is the source, and then he will do the transformation, necessary transformation, and load the data into data warehouse. And then data analyst will do the analysis and give the decisions to the business analysts. This is how a PI project is executed in a company, and how data engineer, data analyst, and business analyst work together to make this magic happens. Now, data engineer should know the business. Data analyst also should know the business before you start working on a project. That's the reason, guys, when you join a company as a data analyst, they will give you at least 2 to 3 months to understand their business, they understand their database, understand their processes only. At least 2 months they'll give you the time to understand their business, understand the process. Why? Because without understanding the business, you can't do anything. Was it fun? What is interesting? To learn these basics. And where did I start? Where did I start? I started from a very basic example of purchasing a smartphone, and I took you to the business intelligence. Yes, it's so simple if you understand it. Now, for you, it's just matter of learning the right tools. If you want to become a data engineer, then concentrate on SQL, concentrate on informatic Python, concentrate on any of these tools. If you want to become a data analyst, concentrate on SQL, concentrate on Tableau and Power BI, so then you become a data analyst. Yes, you choose your path now. But SQL is constantly available everywhere. That's the beauty. Data analyst role, I'm explaining one more time. Data analyst role is where he gets the requirement from business analyst, he pull the right data from the data warehouse, build the right dashboard, and deliver it to the business analyst. That business analyst will use to convey his messages to the higher level management. That is what data analysts do. So now what business analyst is doing? He is bringing the requirements. Business analysts are the person who will be directed from the MD, CEO people, MD and CEO people, who will get these metrics to me, to data analyst. Data analyst will go to the data warehouse, pull the right information from the data warehouse, and then build the dashboard and give it to the end user, who is a business analyst. Now, it looks simple, but business analyst doesn't know anything about the SQL server. They don't know anything about SQL server, which table they are using and what information they have there. They don't know anything. They will tell just business knowledge. What to look for, what tables to look for, that is all dependent on data analyst. And that is why you are giving 2 to 3 months of time every join a company to understand your data warehouse, to understand your databases, everything. So now what data engineer do? Data engineer will, okay. So that's about business intelligence. Okay, now people ask, Alif, you explained about data engineer, you explained about data analyst, you explained about business analyst. Okay, so what is the job of data scientist, guys? What is the job of data scientist? What do they do? Before I tell you what data scientists do, now what we are doing in business intelligence, friends, we are taking the data of past. We are taking the data of past, and then we are building the visuals for that information. Basically, what we are doing, we are describing the facts, correct? Facts which has happened. So this is called descriptive analytics. Basically, describing the facts. But now, many time in the real world happen, right? I'll speak with a very simple example. I'll speak with a very simple example only. Now, have we seen in that olden days? I have seen that, guys. Not sure how many of us have seen this. People coming with a cage. In that one parrot will be there. They'll come to the cities and sit on the road or somewhere in the places, and they will open that cage. Some cards will be there, and they'll ask the parrot to pick up one card. Have you seen that? People in the movies or in the serials or anywhere. What is that basically? What is that person doing basically? Prediction. He is fortune telling. So fortune telling, it's kind of a fortune telling. This person will try to predict your future. Correct? And whenever we see those people, some of us, I'm not, I'm not I'm not going against on someone's thinking, guys. I'm just telling that some of us really get attracted to those people. Why? Because we want to know future. We want to know our future. That is the reason we get attracted to them. Correct? And why do we want to know our future? May or may not change it, but we be prepared for it at least. We be informed about it. Correct? Yes or no? When we in the real world want to know the future of my life, then when companies wants to know the future, what will happen in the future? And now, even will they go to a fortune teller like this and ask them how my business will grow? No, right? So to whom they go? They go to the mother of all languages. What is that? Mathematics. So businesses go to the mother of all languages to predict their future. That is called mathematics, statistics. Really nice. Yes. How? How do you say that mathematics and statistics are predicting the future? Okay, I'll take a very nice example. Have you guys learned in the colleges, school, differentiation, integration, linear algebra? Have you guys learned about it? Everyone learned about it? Okay, I'll take a very simple example. Okay. Now, I have an x-axis and I have a y-axis. This is my x-axis. This is time. X-axis is time and the y-axis is distance. And now, guys, you have started driving your car or a bike from your home. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5, 6, 7, 8 kilometers. Now, please pay attention. At 1 minute, you are at 1 kilometer. 2 minutes at you are 2 kilometers. 3 minutes, you are at 3 kilometers. 4 minutes, at 4 kilometers. Now, where will you be at the 5th minute? What are the chances? What are more chances? Okay, people are telling that, and if based on the past, based on my past, I am telling my future line like this. So what you guys are doing? What you guys are doing? You are predicting the future. You are predicting the future. And now you are predicting the future based on a very simple mathematics that is called y equals x. Correct? Y equal to x. And using this predictions, I can tell the future points. Now, sometimes you start at 1 minute, 1 kilometer, 2 minutes, you are very speed and you will reach at fourth kilometer. And now 3rd minute, you will be at 8 kilometers. Now, definitely it's not linear. Now it's a quadratic, which formula looks like y equals x square. Correct? Y is equal to x square. That's quadratic. And now definitely you can predict the future. So what I'm doing here, predictive analytics. Why predictive analytics? Why predictive analytics? Why name I'm giving predictive analytics? Based on the past, we are predicting the future. That is the predictive analytics. And we do that on the data of data warehouse. See, another branch will generate from the data warehouse. Another branch will generate from the data warehouse, which is called data science. Which is called data science. And that is called machine learning. Which is called machine learning. Which is called deep learning. And in general, this area is called data science. This area is called data science. Now, where I am doing predictive analytics. where I'm doing predictive analytics. Now, does it make sense, guys? If you want to become a data scientist, people come and ask, Arif, I want to become a data scientist. Right. Okay. So I want to become a data scientist in 6 months. Now, from data warehouse, where is the new branch getting generated, guys? From which part of the business intelligence the new branch is getting generated? Which part of business intelligence? Data warehouse. So data is already there. Huh? I'll explain data science part one more time. So basically what we do, guys, we predict. Predictive analytics is where we try to predict the future. Now, do we go and ask predictions from any fortune teller here? No. We predict the futures using mathematics. Using mathematics, we predict the future. And now we see that that is possible using predictive analytics. And nowadays, using Python, all these algorithms, stepped regression, linear regression, polynomial regression, k-means neighborhood algorithm, many things are being implemented in Python. So that is how you do future predictions using Python, and that is where you learn predictive analytics. And now, we humans, guys, I'm taking your learning to the next level now. Just pay attention for another 10 minutes. Now, we humans, we haven't still stopped there. We have reached till predictive analytics, but we humans are more ambitious. We want something more from the technology. What? Now, when possible predictions are done, see, when possible predictions are done, that prediction 1, prediction 2, prediction 3, prediction 4, prediction 5, prediction 6, we have so many different predictions that we are getting from the analysis that we are doing using machine learning, which is one is 99% accurate, one is 98% accurate, one is 97% accurate, one is 95% accurate. Different accuracy levels are set up in every analysis that you will see. When you learn Python, you will see that what is accuracy and all. Now, will you sit and observe outcome 1 will happen, or outcome 2 will happen, or outcome 3 will happen, or outcome 4 will happen? Will you sit and do that every time? Because every outcome will have different action to be taken, right? Every outcome should be taken as a different action. That is where artificial intelligence comes into picture. AI. Yes, AI. What is AI, guys? Basically, we are training machines to do something which we human don't want to do, which is called prescriptive analytics. Which is called prescriptive analytics. So what is one of prescriptive analytics, guys? I'll tell you a very nice example of prescriptive analytics. You'll really love it. Have you seen any time people talking to Siri or Alexa? So now think you want to go with your family to a restaurant. You want to go to with your family to a restaurant, and now you ask Alexa to book a table for 3 there. And now Alexa makes a call to the restaurant, or Siri makes a call to the restaurant, and it asks, "You want to book a table for 3?" And Alexa get in response that we are full today. Then do you think Alexa or Siri will sit quiet, telling that, "Arif, no, you don't have the booking reservation is available"? Do you think, guys, Alexa will sit quiet just by giving you one simple answer? Or Alexa will tell you, "Arif, I know your preferences. Arif, I know your preferences." Alexa will respond like this. In fact, Arif, I know your preferences and I know your locality. Now, as your restaurant is not available, then do you want for me to look out to other options? You have 2 to 3 other restaurants available. Do you want to look out for that? This is what Alexa will tell, yes or no. What is that? Prescripting. It's prescriptive analytics. It is prescriptive analytics, guys. That is AI. artificial intelligence. So now, using this, you have understood the basics of data science and data analytics domain. And now, tell me guys, to reach till AI, to reach till data science, your base is starting from where? Your base is starting from where? Business intelligence. And what is the mandatory skill in business intelligence? SQL. And here you are learning SQL. Now see, when we started the discussion, guys, we started the discussion from purchasing a smartphone. We started the discussion from basic purchasing a smartphone. Then I have given you an idea of till artificial intelligence, how the systems are connected. Now, SQL is mandatory and skill that is required to become a data analyst, data engineer, data science, AI engineer. Tell me guys, did we knew that this domain is so beautiful? Interesting, right? So now do you think the learning of SQL will be very much fun? Yes, right? And guys, trust me, the entire training program will be very much fun. You'll be learning all the topics with such simplicity only.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The advanced certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
Okay. So now tell me guys one thing, what is the difference between a SQL server and a SQL Server Management Studio? What are these tools? What are these two things? Are these both same or both are separate? SQL Server is a database and SSMS is a management system. Okay, so basically this is a management studio that you see on my screen. Now, what is the difference between the SSMS and the server? So please pay attention here. So this is my basically a SQL server. This is a management studio. So now, when we speak about SQL Server and SSMS, they work based on a client and server kind of actions will be there. So this is a server, and whenever I want to get some input from the server, I will send a command and I'll get a response. That's how it works. So this will be a request. This would be a request and this would be a response that you will get always. Okay? And in a SQL server, the hierarchy of SQL server is like this. You have a SQL server which will get installed on your machine. Then each SQL server will have multiple databases. You can have multiple databases within the server. And each database will have two kinds of objects mainly. Data objects and functional objects. Data objects and functional objects. What is meant by data objects? Data objects are nothing but tables, columns, views, all those things will be there. So under the data objects, you will see in a database, you'll have multiple tables. You'll have multiple tables and tables are connected to each other in the form of relationship. Now, what are functional objects? Functional objects are nothing but the programs that you write, procedures, functions, triggers, So all these are the functional objects. Is it clear with the hierarchy? So first, server. In a server, you'll have multiple databases. In each database, you have two kinds of objects. One is data objects and functional objects. Data objects are nothing but tables, columns, rows, views, synonyms, sequence, all those things. And the same will be replicated to multiple databases inside a server. You'll be seeing this hierarchy when we go and hit the SQL course. And now, as I mentioned, that SSMS is a client tool, which is basically a client tool which help me to interact, which help me to talk to the SQL server, which will help me to talk to SQL server. Now, when I tell talk, there should be a language, right? To talk to someone. There should be a language in which it will send a request. That language is called SQL. Structured Query Language. Now, different types of commands will be there in this language, which a SQL server will understand. Different types of languages will be there inside this that a SQL server will understand. What are those? The first one is DDL. The commands like create, alter, draw, truncate will be available in DDL. Second will be DML, which is nothing but insert, update, delete. Third will be DQL, which is nothing but data query language, which has select. Fourth is TCL, which is nothing but commit, rollback. Fifth one is DCL, which is nothing but data control language, which is nothing but grant, revoke. So whenever you send a command from SSMS to server in either of these format, then the SQL server will respond to it. Now, what is meant by DDL? So anything which related to the structure of the tables, structure, anything which give the structure, like our skeleton system. DDL, structure, it gives a structure like a table. It has a structure, it has number of columns. DDL. So whenever you write a command create, alter, drop, truncate. So this deals with the structure of the table, structure of the view. It's called DDL, which stands for data definition language. We are defining these structures. Now, once the structure is defined, next is what? I have to store the data inside it. I have to delete the data from that structure. I have to modify the data in that structure. That's called DML. Data manipulation language. Insert, update, and delete. Once the structure is there, then the data is there, then I want to see the data. DQL, to see the data. DQL. Now, sometimes what happens? By mistakenly, I have added something, or by mistakenly, I have deleted something from my database. Basically, DML operation. Transaction control is linked with the DML operations. So whenever you insert something by mistake, whenever you update something by mistake, whenever you delete something by mistake, you want to erase those steps. That is called rollback. Transaction you are controlling. Rollback means something wrong you have done and you want to revert it back. And this holds true with only DML statements. DDL cannot be rolled back. DDL cannot be rolled back. After creating a table, you can't tell rollback and delete the table. No. Insert, update, delete only can accept, commit, and rollback. What is meant by commit then? So whenever you write a command, your SQL Server cache memory will store that information for you. Now, when you hit the commit, at that time, it will be permanent. You can't roll back from there. Like writing with a pencil, you can erase and rewrite it. Yes, you roll back feature. But when you write with a pen, you can't erase it. Commit. No, you can't do this. So commit will fix the values. After doing commit, it deletes off everything. Whatever the buffer information that you have stored, it will delete off everything. Commit. Rollback means you can delete those steps. Now, what is done by DCL? DCL is nothing but grant and remove. In your company, you have thousands of people working, and you can't give access to everyone in your company to do anything on the database. Can you do? Can you afford? Can you afford that? I can't afford Arif. I can't give everyone access to do anything. Some people will have table creation right. Some people have data insertion right. Some people have data deletion rights. Some people have just to read the data based on the role in their company. So you can control that using grant and remove. DDL stands for data definition language. DML stands for data manipulation language. DQL stands for data query language. TCL stands for transaction control language. And DCL stands for data control language. You'll get those in the internet also. Don't worry about it. Okay. We'll start with asset property. So now, what is done by asset properties? So it's very important. Very, very capable of become a DBMS system. When do you say that a DBMS system? When do you say there are some properties? You can't tell Excel as a DBMS system. People say that, people object that, telling, if even I can store the data in Excel, okay, I can store multiple data in Excel, I can create models in Excel, I can do that, but why don't I consider that as a DBMS system? There are some properties that any DBMS system should have, then only it can be considered as a database. Which are those? Asset properties. Two things will be there, asset properties and integrity constraints. Two things should be there. So now what is asset properties? These two are very important, guys. These two are important to be classified as a DBMS system. Any storage system, any storage system, if they have these two properties, asset properties as well as the integrity constraints, then I will tell them to be classified as a database management system. Database management system. Now, what are those? Asset property. Asset property, I'll start first. Atomicity. Consistency. Isolation. And durability. Durable. So now, Arif, what do we mean by this? What do we mean by these four terms? Let's do with a very simple example to understand this. Now, guys, whenever you go to an ATM machine, you enter your card, your PIN, the amount. Suddenly, at the time of the money to be dispensed out from the ATM machine, your system goes down. And suddenly, after 2 seconds or 5 few seconds, it came up again. And now the machine shows that the transaction is complete and you got your money, but you have not got your money. How will you feel? Not good, right? Not good. But that does not happen nowadays. Yes, because what happens, even if the money has not dispensed the amount, the machine has not dispensed the amount, even though if it is showing that it is debited, after 1 or 2 days, you will get back your money in your account. Correct? Because the transaction was not complete, so they have reverted it back. So atomicity is the same. Transaction should always be complete or nothing. So any transaction cannot be left in between. If anything interrupted in between, then it will roll back. There are 10 columns in the table and you try to insert one record in the table, it will never do that. 5 columns it will insert and 5 columns it will not insert. Never, it never happens, because insert is one transaction that you are doing, that it will complete it. It will complete it. Atomicity. Every transaction in SQL Server is atomicity. They follow atomic nature. Atomic, because like an atom, you can't split an atom into multiple pieces. Electrons, neutrons, all those things will be, but I'm not going to that part. Atom, you cannot split an atom into 2 atoms. No. So that is the name it came from, atomicity. Consistency. What do you mean by consistency? Once data is stored, it remains same whenever or whoever see the data. It's consistency. If 10 people are there, 10 people seeing the data, for everyone, it should look the same. That is consistency. Now, after this, you decide, after I write all the 4 points, you decide whether your Excel is classified to be a database system or no. Isolation. Every transaction is isolated from the other transaction. Means whenever 2 people are trying to insert a record in the table, or 2 people are trying to update a record in the table, they are not allowed to do that in the same time. First come, first serve basis. Whenever I'm trying to execute a transaction, SQL Server will apply the locks to those rows and those columns, so that no one can update that rows till I complete my transaction. No one can do that. And this happens so fast that it takes usually few milliseconds if in case it's a small transaction. So basically, isolation is nothing but no 2 transactions can be executed on the same time. Durable. If the server is turned off and on, again, the data is still exists. That means what? Even if you shut down the system, even if the server crashes, and if it turns back again, the data is still there. That means what? It's durable. So now these properties are called asset properties. And any DBMS system, in order to be called as a database, it should have these properties. Go to SQL Server, go to Oracle Server, go to MySQL Server, go to DB2, go to AWS, go to Redshift. All these features will be there. These are the basic requirement for any database to become a database management system. Now, Excel. Atomicity. Guys, does Excel support atomicity? I don't think so, because it works based on a single cell. You can add half, I can leave half. No, it doesn't matter. Consistency. Now, if the same Excel file is available in 10 different people, 10 different people will edit it in 10 different ways. And what is other person editing, you are not able to see. And what I am editing, other people is not able to see. Consistency is not there. Isolation. Isolation, every transaction. So now people can edit the Excel file at one time. Yes, people can do that. And then the merging will happen. Nowadays, with Office 365, this is getting eliminated, where I can apply locks on the file itself so that no one can edit that file, entire file, that is happening nowadays, but earlier it was not the case. Durable. Sometimes you are working on something and Excel crashes and the data gone. So now these properties, some of these properties are not available in Excel. So we don't classify database to be a Excel system. Okay, now let's see what is, I'll open a paint window now, because the next topic, I want it to be available for me while I'm working on SQL. So I'll just open the paint window and I will start writing my integrity constraints. Basically, any database will have three types of integrity constraints. Domain integrity constraint, entity integrity constraints, integrity constraint, and finally the referential integrity constraints. These are the constraints that are applied on a database system to ensure that you don't have unwanted data, redundant data, or any errors in the database. Constraint. What is the definition of constraint in general? It's an English word. What is the meaning of constraint? Restrictions, limits, restrictions on limits on a database. What are those? You will see. When you see an example now, then you'll understand. Okay? Now, how will I connect to my SQL Server? SQL Server is installed on my machine. This is a client tool. Okay, I have to connect to a SQL Server. Click on Connect, Database Engine. And now, see the server name already populated here. For some people to whom server name is not populated, drop down. If you don't see the name here, then you can click on Browse for More. There you will see local servers and network servers. Local means on your computer, on your personal computer. If any server is installed, it will show in local servers. If you are connected to a company's network, when you go to a company, you will be sitting in a network. All the computers will be connected to each other. In your network, is there any server? I don't have any server because my computer is not connected to any network. So now I'll go to local server. See, there are two servers on my machine. One is Mohammed Fahim and Mohammed Fahim /Fahim PC. I'll just click on this and click on OK. It will populate here and I'll click on Connect. That's how you connect to a SQL server. Simple as that. Now, as I have told, every SQL server will have a databases inside it. See, if I expand databases, all these are my databases based on the diagram that I have drawn, guys. See, so many databases are there. Okay, now these are the different databases which are available. As I've told, different databases. Every database will have various components. What is that? Various components that I have told? Data objects and functional objects. Programmability that you see is, this is where you will see functions, stored procedures, everything. Okay? Which is not part of the scope. Stored procedures, functions, database triggers, all those things will be there in the programmability. But the area which we are working here is tables, views. Tables. If I expand the tables, you will see the tables which will be available in this SQL Server database. If I expand this table, you will see the columns. Which columns are there? This is a hierarchy. So don't get confused here. Server will be there. In server, multiple databases will be there. In each database, there will be multiple tables. In each tables, you'll have columns. Now you will not have that because you are doing it for the first time. Okay, let's create a new database for ourselves. Let's create a new database for ourselves. How will I create a database? So I'll just right click on this database on top. I'll right click on that and I see new database option. I'll say a new database option there. I'll just click on OK. I just don't want this database. Okay. Now, right click on the database, new database. And now I'll give a name to the database. SQL training underscore Intellipaat. So one good practice that we always do here we don't give spaces, guys. I'll tell you the reason why we don't give spaces. The best practice, it's a good practice in SQL Server usually. We don't give spaces, we always give underscore. Most of the time, not most of the time we give underscores. And some places we give spaces. I'll tell you what is this area and when to be used underscore and when not to use. But here I'm using SQL training Intellipaat. SQL training Intellipaat. Now I'll click on OK. I'll not do anything. I'll just write the name. I'll not do add or nothing. I'll just click on OK. See, SQL training Intellipaat. It came. Database. Do everyone see a database there in the list for yourself? Now, I'll expand this. So now see, tables are there, but it's an empty database. It doesn't have anything. It's an empty database. Or if it doesn't have any tables, system tables, file tables, external tables, graph tables are there. All these are system related information, but I don't worry about it. But I don't see any tables available here. Okay, so let's create the table. So now, how to write these queries? Okay, I want to write something now. I want to create a table. So now I can create a table graphical way also. See, create new tables. I can give the column names. I can set the data type, everything graphical way. This is a graphical way to do that. I'll just right click on the tables. I'll click on new tables. It will show me. I can give the column name as test and I can set whatever data type I want. See, these are the different data types which are available. Big int, binary, bit, date time, everything. These are the different data types which you can do. Create. Graphical way. See, how did I reach here? Right click on the tables, new table. And now I can give the column name, I can give the data type. I can create it. The table like this, graphical method. But I don't want to learn graphical method, Arif. So cancel this window. I'll just tell on the right click on the database. I'll tell new query. Yes. I'll right click on the right database and I'll tell new query. I can do from here also. View. I can see the tools. There is an option for here for me to get new query also. New query. See, I can get a new query here also. Control N. If you hit Control N, you'll get it. So there are multiple ways to create a new query. So I'll just right click on the database, which I feel really nice and easy. New query. And this is a window where I will write my SQL codes. Yes. This is the place where I write everything on my machine. So these are the places where I will write my entire code, save it, and it's a playground. It is like my playground. So let's create our first table. Let's create our first table. What is the syntax? Create is a keyword. Table. Table name is countries. Open bracket. Close bracket. And within these brackets, you have to tell your column names. I want country ID. What is the type of this? I want it to be an integer, comma, country, code. It should be a character of 2 length. third one is the country name, which is nothing but a varchar of 20. So now Arif, what is the difference between char? What is the difference char and varchar? So basically you are defining the what data type it is. So once I write this code, then what I'll do, I'll select this part of code. Guys, before executing, hitting on execute here, I have to select, every time I have to select the code which I'm trying to execute. Always remember, select the code like this before executing. Yes, you should have a habit of that. Some people, what they do, they'll not select and they'll just hit on execute. What happens if you hit on execute? Multiple statements will get executed. Many statements will get executed at one time. Okay? So always select your code which you want to execute and then hit on execute. It will give a message that command completed successfully. And if you say that command executed successfully, that means a table has to be created. Refresh your structure here. Go to your SQL training Intellipaat. Go expand the tables. You will see your countries table will be sitting here now. This is very handy feature for me. I really like this numbering feature. So how will you get this numbering feature? Tools, options, text editor, transact SQL. There is a line number option. Enable this. Then you'll see the line numbers. Roles, options. So if you're not able to see the database, hit refresh here. Hit refresh there, expand the tables, then you will see. There is no chance that you will not be able to see. If you have executed the command, created the command, and if you see that the message command completed successfully, then the table should be available there. Or if I just created the table, but I didn't insert any data inside it. Okay, go ahead and insert the data. What is the command to insert the data? Insert into countries. See, as soon as I start typing the name, SQL Server is so intelligent that it has started its intelligence. It started showcasing its intelligence now. So if you want to rename it, you can just go ahead and do it from here. Expand the table from here, and you can go to the columns and you can rename here. Just double click on it and it will allow you to rename. If you want to do that, you can for sure go and rename the columns. Okay, insert into countries, values. Come on guys, let's do that. Let's insert first record in the table 01, comma, within single quotes, any characters or any string should always be enclosed with a single quotes. Numbers need not be enclosed with a single quotes. I'll tell United States. I'm not executing any command. I'm just writing it. Insert into countries again. Values. I'm not executing it. I'm not executing it. I'm just writing various ways to insert the data. Okay, friends, Okay, let's try to insert this data. Now, the line number 9. What will happen if I execute this line number 9? Output, will the table will accept the line or it will reject that line? Will my table will accept it or reject it? Can you see this? Error. It's an error. String or binary data would get truncated. Basically what it is telling, Arif, if you observe, you are telling character 2, but you are entering second column with 3 characters. So you have a place for only 2 characters, you are entering 3 characters. I will not allow. Okay. Now execute. Fantastic. So it allowed.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
We'll be seeing what are TCL commands, where we use begin transaction, commit transaction, and rollback transaction. So basically what happens here, every transaction should have a begin transaction. For example, for your commit and rollback to work, you have to start a transaction by this command. This command is used to say that the transaction has begun. After this, I'm writing insert command. I'm seeing the data from the table. It's there. So let me just do it one more time. Begin transaction. So SQL training, Intellipaat. So I'll tell begin transaction here. Command executed successfully. Select star from countries. I have Bangkok 1 row. Let me insert another row for Bangkok. Inserted. Select star from countries. I will see Bangkok 2 rows now. Bangkok 2 rows. Now what I'll do, I'll tell rollback transaction. Now if I do select star from country one more time, how many rows for Bangkok will be available in the table? I have done rollback. 1 row. If you see, 1 was already there. Before I started the transaction, 1 was there. Now what will happen here? I'll do the same thing again. Begin transaction, insert 1 row again inserted. Select star from countries. I have 2 Bangkok. Now before doing a rollback, I'll do a commit. Once I committed, can I do a rollback? After committing, can I do a rollback? Because after committing, the transaction is closed. You cannot reopen the transaction. Because see, if I do a rollback, see it says that Arif transaction is already closed. Now if I write select star from countries, I will be saying 2. Now rollback is not working. That means what? You cannot delete that record from the table. So this is about rollback commit. Okay. Now let's start with some new concept. Now people will say that Arif, look, clearly observe the table. Some places country ID is null, some places country ID is duplicate. Now I want to ensure that I don't insert a duplicate records in the table. First of all, I want to remove the duplicate records. People will say that, Arif, there are some duplicate records in the table. Can you help me remove those? My question is to you. First of all, don't allow only to add duplicate values by someone, so that your user shouldn't enter a duplicate value. As soon as you try to enter a duplicate value, you should throw an error saying that, Arif, you cannot enter duplicate value in this table for this particular column. Would it be nice, guys, if SQL Server can put a constraint telling that, Arif, no, you cannot enter a duplicate value in the table? That would be very nice if we can do that. Yes. So what I'll do, I'll drop the table countries from here. I'll recreate the table. Please pay attention. Now, in front of the table creation integer, I will tell what? Unique. I'll tell unique. Please pay attention. Unique is a constraint that I'm applying on a column. Now I'll create this table created. Now if I try to enter US, United States, one row affected, and now see, one row is there. Now once more, if I try to insert this record in the table, can you see that? Violation of unique key constraint. That means what it is telling, if you cannot enter a duplicate value which is having duplicate ID in the table, it throws an error. Immediately it throws an error. And now if I try to do select star from countries, it will show only one record. Now if I try to insert this, okay, if I go and select one select star, now I'll tell like this. But people will say sometime, Arif, have a look. Now if I try to insert this record in the table, one row inserted. Now people will object here telling, Arif, see, you are telling unique, but null. I don't want null also. Okay, let's do one thing. I'll just tell drop table. Again, I'll tell unique, comma, not null. Yes, I'm telling unique, comma, not null. So I cannot insert duplicate value in this table now on that particular column. I cannot insert duplicate values, neither I can insert null values on that particular column. See, cannot insert value null in the column country ID. Now these are two separate constraints I have added. Unique, not null. So rather than mentioning two constraints here, I can directly tell primary key. So primary key is the constraint which will ensure that the particular column is not null and unique both. If I do select star from this table, I can insert the value in the table for primary key. One, let me just create this country because I have dropped it. Let me just insert this, inserted. One more time if I insert, it will give an error. Yes, primary key constraint will not allow you. Similarly, if I insert this record, it will not allow you. So what is a primary key, guys? Now tell me, what is meant by primary key here? Primary key is a type of constraint which will impose on a table which will not allow you to enter duplicate values as well as the null values. So that is called what? That is what called entity integrity constraint. Yes, these are what? Type of entity integrity constraints. So you will not be allowed to enter the value in the table which is duplicate. And if can we add a column in the table which is of unique value and which auto increments every time? I'll just take as a row ID, integer, and I'll tell identity. So guys, this is what? A new column that I'm adding in my table based on the request of someone yesterday we got. So what does this do? What does this do? Have a look. Table is already there. So I'll just tell drop table. And now I'll create this table one more time. And now I need not enter the value there. I need not enter any value there. So let's see if I add null, what will happen? Okay, an explicit value for the identity column can only be specified when a column list is used to identity insert is on. Means what? I cannot insert the value here, Arif. You cannot insert a value. So without that, if I try to execute, one row affected. So second line, here, one row affected. Third row, this one. If I execute this, so it's selling null, or if you can't insert the values, you should enter country ID. Country ID, comma, country ID, comma, and I'll tell 05. Now if I try to insert this value in the table, 3 records affected, select star from countries. Can you see this? Row ID 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5. Arif, what do we mean by this? What is happening here? Did I anywhere specify row ID column? Did I anywhere specify? So basically it is like, I'll just tell drop the table once again. So basically what it is doing, guys, 1 cross 1 means the identity column will start with 1 and increment by 1. What do you mean by increment by 1? 2, 3, 4. Now, if you give 1 cross 2, what will happen? It will start with 1. The increment is 2, 3, 5, 7. Make sense? 1 cross 1. What do you mean by 1 cross 1 there? 1 comma 1 means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 numbers will be in sequential order. If you write 1 comma 2, then it will be 1, 3, 5, 7, like that. I'll give you 5 minutes now. Please verify primary key constraint, unique constraint, and not null constraint. And along with that, identity constraint, you have to verify. I'll give you 5 minutes for that. Over to you. Let me just check what was happening. Hold on. I'll show you. I'll take this. I'll add these columns here. I'll add these columns here. I'll add these columns here. I'll tell 0, 3. Okay? So I'm adding country ID here. So you're telling that let me just create this table. Table created. Now insert all the 4 records. 4 records inserted. Select star from countries. At that time, what happened? I have entered 1 row twice. It gave an error at that time. So it might be due to that. But ideally, it should work like this. I'm not inserting the data for row ID. I'm inserting data for only country ID, country code, and country name. I want you to check what are the topics that we have done so far. That is nothing but not null, unique. You have to save it every time. You guys have to save your script. So it will not be automatically saved. You have to save it. File, save all, or you can tell save script. Control S you can do. Just do Control S and you can save your script somewhere. If you have not saved it, then you have to redo the scripts. That's okay. Write it. You have the code in front of your screen. How to prevent the table? Ideally, it shouldn't prevent. Ideally, it should be like, let me just do one thing. So what happens? See, it shouldn't prevent it. Might be that was a glitch. I'll add null. I'll tell AFG on and just try to insert null. Okay. Now what I'll do select star from countries. Still 1, 2, 3, 4 are there. Now if I tell 0, 6 and try to insert it, AF, select star from countries. So it's like if there is an error, it is skipping that values here. Now there is no way to do this. Let me just check if there is a way. I'm just checking if we can avoid it. Because 2 times my insert statement failed. 2 times my insert statement failed. That's the reason I got the 7. So that's the limitation of identity column. That's the limitation of identity column. Basically, what is the identity column? Identity column is like, it's a unique row ID for me not coming 7. Yes, because I have tried inserting 2 times wrong values. Will this record get inserted in the table or no? It will not get inserted. So what is the row ID here? 7. Correct? Error. Error. 1 time error. Now what I'll do, I'll just make it as 7. I'll make it as 7. Now if I insert this, the row identity 8 has skipped already. If I execute this, the row ID will become 9 now. Can you see this? That is what I have explained earlier. So whenever you see any failure in the insert statement, at that time, row ID will be skipped by 1 number because it was an attempt to insert the data in the table and it didn't insert. Why the numbers are getting skipped? This was an example. You can give your SQL query here. What query you are trying to execute? Give your SQL query here. Yes, Raichara. Every time it gets any error, any kind of error. Because I have given unique ID. Because I have given unique ID, I am giving primary key as a country ID. I haven't given any restriction on country code and country name. Read it. 0, if you say 0, it will not allow you to insert because what is meant by 0 there? 0 is an increment. So every row by row, can you give 0 increment? So what do you mean by that? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So now that doesn't make sense. 1, 0. So what happened, Sai Charan, in the data warehousing, many times we don't have any primary key there. Now, example, in the banking system. In the banking systems, one person can do multiple transactions, right? One person can do multiple transactions, debit, credit, debit, credit, debit, credit. So that's what I'm telling Priyank. You zero, it will start from zero. Go ahead, try. It will start from zero. Increment is 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and try it. Priyank, again, this kind of question, what you are asking here is, this is what you have to try and tell me. Yesterday I have told you clearly. Guys, if there is something that requires hands-on, do it and then tell me, Arif, this is giving me this answer, because what questions you are asking, if you try this, you'll get the answer for yourself here. I'm clearly telling again, guys, something that requires hands-on, you have to try it. If it is working, you will understand. If it is not working, then you ask. Coming back to your question, Saichara. So sometimes what happens, a transaction, banking transaction, if you see one person will do debit, credit, debit, credit, debit, credit. So now, do you see any unique column there in the table? No. What is a unique column there? Which ID? Customer ID? Customer ID? Is customer ID is unique in the table? One customer is doing multiple transaction. Then which is unique? I want something to be unique in the table, right? So that I can identify each and every row. You add a transaction ID there in the table, correct? You add transaction ID? Yes. Transaction ID, yes. Transaction ID. What is transaction ID? Transaction ID, is it tagged with a specific transaction? Or it is just running number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Transaction ID is just a number, right? Transaction ID is just a number. So that is identity column. That itself is identity column in the table. When do you use identity column? Yes, transaction ID in that case is an identity column for you. Make sense? In the real world where we use row ID and transaction, in my case it's row ID. In banking domain, it's a transaction ID. In hospital domain, it's a patient ID. Every day, number of patients are coming. Yes. Sai Charan, others, did you get an example of identity where it is useful in the real world? Whenever you want a unique row. No, identity is always a number. Identity columns will always be a number. You cannot do that, Ashwin. Which above use case? Alphanumeric? No, you can't do that. No, alphanumeric cannot be added as an identity. You can't. Okay. Perfect. Let's learn about. So this is how you interact with the table, how you ensure the data is entered correctly in the table. Now, let's learn some basic functions in SQL. Okay? What do you mean by functions? Any idea when I say what are functions in SQL? One question, can we somehow fetch the details of the table like all columns and their configurations? Here we go. Can you see this? You can go to tables, expand it, go to constraints. Which tables are there? Select star from information schema dot user underscore constraints. All underscore constraints you can do. Constraints. Here, table underscore privileges, table underscore constraints. Select star from this. Can you see this? So there are various tables in the information schema that you can use. These are all check constraints. Which table, what constraints are there? Domain usage, column privileges, many things are there that you can test. Okay? You can test. Okay. Now coming back to my concept. Now, what do you mean by functions? There are various functions available in SQL Server. What's the use of functions? Functions. Aggregate function is a type of function. predefined, exactly, predefined routine that performs a specific task and returns a value. So which are the various functions which are available? I'll give you some list of functions. Let's test them one by one. Here we go. Here are some functions that I have shorted down for you for your learning. So SQL Server not only does storing of the data or inserting, updating, deleting, but it does some mathematical operations also. See, 1 plus 1, 2. That means what? Basically, I can use arithmetic operations in SQL also. I can do arithmetic operations in SQL. Possible. Now, select upper. So wherever you see that pink color word, it's a function, guys. Pink color or the gray color is a function. Now see, if I do like this, select upper or RF, see it will give capital letter RF. Because I am giving RF as a small letters. It is giving me upper letter. If I tell lower, it will give me lower letter. If I write, select left of Arif Kaladki, comma 5. So what do you expect output here? Exactly, Priyank, you are right. Left of Arif Kaladki 5 means from the left hand side, it will give me 5 characters. Execute Arif K. If I tell right hand side, 5 characters. Perfect. Arif somewhere in between if I want, substring FKAL. I'll just remove this part. I don't want this. I'll take it later. So now have a look. I'll this part also remove. I'll add it later. So now what is floor? Floor. Anyone know what is meant by floor function? What floor function does? It will give the integer value which is less. Floor is 3. Means 3.99 means it will eliminate the integer part. If I tell 1.99, the floor value will be 1. If I give 1.80, the floor value will again be 1. Basically what it is doing, it is eliminating. It is eliminating the decimal number. Ceiling means it is taking it to the top. 4. It is taken to the top. Round. 2 digits round. If you see, 2 digits. It has done a round. That is 556. It gave 56. It did a round. A round of 1 digit. Similarly, you have date functions also. This is all numeric and text functions. Now you have date functions also. What am I doing? Select get date. So what do you get the result here, guys? Get date. What is the result here? It will give today's date, my system date. So currently I'm in US. For me, the system date is 12/10, December 10th. And the time also. Now people will say that Arif, convert varchar. I want to convert this into a text. So currently it's a date format. The format is date. Convert varchar. So what I'm doing, I'm just converting this to a text. See, it is converted into a text. Now if I pass a text in this format and then run this, it is converting that to a date time. So conversion is happening. Conversion between the data types, it is happening. So it's a date data type. I converted that to a text. It's a text data type. I converted that to a date. Similarly, you have year of get date, month of get date, month capital of get date. What do we difference that? Date name, weekday of get date left of 50. So basically what is happening there, Vasant, whenever you execute this, so it is rounding to the 2 digits. Rounding your number to 2 digits. What do you mean by round? What do you mean by rounding of numbers? If the digit is greater than or equal to 5, greater than or equal to 5, it will round up the previous number. Get the round to 2 digits. That means I should get 3.560. So if I execute this, I'll get 3.560. Now when I tell 1 digit, that means it should get to what? 3.5. Because 1 is less than or equal to 5, less than 5, then I'll get 3.5. Rounding of numbers. We did in school. There won't be any difference in convert and convert. No, there is no difference. It's not case sensitive. Don't worry. It's already a text. Where care when I tell it's a text already. When I tell where care, it's already a text. You will see that. First execute all these commands. So if you see here, you just change this to month. You just change it to day. Verify. Give me what input you are giving. Tell me what output you are getting, Yogesh. Yogesh, tell me what input you are getting and what output you are getting. What do you mean by 5 minus 4? 5 minus 1. It's 4, right? I can see still people are posting it to host and panelist. So guys, post it to everyone. So you want all the characters after 4. So what you can do here is, you can write, take this and write 4 comma length. Length function is there. There is a called length function. What do you mean by length function? What do you mean by length? Any idea? What do you mean by length? How will you define length? Size, correct? So now someone asked me, Arif, I want to see everything after 4. What do you mean by reduce size? Sujit, what do you mean by reduce the size? Got your answer? Someone asked, Arif, after 4th character, I want everything till the end. Use length. So this is what? Nesting of functions. Function inside a function. Okay? I can do function inside a function. Tell me, Vasant. Check and tell what command you are writing. Give your command here. Someone will help you. What command you are writing? You are writing an exact command or you are writing something different command? If you tell me the command, then I can tell you. Anup, what do you want there? Let me take your command and try to execute. Vasant, what are you trying to achieve here? April 21, you are writing the same command as mine. So are you writing the command correctly as mine? Compare your command and my command. Have you given the string in the required format, Vasant? This is mine. This is mine. This is yours. Guys, basic error it is. You are not giving the string properly here and you are expecting the result to come. You are not passing the string correctly and you are expecting the result to come. So what do you mean by that? What is the position of BHI in your name? What is the position of BHI in your name? 2, 3, 4. Then tell me why. What is it 2 and what is that 3? 2 is the position, 3 is the number of characters from that position. Is it self-explanatory? If you execute it, you'll understand. Nice. Good. I can see people are trying. So Yashwin is telling select left of date 50 gives me output in, but select get date gives me output. Yes, because it's greater than 50. If I tell give 10 and check. Basically, from the entire get date, I'm getting 50. It's less than 50. The entire characters is less than 50. If I tell 10, come on. If I tell 10, the output will be truncated. Observe. It got truncated or no? Yashwin. It's a text. Not the type is different. Okay. Give me your query, what you are trying to execute. Let me just check. Left of 50. Of get date. What you did here? It's a varchar only. It's a varchar. You can't split the date into half. So whenever you use left, it's a text function. Left function cannot be applied to date functions. So here left function, when it is applied, it is converting your date to a string automatically. So what do you expect? Date should be like 2 January. That's it. Without year. So year date cannot be split like that. Date. Because you can't take left of a date field. Say 202. Does it make sense to you? 202. That's incorrect because it's a text. It's incorrect. Not able to get the difference between get date and when used convert. So basically, these are the convert functions. Convert function converts one data type to other data type. So sometimes what happens in the data set, you'll get the dates in the form of this, and it is a varchar type. You cannot apply date functions to this. Others, you cannot apply date functions to this. So you have to convert it to date time function. So there is conversion of date type. Okay, someone asked, Arif, can I get month name? Here we go. Can you see this? This query will give you everything. Date name function, first parameter year, it will give year. First parameter month, it will give month. First parameter day, it will give you the day. Day of year, it will give you day of year. Weekday, it will give you weekday. Someone asked this, Arif, can I get month name? Yes, you can get month name also. Select round of, come on, that means you don't know what is rounding, Anup. Do you really know what is rounding? I want only one digit after decimal. What do you expect by 1 there? What do you expect by 1? What do you mean by this 1? Round to one number. Now, what it will do, when you tell round to one number, when you tell round it to one number, Arif, I want to see only one number. So now it will check the second number. Less than 5 or greater than 5? No, less than 5 or greater than 5? Is 1 less than 5 or greater than 5? Less than 5? Then the output, what do you expect the output? What do you expect the output? Let's go back to the school. What do you expect the output? 500, you got your answer? So instead of 1, if you make 2, instead of 1, if you make 2 here, see, if you make 2, then you'll get 3.510. Because why am I getting 3.510 here now after adding it to 2 here? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Just Zoom kicked me out. Okay, that happens. You got your answer now, Anup? So that is the reason I have given you enough time to test the results. Go and change. From 2 to 3 you change, 3 to 1 you change. Then you'll get to know. Perfect. Rupali? Anything that I can help you? Which part you want me to explain? Which function out of this? Which function out of this you want me to explain? So the task that I have given now for you guys to execute each line here and get an understanding what these functions are doing. Then function names are self-explanatory. Yes, I understand what is meant by left. I understand what is meant by round. I understand what is meant by right. I understand what is meant by floor because I know basic mathematics. I know basic mathematics, so I know what is meant by floor. I know what is meant by ceiling. I know what is meant by round. So Rupali, the task here is for you guys to execute this line one by one and verify the result, whether it is as per the expectation or it is giving the wrong result. If it is giving the wrong result, then you tell me it is giving the wrong result. My expectation is, so Anup came up with a question that he asked that, Arif 3.512 we are getting different. So I explained that. So similarly, you have to execute one statement at a time, verify the result, and any function that you are not understanding, you tell me, I will explain that. Abhishek, you are right. Substring in Microsoft SQL Server is equal to mid function in Excel. So guys, tell me here, what is the purpose behind this activity that we have been doing now? What is the purpose here? For you guys to learn various basic functions available here in SQL Server. There are many other functions. There are thousands functions. More than 1,000 functions are there. But on day one, which functions are important for me to get started with my SQL? Correct? So that is the purpose here. Come on guys, give a try. Everyone. Line number 67. Someone is telling. Yeah. So basically what I'm trying to do here is line number 67. I am trying to truncate my date to a specific length. Okay? I'm trying to truncate my date to a specific length. So if I tell 20, so it will give me 20 characters from the left. See, 20 characters from the left it is giving. If I tell 5, it will give 5 characters from my get date length. Make sense? DEC 3 character, fourth character is space, fifth character is 1. How to pick the first, last and mid name? So whenever you have that, so you have to use your space. So whenever you have first space and last, let me just do that for you. That is interesting. So what you can do to get your first name and last name. So now have a look. I'll give you a hint. Select char index. Char index of what? Char index of space from my name Muhammad Arif. And I'll tell this. Let's see what will be the result of this. Anup, execute this. White 9. What's the purpose of 9 here? What do you mean by 9 here? Before space, correct? There is a up to space. Now, can you do substring using this function? You can use this in substring, right? So what I want to do is select left of Arif space Kaladki, and in front of instead of 5, I will give what? Execute this. I got Arif. Correct. And now, if you want to do second last name, take to the right, start with this position. For the substring, start with this position and tell length. Isn't it really nice way to do this? We don't have split function here, Ashwin. You don't have. You got it? Kaladki. First name and last name. Nesting of the functions. Anup. Got your answer? These are called nesting of the functions that I can do to get my first name and last name. What is meant by char index function here? Friends, help me understand. What do you mean by char index function? Particular character is there in your string that you want to find out what is the position of it. Exactly. Now using that, I found out what is the first name and last name. As first name, I'm giving an alias name. Have a look. I'm giving an alias name. Look, Arif Kaladki, separated. Good. I like this kind of questions. That shows that people are actually practicing it and actually they are into it. Substring. What is a substring function? You tell me first. What do you mean by substring function? I'll tell 4, 5. Vasant, can you tell me what is this substring function? I'll show you the output. Why the FKALA you are getting here? You tell me this, then I'll explain you with length function. Line number 51, you explain. What is meant by 4 and what is meant by 5 in line number 51. From fourth character, length of 5. That means what? From fourth character I'll start and I'll go to 5 characters. Now I want from fourth character till the end. Now how will you define the last character? Last character is different in my... No, there is no space. Think about it first. In Arif Kaladki, do you see a space in line number 51? Observe first. So now I don't know. Arif Kaladki has different number of characters and Vasant Babu has different number of characters. Rupali has different number of characters. Anup has different number of characters. Now I don't know what is the last character position. So in order to overcome that, I will do length. What is the length function? Doing it. I'm just substituting 5. I'm just substituting 5 by this. What's the benefit of substituting 5 by length? What is the benefit of substituting 5 by length? Because I will get till the end. Exactly. See, till what position I want, how many characters I want, I can get it. Now people will say that, Arif, how can you tell length of Arif Kaladgi, because how many characters you want? You are getting till the end. Okay, let it be. Now people will say that Arif, I'm just getting till the end. Good. See, it's working. Good. Good job. Okay. So what is interesting, guys? We learned so many functions and different tricks to write those functions. How to pick the, no, that is not possible. So now you can do reverse. You can do reverse of char index. Reverse of name you can do, and you can find the position. Only one you can find. Second space you cannot find. How can you please explain this? Select substring of Ashwin and length. There is no. So you have starting with. So what you are trying to do here, Ashwin? Let me just take select substring from here. So this is your result. So what you are trying to do? Select substring char index of space. Okay, is there any space? Where is the space here? There is no space. That means what? It is 0 for you. Let me execute. So now you are not having char index of space. Come on. Because char index, it is taking from 9th character, my friend. What is char index here? What is char index? 9th position. Irrespective of the space is there or not there here, it is there here, na? It is there here or no? It is there here. So it is taking position from here, it is taking 9. Now your question only is wrong. Observe. Here you have not given space. Here you have given space, and here you have not given the space. Why? May I ask you why you have not why you have given space here? Why you have not given space here? And why you have not given space here? Okay, I'll remove this part. I'll remove this part. I'll remove this part. I'll add it here. So basically, it should give me that part. So the reference is what? So now if I execute this, it will give me Arif Kalatki. So whatever I'm giving you, you are writing that, but understand it. So now, if I don't give a space here, there is no space only. There is no space here. Then what do you expect here? Yashwant? What do you expect in this line? There is no space only in this name. Let's see. Yashwant. I'm getting everything. I'm getting entire name because there is no space. This is like 0, null. Now if I tell remove this space, and try to execute this, I'll get the entire name. Why? Why am I getting an entire name? Because Arif, there is no space in your name. So think about it. Good question. So that's the activity, and I can see people are thinking in the right direction. Why it is not working, Arif? Why it is not working at my end? I'm trying to execute something. It's working. It's not working. Yes, this is what the activity was. And that's really nice. And now here, guys, one thing that you should keep in mind here is I'm writing the constant names here. I'm writing the constant names. If you see, I'm writing the constant names. These constant names can be your column names directly from the table. Yes. This constant name, Arif Kaladki, these can be your directly column names. This will be directly your column names when you go in the real world. You will see that. Okay? When we write the SQL queries, at that time you'll understand how you can replace this with directly the column names. Okay. So basically we are trying to create some real-time tables which has various constraints in it. Then we will verify how SQL Server put these constraints on these tables. Okay? We will learn these constraints one by one. Now, let's learn these various constraints that you have just now implemented. Now, what I'm trying to do here, please pay attention. I'm inserting 4 records in the department table. Department number 10, department number 20, department number 30, department number 40. I'll execute this. Okay, 4 records inserted. Now, if I go and check the data in the table, select how many rows should be available, guys? How many rows should be available in this table? 4. I have 4. That's nice. Good. I have those 4. Nice. So let me just remove this part. And now please pay attention. I'm trying to insert a record in the employee table. First record inserted successfully. Now, if I try to insert this record one more time, how many of us will say that it will take this record or it will reject the record? It will reject. Why? Why it will reject? Or if you are giving the same employee number again, but the employee number have a primary key on it. See, it will not allow. Yes, we have verified that one constraint is working. Second is I cannot give null name for the employee. Second row, if I try to insert. Second row, if I try to insert, instead of Alan, if I give it as null. Now guys, tell me, will it allow or it will reject? Arif, reject again. So you can't insert null values in the column name of this. So this row also inserted. Now I'll see select star from EMP. So as I'm going down, I'm just checking various criteria. See, 2 records are there. Now third record, if I try to give a negative salary is this, I'm trying to give a negative salary. Tell me guys, will it accept or will it reject? Again, it will reject because Arif, you cannot give negative salary. Can you see this? Check constraint is violated. Check constraint is violated. So I cannot give negative salary also. See, I cannot give negative salary. Now till here, I will execute every line. So now totally how many rows are there in my table now? There should be 10 rows in my table. 10 rows in my table. Arif, this is nice. But now let's do some interesting task. EMP, I'll show you default constraint, how it works. I will take this EMP name. I'll take EMP name, EMP number. I will add it here. I will take ename. I'll add it here. I will take job. I'll add it here. I'll take MGR. I will add it here. I'll take hire date. I'll add it here. I just want to show you default constraint, how the default constraint works. Okay? Comma sal, comma commission, comma department number. Okay? Close this. Now, sometimes what happens if I don't give a job, because I'm not giving any job here. I'm not mentioning any job. So what do you expect? In this table for employee number 7876, what will be the job? Null. Correct? If I'm not giving any job, then it will be a null. But as per my logic in the table, what I have given, default as clerk I have given. Default constraint. Default constraint. When someone was asking yesterday, Arif, can we make the value as default? Yes, you can. So if I insert this, 7876 is the employee. Now, if I check select star from employee, 7876. Can you see that? Clerk automatically came in. That is a default constraint. That is called default constraint. Make sense? Now, I'll insert these 2 records also. And now I'll come to the last record. Now guys, this is a really beautiful concept, what I'm explaining now. Department number, I'll change it to 50. Everything is correct. Employee number is correct, it is unique, name is there, job is there, manager is there, date is there, salary is there, commission is there, and a department number also is there. Tell me what will happen if I execute this. Will it take the record or will it not take the record? Why? People who are telling no, can you tell me why as per you? Why as per you? You are correct, it will not take the record. But people will tell here, Arif, this is interesting. Now, before entering the data in the employee table, every time that you are entering a department number, it is going and checking in the department table. It is going and checking the department table, whether that particular department is there or not. 10, 20, 30, 40. And now if I try to insert a department number 50 in my child table, which is nothing but an employee table, it is telling that a foreign key constraint is failing. Why? Where did you mention it? I have written here. Can you see this? Constraint FK underscore department number is the name of the constraint that I have given. You can give your name, any name that you want, you can give. And I'm telling foreign key department number from this table, go and reference to department table department number, which is here on the top. Now, before inserting any record in the table, it will go and check in the department table if the value is there or no. If the value is there, then only I'll allow it to enter. Now people will ask, Arif, give us a real example. I'll tell you the real world example. Now there is a class. And which has some students. Now that class will have only the registered students allowed. Now if any unregistered user or unregistered student is coming, will it allow a student to log in or come to the class? No, right? The same thing happens here. It will not consider the attendance only. It will not consider the employee only if he is not belonging to any department. That's the beauty of this. So I'll change it back to 20, whatever it was earlier. Now, it was 10 or 20, guys. It was 10. Now it will accept the record. So these are various constraints on a SQL table. So you have primary key constraint, you have not null constraints, you have default constraints, check, and other constraints. Can you try inserting this record in the table now? Now people will tell, Arif, it is difficult to write this. Okay, I'll give this code to you on the chat window. Can someone just type any question on the Q&A? Just type anything on Q&A, guys, because you will not be able to copy it from the chat. Just type something on Q&A. Yep, it's there. I'm just taking one person's this and I'm adding it here. So now, first let me enter the data for Control Z. First for department table, I'll insert the records here. Here we go. For department table, it's there. And I'm giving the first 6 records for the employee table. In the second, I've given on someone's answer. So I've given to Chetan. So I don't want to write the insert statements. So I gave you the script. So now, once you do insert these records in the table, you should be able to see 4 rows in the department table, and 14 rows in the employee table. The insertion of records, I think it's about creation of the constraint. Yeah? Please check what you have typed correctly. So if you want the table creation script also, that also I can give. I can give the table creation script also, guys. Take it. On the Q&A, I'm just typing an answer to Nitya. Here we go. I've given the table in creation script also. Now you have table script as well as the insert statements. Is it done, everyone? Shall we go ahead to the next activities? So now we will learn how to write SQL queries. Okay. Now various forms of SQL queries will be there, guys, and that we will be learning now. So let me just open my exercises. Now we will write some SQL queries. So now, like this will be like exercises, guys, that we will be working on now. So all these exercises I have kept here that I want us to try. Okay, I hope you can see my PPT. Can you guys see? Okay, now I want everyone to please confirm that you have 4 rows in the department table and 14 rows in your employee table. Correct? Perfect, great. So now basically, how do we write SQL queries? We have been seeing this queries structure, it will be like this. We have seen very basic query, select star from table we have done. Yes, but we have not seen what is where clause. Where clause we have seen with the help of delete, but it has more purpose. We have group by clause, you have having clause, you have order by clause. These are various clauses that comes in a SQL query. And we will be doing this with some real-time examples. Okay. Now see, select star from employee. So whenever you want to display all the rows and all the columns without any condition, whenever you want to display everything without any condition, you will display like this. Now sometimes if you want to display some specific columns, you can write this. Select EMP number, comma, ename from employee. Yes, that will give 2 columns. It's not like every time you have to write select star only, guys. No, I don't want. Sometimes I don't want to see all the columns. Sometimes I want to see only specific columns. At that time, you write directly your column names and tell from table. Everyone knows till here? If you write star, it will be all columns. If you want to display specific columns, it will be column names. If you want to try a couple of queries in this, you can try. If you want to try a couple of queries, you can try in this. In SQL Server, you don't have a specification, rename, alter. So you can directly do it from the table structure. SQL Server doesn't have, you have a specific stored procedure to do that, but I don't recommend you to do that. Directly from the left hand side, you can do it. So now, conditional retrieval of rows. Where clause. We know that. If you want to retrieve the number of rows based on a condition, I use using where clause. So number of retrieved rows will be restricted as per the condition. Where clause is case sensitive. Means what? Rif in small letter is not equal to Rif in capital letters. Can you quickly write this query in the blue statements and tell me how many rows you are getting the result? Means how many specific employees are there whose salary is greater than 1000? Everyone is getting 12. That means the query is correct. So there are 12 employees in my table who has salary greater than 1000. Correct? Okay. Now next condition is this. Can you write a query for this? List the details of the employee who have joined before end of September 1981. Be very careful of the statement, guys, what I'm writing there. So give me the solution on the chat window. How many people you think have joined before September end 1981? 8. Others says 8. Really nice. See, some people have written date in front and some people have written the year in front. So which is the right one, guys? Which is the right one to write? So let me try this. So you guys have tried it, but let me also try this. Just give me one sec. Okay. So now people are doing convert. So I don't need any convert statement here, guys. Have a look. Select star from EMP where higher date is less than or equal to. I'm telling before the end of September 1981. So what I'll do here, I'll tell 1981 hyphen 09 hyphen 30. I have 8. Some people have written like this. They have written 30 09 hyphen 1981. Some people have written like this. Let's see what will the output here. Can you see this? Why? Because SQL Server follows this date format. Okay? SQL Server follows that date format. Chandan? Make sense? Others? So you have to be very careful when you write your dates. You can use date function, you can use any of the date function you can use and check. I don't have any objection. But when you have directly the date field you can compare, why will you use date function? And what one of our friend has given me solution here is, he has given, Yashwin has given convert. What he is doing with convert? Let's see. But what Ashwin is doing here is convert date time to higher date. Okay. So you're just converting what? Why you are converting it when you have directly option available? Let's see what will be the output of this. So you're getting only one. Is it the right? Just asking. Okay, I thought you are commenting. So now, Yashwin, is your query correct? Why you're trying to convert it when you can directly compare with the date fields? Correct? Your query will not work. So guys, there will be different types of queries that will be available, but you have to be very specific what you are writing and how you are writing. So this is the solution for that. Everyone got 8 or anyone who got less or more? 8. Perfect. Good. So now this is where you write. How do you write where clause? Now in operator for checking values in a set. Sometimes what happens, you don't get the where clause. Are you greater than, lesser than, equal to? You'll not get. You'll be given multiple values like this. List the name of the employees whose employee numbers are. So you can't write this using equal to symbol. Where clause is required, but equal to, how will you write? Equal to 7369, 7521, 7839, 7788. So there is a specific format required for that. So the format looks like this. In operator, where employee number in. So what does the in do here? It will go and check for each and every value and give the output for those values respective. Exactly. Others, you can use or. It will be lengthy. So why you want to use or simply when you can use in? This is in operator. So basically, whenever you have been given multiple values and you want to get output for only those values, use in operator. I'm showing you the solution also, guys. Your job is to just ensure that you write it correctly. Okay? But when I give exercises, at that time, you can try. Good. Now, sometimes what happens, you will not be given with these specific values. You'll be given with start and end number. And if in between those, I want everything. Between, for checking the values within the range. Example, if someone comes and asks you this question, Arif, give me the names of the employees whose salary is between 1000 and 2000. It's a valid question. A user may come and ask you, Arif, I want to see the employees whose salary is between 1000 and 2000. How will you write it? The solution of this will look like this. Select ename from employee where sal between 1000 and 2000. Yes, that is a syntax. There is a syntax you have to follow, guys. You can't switch the syntax or you can't do anything there. There's a syntax you have to follow. There are 6 employees whose salary is between 1000 and 2000. Okay, let's see the next. Sometimes what happens, whenever you are checking for the names of the people, you don't know the complete name. You know some part of their name, or you know their name starts with what, their name ends with what. Then using that information, how can you search for particular employees? Example here, see, pattern matching. Pattern matching from column used with wildcard such as percent and underscore. Percent matches with 0 or more occurrences of any character. Percent matches with 0 or more occurrences of any character. Whereas underscore matches with 1 and 1 occurrence of any character. Example, if someone comes and asks you this, Arif, list the name of the employees whose names start with S. So you have to write the query like this. Yes, percentage means what? First starting character should be yes. Like operator should be used. Like. Starting character should be yes. After that, yes, I don't care. 0 or more characters. Percentage means what? 0 or more characters. After yes, whatever it is, I don't care. If there are something or if there is nothing, I don't care about it. But first letter should be yes. That means yes, percentage. Tell me how many employees are there whose names start with yes? Try this query and check. It's 2. Now, if I tell you whose name end with yes, what would the condition look like? What would be the condition looking like if the name ends with yes? That would be percentage yes. So now the solution will look like this. List the name of the employees who have exactly 5 characters in their names. How will you write this? List employee names whose names have exactly 5 characters in their names. Yes, length you are using, I know that. But without length, if you guys have to use the wildcard, you will use 5 time underscores. Exactly 5 times. Means only one character I am searching. What character it is, I don't care. What character it is, I don't care. I just want it should be 5 characters. So there are multiple ways. You can use length also. I don't have any problem. You can use underscore also. Now last question is, list the name of the employees who have I as second character. Second character here. I'm not asking for end last character. I'm not asking for the first character. And I'm not asking how many characters also. I just want to say who have I as second character. So the solution will look like this. Underscore I percentage. So are we clear about the wildcard search? If I don't know the entire name, or if I know the start character, end characters, or what the name contains, this is a handy feature, right? To search from the table. Basic SQL queries where I'm filtering the data based on the conditions. Let's do next. Using expressions with columns. Yes, this is where your mathematical calculations will come. Arithmetic computations can be done on numeric columns. Yes, you can add column 1 and column 2, multiply column 1 and column 2, like that you can do. And you can give alias names for the pseudo columns. Arif, what do you mean by pseudo columns? The column which is not physically present in your table, but that got generated as part of a calculation. The column which is not available in the table and which got generated as part of the column is called pseudo column. Example, I want to see this solution. List employee name, their salary, their allowances, which is nothing but 40% of their salary, PF, which is 10% of the salary, and net salary, which is nothing but salary plus allowances minus net salary. How will you do this? The solution will look like this. Select ename, sal, comma, sal multiplied by 0.4, which is nothing but allowances, sal multiplied by 0.1, which is nothing but EF, sal plus, open bracket, sal multiplied by 0.4, close bracket, minus, sal multiplied by 0.1 inside the brackets. So basically, the idea here is to make you understand you can do arithmetic operations also directly in the SQL queries. We are able to see the answer. Example, let me also do this for you. Select ename, comma, sal multiplied by 0.4, comma, sal multiplied by 0.1, comma, sal plus sal multiplied by 0.4, 0.4 minus sal multiplied by 0.1. Let me execute this from employee. Can you see this? I got the answer. But what happens, guys? Sometimes the column names, if you see here, no column name, no column name, no column name. What do you mean by this? Which one? Sal plus sal multiplied. Which one? Sal multiplied by 0.1. PF. Which part? I have added plus. It should be multiplication. Just a symbol difference. Okay. So now people will say that, Arif, how about these columns? Are these columns available in my table? Tell me, guys. Are these columns available in my table, or these are pseudo columns? Pseudo. What do you mean by pseudo? What do you mean by pseudo? Which is not physically present, which is just a reflection of something. Correct? But I don't see the names of these columns. So can I give a name of these columns? Yes, Arif, you can do. Just give as salary. Alias name. This is called aliasing. This is called aliasing, guys. As allowance, as PF, as net salary. Now if I execute this, now you will get the names of the columns properly coming up here. So now what I'll do, I'll just give it as everything in the new line. So indentation is very important, guys. Always follow the right indentation. Okay. So see, the query looks so nice like this if you write the same query, but people will understand, Arif, how you are dividing the statements within the lines. So what did we learn here in this exercise? We learned about two things. One is about the calculations that we can do, and another thing that we learned is about the pseudo columns aliasing, column names aliasing. Sometimes the column names are not that intuitive. People will not see that as very helpful. I can give them any name as they want. For ename also I can give a name as employee name. I can give. Okay, to display, guys, row number. These are called window functions. Basically, row number is a window function. You can't use like this. You cannot write over order by. Don't ask how what is meant by over, what is meant by order by here. So that is not still discussed. You will see this in future. Okay, but an answer for you for your question. But this will be discussed in future more in detail. You got it? Answer is there. But what is this over order by name? What is that? I don't know. I'm seeing that for the first time. So ignore it now. When you will learn window functions, you will learn that why we are writing over order by name. Does it make sense? Answer is there. But how it is coming will not be discussed now. Window functions concept, when it comes, you will learn that at that time. So just make a note of it and write a comment in front of that query that will be discussed along with window functions. Make a comment there and keep it. Okay, here we go. Aliases also we have done. Okay, list the name of the employees who are more than 2 years old in the organization. Basically, whose experience is greater than 2 years. How will you do this? This is where you have to use the function. This is where you will come across the function. Which function will you use? It's up to you. Tell me, how will you solve this? Who is more than 2 years old in the organization means what? Whose experience is greater than 2 years. Okay, let me do this for you. Have a look. How will I do this? Here we go. So what we are doing, select star from employee where year of get date means what? I'm extracting the year and minus year of hire date should be greater than 2. Is it? Let's say. So all 14 employees are greater than 2 years of experience. If I make it as 40, I want to see 40 years of experience. Execute. So there are 12 employees who have 40 years and experience more. We can check 45 years, who is of 45 years of experience. And you can tell, yes, there you go. You have, instead of star, we'll use your name. That's okay. What columns you want to display, that's up to you guys. Logic, here, I'm telling you. So now you understood, Arif, why did I teach you the various functions? Why did I teach you various functions before starting SQL queries? Now you understood. Arif, yes, this is how these functions will be used. Just an example of why the functions are used. You can use dateDiff. Any other method you want? You can use dateDiff also. dateDiff is another function. dateDiff. dateDiff of hire date. dateDiff in terms of year. No need to write in single quotes. You just write in year, comma, hire date, comma, get date. It should be what? It should be greater than 2. Execute it. This is another method. Many methods are there, guys. I don't say this is wrong or that is correct. Many methods are there. People sometimes they'll do like this also. They'll do like this also. Select star from EMP where get date minus hire date, get date minus hire date divided by 365 is greater than 2. So what is correct here? I don't have any objection here, guys. So now you see operand type clash. Date is incompatible with and if what you are trying to do. So first take this where get date minus this divided by. So using the brackets is very important. Now see, I'm getting another error. And if what are you trying to achieve here? I'll tell is greater than 365 multiplied by 2. I can use like this. It's just mathematics. Let's see. Will it give an answer? Okay. See, I'm trying different ways. Data times date time and date are incompatible. Why? Because get date is a date time. Now this is where the convert will come into picture. Guys, convert. People were asking. Now, why am I facing an error? If this is a date time and this is a date. So how will you convert this? Convert to what? Date, comma, get date. So that I don't want to use the entire date part. Cute. Subtract operation, y, convert, I'm closing here. Let me just display this. Display this information first, and then we'll try. Select star, comma, display this. Okay, convert. Is the convert function correct, or is there something mistake in the convert function? Let's see what will be the result here. What is showing me this? Okay, convert date to get date. Am I using, this is the date. Let me check basically what is happening here. See, sometimes basic syntax error will be there, that we have to convert to date, get date, comma, hire date from employee. Okay, minus, remove this minus. Simple syntax error will be there. Okay, this is data. Now, do its subtraction. Remove this comma and do subtract. Let's see what will be the result of this. It's telling if you cannot operand data type, date is invalid on subtract operator. Now people is telling if you can't subtract two date fields here. Is it possible that we can subtract two date fields? SQL Server, does it provide flexibility to subtract two date fields? Some other tools will provide, but does SQL Server provide subtraction of two date fields? This is why the task you have to do it for me. People do it. Now, why it is not providing me that in that case here? Convert. I'm just converting it to a date field and then trying to subtract the higher date. People are telling yes. Then how? Can we subtract? Yes. So now this is not possible. People will try it, but this will work in Oracle server. This same query will work in Oracle server. Guys, trust me, this will work in Oracle server. If anyone is working on Oracle server, you will find this will work. But this will not work here. So now this way, it will not work. So remove this, get rid of this. So you can go with date diff. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
Now, sometimes people ask you to show me this information. List different jobs available in organization. Okay, Arif, how will you write a query for this? People will straightforward tell, Arif, this is a query. Yes, that will give me the jobs available in the organization. But write the query and tell me how many jobs are available. So, what is expected here is, let me just move my mouse to the, okay. Okay, select star from, not select star, I just want job. Select job from EMP. Job from EMP. Put in. But people will ask, Arif, there are so many duplicate values here. But my question was, list different jobs available in the organization. So what you should do whenever that scenario comes, you should write what? Distinct in front of the column name. Now you'll get only 5. So what distinct keyword is doing here is it is suppressing my duplicate values and it is showing only one occurrence. So that's the power of distinct clause. Very nice concept in SQL. So I don't know, some duplicate values are there in the table. At that time, this is very handy. Distinct. Now coming back. So distinct clause, it suppresses the duplicate values in the column. Next, working with null values. Okay guys, this is interesting. Now many times what happens guys, some values are null in my database. Example, let's see. Let me just give you an example. Select star from EMP. I'm doing. See, many null values are there here. Okay, I just want to know how many rows we have null value. Where commission equals null. So people will think, Arif, yes, this is the right query. Execute this. Oh, Arif, something is wrong in my query. Am I writing that query? Arif, syntactically the query looks correct. But what's happening there? That is where what the concept is. Null values are not zeros. They are unknown or inapplicable values. They cannot be used with relational, logical, arithmetic operators. No, you can't compare null with zeros, null with 1, null greater than 1, null lesser than 1. You can't compare null with anything. Special operator has to be used to locate null values. See, in my query, if I replace this as commission as null, then as, is it as? It should be is null. Now I'm able to locate null values. If I say equal to, when I added, it was not working. Now guys, why equal to was not working and now why is working there? Because that's a property of null. That's the properties of null. So basically, null values are located with the help of is operator. So list the name of the employees who are not liable for commission. Basically, who have commission as null or commission as 0. Not liable for commission means the commission might be null for them or commission might be 0. Okay, now I will write a query like this. Where commission is null. Again, one more condition I have to add here. If I want to consider the 0 also. So what I'll do? Or commission equals 0. Because S is used only for null. S is not used for 0. So now, if I execute it, I will get zeros. So there is example of day null handling. Another example. List employee names with designations who does not report to anybody. Here, manager is null. Perfect. Now, order by clause. Why do we need order by? Why do we need order by? Basically, the data that you see in the table might not be in a specific order. I want the data to be available in a specific order. Now, list employee names, number, and salary in the ascending order of the salary. If I execute this command, you will see salary got sorted in the ascending order. Can you try that? it comes as ascending order. Correct? So now write this. Okay, now write a query for this. List the name and hire date in order who have joined late. Perfect. Now hire date ascending or hire date descending? It should be descending. The query should look like this. Select EMP number, hire date from employee, order by, hire date descending. Okay, let me write this and show you. Okay, let me write this and show you. Select star from employee, order by, hire date ascending. Can you see this? Arif, what is happening? 1990, 1981, 1981, 1987. Is it ascending now? Okay, let me write the specific column, EMP number, comma, hire date from employee. I'll just tell descending first. Let's see what will be the result. Can you see this? 1987, latest one, and 1890, which is the oldest one. Now, if I tell ascending, (1890) will be first and 1987 will be last. Okay? Sorting is working like ascending means it will be oldest person first, descending means newest person first with respect to dates. Good. That's about sorting the data. Let's go to sorting is very simple, guys. Sorting is not that critical. Critical in the sense, it's like you can sort it easily with the help of any columns. Now, we'll get into grouping of the data. This is interesting. Okay. Now, what do you mean by grouping activities? What do you mean by grouping activities? Now, someone comes and asks you, Arif, there are 50 students in the class. Tell me who has scored maximum marks. Someone Arif, tell me what is average. So now, all these things I want to find out. I just don't want to filter the data now. I've left that stage. Filter the data, show the duplicate. I've left that stage. Now, let's do this. Now, grouping activity is basically whenever I want to find out some stats about the data, max, average, min, I use grouping activities. Basically, there are two types of groups: default group and custom group. Default group, we have 56 candidates in this session. If someone asks about default group, we all together will become a default group. Means everyone in the table, everyone in the class, everyone in the session, without any condition, we call it a default group for ourselves. That is default group. Next is custom groups. What is custom group? If I'm dividing people based on a condition, example, based on state, if I'm dividing the people, then it may become 5 groups or 6 groups. Based on age band, if I ask you to split, then it may become 5 groups or 6 groups again. If I ask you to divide based on the gender, it will become 2 groups. What is the default group now? Friends, what is the default group? Without any condition, if I am considering all the people in the table, that is called default group. Or a table or a filtered table. It could be a filtered table also, but there is no condition. I'm not splitting the people. That's all default group. Custom groups is where I'm dividing based on a condition. Keep this in mind. Okay. Now applying group by function. So applying group by function is applicable only in case of custom groups. Only in case of custom group you apply group by. But here you don't need to add any group by clause. Keep this in mind. Some people, what they do, they want to see maximum value in the table and they go and try to add group by. Or it's vice versa. Some people wants to do custom grouping. They want to group based on the departments in the employee table and they don't write group by. So whenever you are doing custom grouping, guys, group by is required, must and should. Okay, good. Next, example of default group. If you see this, which is this? Is a default group or a custom group? Default group. Why? Why they say default group? Because all the rows you are taking, you are not dividing it multiple groups. So now, how will you write it? Select max of rating from customer so that you get max of rating. Similarly, can you write a query to tell me highest salary in the table? Yeah. Okay, basically, what did I write the query? Select max of sal from EMP. Yeah. If you see, you have here max. So basically, these are the aggregate functions. These are various functions. Count, sum, average, max, min. So these are various functions that are available for us. If you want to count, then I can use count function. If you want to add the values, then you can use sum function. If you want to do average, then you have average function. If you want to find out the maximum value, you have max function, min value, min function. Let's see. Now I want you to write this question. Determine total number of employees in the organization. Okay, how will you write this? So basically, it's like count of stars from EMP. Now many people have written select count of EMP number also. Correct? Some people have written count of EMP number and some people have written count of star. Now what is the difference? Arif, when should I use count of star and when should I use count of EMP number? I'll come to that point. The question is total number of employees. Sometimes what happens, in my case, EMP number is primary key. I know that it cannot be duplicate, it cannot be null. Agree? It cannot be duplicate and it cannot be null. That means each row is representing one employee. In that case, if I write count of star, it will give number of rows. I know that each row is for one unique employee. In that case, count of EMP number and count of star will give me same result. But suppose EMP number is not primary key. In this table, you have duplicate employee names. At that time, count of star will work. You have to specifically mention count distinct of EMP number. Count distinct of EMP number and then on top of that star. How? Arif, is it possible? We'll see that in upcoming queries. How many jobs are available in the organization? Can you give me this query? So in case, short answer is, if your primary key is same as the number of rows, then you can use count star or EMP number both in that case. Otherwise, it will give different answers. how many jobs are available in the organization. So how will I write this query? Select distinct job from EMP. If I execute this, I'll get 5. Now I want a count of it. At that time, I can use count. The same thing will happen with employee name also, guys. If I try to write the same query here, select count of distinct EMP number from EMP. So select star also will work. But this query is applicable in what scenarios? The query that you see on my screen is applicable in what scenarios? If your employee number is not a primary key, at that time, there is a chance that duplicate records in the employee table might have inserted. Now in that case, select ename also will not work. Select count of star also will not work. At that time, you have to write like this. So first find out the distinct value and then do a count of it. Does it make sense, guys? When to use star and when to not use star, and when to use your column name and when to not use your column name. So those are small tips and tricks that you have to remember all the time. Okay. Next, determine total payable salary of salesman category. So how will you write this? So the query will look like this. Select sum of salary from employee where job equal to salesman. Now, next question. List the average salary and number of employees working in department number 20. Can you write? I want to see two different things now, not only one thing. See, the query looks so simple. Select average of sal, comma, count of star or count of EMP number from EMP where department number equal to 20. So are you getting hang of this aggregate functions now? We have only these many aggregate functions. These functions can be treated as window functions also. Okay? The way we write it will differ. Okay, let's go to next part now. Customized grouping. This is the fun. We are taking one step ahead now. Customized group activity can be performed by applying group by clause with select statement. This is achieved by segregating rows into smaller groups. As I've told, right? I give you a very nice and simple real world example. If I ask you to divide we say 56, 57 people into small groups, then you'll ask, Arif, tell me based on what you want to divide. Right? You'll ask me that question, right? If I ask you to group these people, you'll ask, Arif, based on what? Based on place, based on gender, based on age, based on education, based on job profile, Arif, based on what you want me to decide. That is all custom grouping. So grouping can be done based on the desired column or columns, one or more column. Having subclause, we'll see that later. The column name, the one which is in bold, see the column name which is used for grouping should appear in the column list select followed by the select statement. Keep this in mind. So whenever you write grouping, all the column names which are available in select statement, all those column names should be there in group by also. Otherwise group by will not work. Example, list the department number and total payable salary of each department. Now, you have one department, 10, whose total salary is this much. You have department number 20, whose total salary is this much. You have department number 30, whose total salary is this much. Now, earlier what we did? We filtered department number 20 and then we see the result of it. So we don't want to see department number there. Now we want to see the department number and their respective salary. How will you write this? The output will look like this. 3 different rows. Now output is not one row. Can we use distinct with group by also? Do you see department number 10, department number 20, department number 30? Is it repeating there? Anywhere? In the output? It's not repeating, right? That means group by will show you only the unique groups. That means internally it is working as a distinct also. So now how will you write this query? Select department number, sum of sal from EMP group by department number. See, department number is there in the select statement. The same column is there in the department group by also. So whatever columns you are writing in the select statement, in my case it's department number, the same column name you should write in the group by section also. So now it is doing aggregation only. It is doing aggregation only. It's not like it's not doing aggregation. It is doing aggregation only, but on smaller groups. Good. Now let's see some example. List the department number and number of employees in each department. Select department number out of EMP number from employee group by department number. List average monthly salary for each job within each department. Okay. Can you try this? List average monthly salary for each job within each department. There is a clerk job. In department number 10 also there is clerk job. In department number 20 also there is clerk job. In department number 30 also there is clerk job. I don't want to see average salary of clerk in the entire company. I don't want to see average salary of the person in only department number 10. I want to see average salary of clerk in department number 10, average salary of clerk in department number 20, average salary of clerk in department number 30 also. Separate I want to see, because different department may be giving different salaries, right? For clerks. It is possible. So I want to see average salary within each job and within each department. So here group by will have multiple columns like this. Department number, comma, job, average sal from employee, group by, department number and job. Now again, what statement did I mention, guys? Whatever columns you are using in the select statement, the same columns should be used in the group by clause. Whatever columns you are using in the select statement, you should use the same columns in the group by also. So keep this in mind, guys. This is very, very much important. Many people don't use that. Many people forget that they'll write in the select statement, but they'll not write in the group by clause. So you have to write that in the both the places. Then only it will work. The query will throw an error telling that not used, column not used there. That can be ignored. Whatever you are using aggregate functions, you need not write in group by. Whatever columns you are using as an aggregate function, you need not write there in group by. So try without writing job there in the group by in your query. Try to write the query, same query without the job. Will it execute or will it throw error? It will throw error. Exactly. So that's the reason you have to remember that whatever column names you are using in the select, the same column names you should use there. Okay. conditional retrieval of groups. Okay, Arif, this is nice. Conditional retrieval of groups. Arif, what do you mean by this conditional retrieval of groups? What do you mean by this? Arif, we have seen conditional retrieval of rows. What do you mean by conditional retrieval of groups? Let's see that with an example. Conditional retrieval of groups can be achieved by having subclause. Yes, having clause after the group by clause. The condition specified in having clause will determine which group to be retrieved from total groups. Now, whenever you write the query, first query that you have written, count of employees and department number, you have written, right? How many groups was the output? Department number and total number of employees. 3 groups. 10, 20 and 30. Only 3 groups are there. 3 groups. Correct? Only 3. Now, if someone comes and asks, and if I don't want to see all the groups, I want to see only the groups which have more than 5 employees. After grouping, you can't do where clause. Where clause is done before grouping. Where clause is done before grouping. So now after grouping, you can't do where clause. So we will be using having to filter the groups. Yes, you are right. So write this query. Write a query to list average salary of the departments employing more than 5. So guys, this is what you have to write the query. Select star from EMP. Now what I want to display from here, where department number not equal to 10. Now I want to see EMP number, department number, comma, average, not average of sal. Okay, average of sal. Average of sal. Alright. Group by department number. How many rows do we expect here, friends? How many rows output do we expect here? 2 rows. Perfect. You are right. 2 rows. Now 20 and 30. And now I want average number of count of employees greater than 5. Having count of star greater than 5. Now how many output do we expect? Only 1, because group number 30 only has a 1. Where clause and group by, that can be used together. Okay, let's learn about what are window functions. What are window functions? Sometimes what happens, guys, people will ask me about three different questions. Rank, dense underscore rank, row underscore number. These are very popular window functions. Why do we call it as a window function? Why do we call them as a window functions? So now I'll give you an example. People will ask me, Arif, I want to find the position of the employee. I want to find the position of the employee based on his salary. Example, in school, guys, we have seen the students will be ranked based on the marks that they score. The person who score the highest will be first rank, or the person who score lowest will be last rank, or vice versa. The similar concept I want here also. The similar concept I want to see here also. How we can do that? Example, I want to see the rank of a person based on their salary. So what I can do, select EMP number, comma, ename, comma cell. Now I'll write rank, open bracket, over order by cell descending as rank of employee cell from EMP. So what I'll do here now, I'll just make this proper indentation so that it looks nice. So guys, indentation is very important as when you go to the next level of SQL writing. So always follow the indentation. Now if I execute this, see what is happening. 1, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 12, 13, 14. And if that's interesting. So what I did, I ranked my employees based on their salary. And I'm displaying that number. If you see, highest rank is 1 for 5,000. Rank 2 is shared between two people. Rank 2 is shared between two people. One is Ford and Scott 2. And once the rank between 2 and 3 is shared by two people, rank 3 is skipped. Yes, that is the functionality of rank. Whenever you see conflict between two people, it will allocate same rank to those two people and it will skip the next rank. Similarly, Ward and Martin are getting rank 10 and rank 11 is skipped and get 2. That is called rank. Now what I'll do, I will write another column which is called dense rank. I'll just copy the same thing. I'll copy the same thing and I will tell rank in front of that. I'll tell dense underscore rank. And I'll tell dense rank of employees. Now execute this. Array, what is happening? Comma is there. Very simple, very silly question. Error. Even I do errors, guys. Even I do errors. Okay, now. See what is happening here. What is the difference between rank and dense rank? 1, 2, 2, 3. Oh, 3 is there, not 4. Can I just execute this and tell me what difference do you see there? So, rank will skip the number whenever it finds conflict. Dense rank will not skip the number after the conflict. Good. Now people will say that Arif, the repetition of the number, is there a way that I can avoid the repetition of a number? What I'll do, I'll just copy this same thing and I'll just add it here and I'll just change this to row number. Row number. Row number, and I'll tell row number of this. Now execute and check. Now see, I don't care Arif. I don't care whether it is matching or not matching. I'll just give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Row number. Row number will provide the continuous numbering on the basis of the column we set in over clause where we use on. But one interesting question people will ask, Arif, Ford and Scott are getting 2 and 3. Based on what you decided 2 and 3? Based on what have you decided 2 and 3? So it is done based on the record load sequence. When the record was loaded, which record is loaded first, that record will be treated as first number. Data entry time. In this case, 2 is decided as Ford because Ford was entered in the table before Scott. Okay. So data load time is important. window functions are very handy. So these functions work like this. Okay. Now people will say that, and if I want to rank the people, based on their department. Within their department, I want to rank. Means what? I want to give a rank. I want to give the rank for the people within each department. For example, department number 10, highest rank should have 1. Department number 20, highest rank should have 1. Department number 30, highest rank should have 1. Order by department number. ASC. Good. 10, 3 employees. 20, 5 employees. 30, 6 employees. So if you see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want like this. So how can you do that? I'll take this rank and I'll add this here. Same. I'm not doing any change. Now I'll tell partition by. Partition by department number. I'll just tell. Comma. I'm just telling partition by department number. Only this part I have added. So what I'm doing, I'm telling repeat the rank. Partition rank. Partition rank of employee. Now if I execute this, observe what will be the result. Can you see this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 3, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. Department number 10, 1. Department number 21. Department number 20. So that is the job of partition by. Now you can use partition by for dense rank also. You can use partition by for row number also. You can use. So what is the purpose of partition by? Can someone help me understand? What is the purpose of partition by? Partition by will reset the ranks after the field that you are mentioning there. Now I'll give you a question. Try to answer this. Write a SQL query to show top 3 employee in the company based on salary. Can you write this? I want to see top 3. I just want to see top 3 employees in the company. Top 3 employees. Is that select top 3 will work? This is where you go wrong. This is where you go wrong. Select top 3 from EMP. Top 3 star from EMP. Observe. Smith, Allen and Ward. 800, 1600, 1, 2, 50. What is this? Sort in descending order. Sort order by sal descending. Okay. 5,000, 3,000, 3,000. Okay. Nice. Now the question is, give me rank 4, 5, 6. Right? The query. Use the same top and write it. Not possible, right? Is it possible using the top? No. Then how will you write it? Via rank. That is where rank is used. That is where rank is used. Now what I'll do? The same query where I'll tell, I'll just comment of this. from employee where use this. In 4, 5, 6. Order by clause with rank function is not possible. You can't do it. I'll remove this part. Now I'll just do window function can only appear in select statement. Okay. Wait, how is it possible now? And if I can't do it, what is the solution? Okay. Very difficult to understand. Come on, guys. Okay. So now I want to try to execute this. Now have a look. Okay. So now have a look. People will say that, Arif, window functions can only appear in select or order by clause. But you cannot filter your data using the window function. Then what is the solution for this? People will try to do this. People will try to do this. Exactly. You have to write subqueries here. Subqueries will come. I'm not going to solve this now, but I'll just give a placeholder here. This is the problem that we were hitting. This will be solved using subqueries. I'll give you an introduction of subqueries. When I show subqueries, at that time you can solve this using subqueries. Yes, you can solve it, but using subqueries. What is a subqueries? You will learn that. Coming back here to my original question. I'll remove this where clause from here now. I'll just tell order by department number. So guys, in SQL, not only what works is important, what does not work also is important. I know, based on what I asked the question, people would definitely try to do that. But here, it will not work. Perfect. So now, what are some other window functions that are available? What are some other window functions? There are many other window functions available. Some also can act as a window function. Okay, pay attention what I'm trying to do now. I'll write another SQL query. I'll just bring this query down and I'll remove this everything. I don't want this. Okay? I'll write sum over sum of what? Sum of sal over partition by department number as department total salary. Pay attention what I'm trying to do here. Okay. What is this? Why this number is same? Why this number is same? For entire department, 9,400 or 30. For entire department number 20, 10,875. For entire department number 10, 8,750. But individual salary is different. But sum of sal at the person level is usually the same number, right? But why it is aggregating? Here, the window function is summing up the entire department salary. That's nice. Isn't it a cool way to solve this? Now people will say, Arif, give some real world example of this problem. Okay. Why you are trying to see the department total salary? Give some example. Correct? Can I give you an example of this, Arif? Why we are trying to do sum of sal over partition by? When I write partition by 1, it will give department's total salary, entire organization salary. When I mention a particular department number there, it will give me the department's total salary. Arif, give me some real example. Where do you use it? Now, if someone comes and asks, Arif, this is your 100% of the salary. Tell me each person is getting a what percent of this value? Isn't it a nice question? I don't want individual salary. I want the percent of what salary they are consuming. Will it be nice if I can solve that? So what is the percentage? Percent of salary will look like sum of sal divided by, I don't want to take any field there. Entire table the same number. Visually, what do you see here? What is this number? What is this? Why this number is same? This is overall company's value, total value. Complete organization is the sum of departments. So I'm mentioning as 1. Now sum of sal divided by this value. Multiplied by what? Multiplied by 100. Multiplied by 100 as percent of sal. Execute. Arif, what is this? What is happening? Okay, let me just check without this as this part. See, column EMP is invalid and selected because it's not contained in either a aggregate or a group by. Why? That's okay. We can use it. We can, when we remove partition by 1. Okay, that's okay. Now guys, I'm writing an error here. Basically what I'm trying to do, I'm just doing sum of sal divided by sum of this. Understand? In SQL, what works is important, what does not work is more important. Basically what I'm trying to do, I'm just dividing this number by my sal's number. Okay, sum of sal you are using. Okay, it shouldn't be sum of sal, it should be just sal because you don't have a group by. Okay, now take it. Now you'll get it. Now see, I'm getting the percentage. Now I'll just tell multiplied by 100. I'll tell multiplied by 100. Brackets are very important, guys. BODMAS rule. I hope everyone is aware of BODMAS rule. Now you'll get it. This is my percentage. But if that's nice, I'm able to get the percentage, but see, it's too difficult to me to understand that percentage number. Okay, can you just restrict it to 2 numbers? Okay. Round of this number, this entire number by 2. Let's see what will be the output. Okay, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Arif, you did round. Okay, I agree. But I wanted to see only 2 decimal point. Okay. Which function will I use? A new function I'm teaching you guys now. A new function I'm teaching you guys here. What is that? Cast. Cast function will convert the data type of a particular field, this entire value, as decimal 5, 2. See what will be the output. Now I got the percentage values. Guys, step by step, I'm executing. That is the reason you are able to understand. With the sequence in which I'm executing, is it making sense to everyone? Phi is the total precision, total numbers. So if you make it as total string length, so basically what is happening here is, what it is doing, it is taking 5 length and then 2 decimal points. If I make it as 5, 3, pay attention, 5, 3, execute. Can you see? 3 decimal points. Total length will be 5, out of which 3 will be decimal points. Okay, total length 6, out of which 4 will be decimal points. Am I making sense? Total length, comma, number of decimal points. Total length, comma, number of decimal points. So, cast function will truncate that string length. So, in this kind of scenarios, that sum of sal, like that function, window functions are very handy. Now, are you really feeling that, Arif, what queries we have been writing so far, those were really basic queries? Now, we are just taking one small step ahead. I'm not telling that we have taken a big step. Now we have taken a small step ahead to solve some real problems. Yes. You will see this progression. In every session, you will see this progression. Similarly, can you give me the percent of salary of a person who is getting the salary within the department? Alright, it's simple. If you want to see within the department, just go and change this to partition by department number. Within the department, if you want to do, just change this to department number. And now see, the numbers will change. Now this 3 numbers will give 100%, this 5 numbers will give 100%, and now this 6 numbers will give 100%. Yes, that's the magic of partition by. I'm not rewriting the query, I'm just changing that partition by there. Okay. Now, the next question that I want you to solve is, write a query to show difference in the salary of all employee versus highest salary in the organization. The query will remain same. Just what functions will you change and in which place you change. That is important. Read the question 1 or 2 times and then try to answer it. Write a query to show the difference in the salary of all employees versus highest in the organization. Means what? Who is the highest in the organization? 5,000. And now I want to see, compared to 5,000, what different my value is in each and every row. Means how much less I am getting compared to the highest person in the company. How much less? Show me that. So how will you write this? Which function will you use instead of sum? Which function will you use, guys? Instead of sum? Max. Exactly. So max also is a window function. So let me just copy the same query and paste it here. And I'll tell max. Partition by 1. And now let me just comment this line and show you the result first. What will this look like? 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Yes. Now, simple as that. Remove this cast. sal minus, or sum of sal, which is maximum, minus sal. Sal difference. Execute. Can you see that? Sal difference, Arif. 5,000 minus, what are you trying to do? Why am I getting this much difference? 5,000 minus 800. Think about it. Sal difference 10,050. Why, sir? We are going sum. See, I changed above. I didn't change here. Yes. Yes, guys, sometimes the mistakes will be in front of my eyes and I'll not be able to see that. Happens. And now say, max of sal minus sal. So you can use max, min, sum, average, anything as a window functions also. So that is the beauty of window functions. Is window functions interesting? And how we can write window functions?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
Okay. I hope you can see my screen and PPT. Perfect. So let's continue. Now someone will ask you, Arif, now I want a query to display employee number, employee name, and D name. Now the problem here is, what is the problem here, guys? Employee number and employee name is coming from employee table. D name is coming from department table. So both are coming from two different tables. So I can't write my traditional queries, what I have been writing so far. So what I have to write? Employee table, department table. Exactly. All columns are not in single table. Two different tables are. You have to have the output like this, where some columns are coming from one table, some columns are coming from other table. The query will look like this. Select EMP number, comma, ename, comma, EMP dot department number, comma, dname from EMP left join department on EMP dot department number, DP dot department number. Write that query. I'll tell that. I'll explain what are the different types of joins, why did we use left join, why did we use right join, why did we use inner join. All those things is today's day. Now, first question is just to check the syntax. So execute that and confirm if you are getting the answer as required. Let me also raise this query along with you. Select EMP number, comma, ename, comma, dname. I'm not adding EMP dot DPT number. There is a reason for that. From EMP left join DPT table on DPT number equals DPT number. Pay attention. What will happen here? See, whenever I try to execute this, everyone please pay attention. Whenever I try to execute this, it is telling ambiguous column name DPT number, ambiguous column name DPT number. The where you see red. Why it is coming like that? Why it is showing ambiguous column? Because that particular column is present in both the tables. That column is present in both the tables. Now SQL is confused. SQL is confused. Which table you are referring to? When you are telling department number, it is present in employee table also. It is present in department table also. Now tell me which table you are referring to. I have to tell specifically at this time AMP dot DEPT dot. Now if I execute, it will give a result. The same thing will happen in select statement also. If I try to write DPT number, then try to execute it, it will tell that if no, the column is ambiguous. The meaning of ambiguous, right? Confusion. Now I have to decide from which table you want to take that column array. Okay, I will take from EMP table. Now people will tell, why only EMP table? Why can't you take from DPT table? Take it from DP table also if you want. Execute. Now you'll see the query is executed. So everyone is clear what is meant by ambiguity and how to resolve ambiguity. Ambiguity is nothing but whenever you get a column from more than one table, and if you are not specifying which table you have to take it from, that is where ambiguity comes into picture. Yep. Go ahead, write it. I'll give you 1 minute and then we'll go and see the syntax and other nuances of it. Okay. So let's go back. We know that how to write a SQL query now. Now why left, why right? So you'll be learning that now. Now let's come to the syntax. So this is called join. So now this is how the syntax will be, guys. Select multiple column list from table 1, inner join, left join, right join, whatever join you want, table 2 on a condition. This is a general syntax of a SQL query, how you write. So when the same column names appear in more than one table, you have to prefix the column name with the table name. That is what we have seen. That is what we have seen in my example. First example of join. Next, this is traditional syntax is not needed. Don't worry about it. It is not used anymore now. Now, foreign key and primary key. So whenever you try to join the two tables, may or may not be these are the primary key and foreign key of the table. But in our case, the table are related using these two columns. Now people will understand, Arif, how will I understand which column to be related? This is like a very basic question people will ask. Only answer is go and examine the table. People will ask, Arif, why only department number and department number you have connected? You could have connected with the same other tables also, right? Sometimes the column name is different. What if you do? If it is in employee table, it's department number, and department table, it's department ID. Instead of department number, if it is department ID, instead of department number, if it is department ID, you can do the joins. It's not like you can't do the joins. You can do the joins in that case also. How will you understand that department number and department ID to be connected? So you should examine the data. You have to do select star from the table, properly understand which is the column that needs to be connected. If you understand the data, then only you'll understand which columns to be connected. Without understanding the data, you can't play with joins. I have seen some people ask these kind of questions, but yes, understanding of the data is very important. Everyone agree with my statement? Especially when it comes to joins, you have to understand both the tables and what is a common column between both the tables. Common column may or may not have the same name. Common column may or may not have the same name. It can have different names that you will see in upcoming examples. Different types of variants: equi-join, non-equi-join, self-join, outer join. These kinds of joins are there. Equi-join, non-equi-join. Equi-join, which is formed based on an equality comparison. That's what we did now. if you see here, it is based on the equality comparison. So whenever you are checking based on equal to symbol, apple to apple when you are comparing, that is called equi-join. Or if department number 20 is here, department number 20 is there. Okay. Apple to apple comparison, equi-join, specifically written. Non-equi-join. When join condition is not formed with an equality comparison, you will see an example of that just after the next slide. Self-join. When a table will join to itself. When a table will join to itself. Now, in all the cases you will get left, right, inner, and outer. In all the cases you'll get. For outer join, it's specifically outer join, or left join or right join. Just for the outer join, inner clause will not work. But for all the cases, the other joins will work. All the cases. Now, what is left, what is right, what is inner, we will see that in some time. Now, equi-join, non-equi-join, equi-join, non-equi-join, self-join, and outer join. Okay, what from inner join? I'm telling, I have still not explained what is left join. Inner join will not work for outer join. As the name says, inner join will not work in case of outer join. You can't use both the two joins at the same time. Okay. Now, let's learn something interesting. What is meant by table aliases? When do we need table aliases like this? This is you should be knowing, guys. This you should be knowing. Why do we need table aliases? Now I'll tell you one small story. Pay attention. Now this is my real world query, you think. This is my real world query. And we have seen that whenever you have an ambiguity issue, you have to write table name in front of column name. Everyone knows this. Whenever you have ambiguity issue, at that time you have to write table name in front of column name. I'll tell you one problem statement. Suppose when you go to your companies, your table names will be big as these. Sometimes the table names will be big like this. It will not be like short form table names. It will be big table names. And in one table, two tables, there can be multiple common columns. Common columns. I'm telling you a fact, like a story. Isn't it not a problem for you to write the query? Your query will look so big, right? If the table names are big and multiple columns are in common, prefix multiple columns with the table name. Will it be nice? Or really like time consuming and prone to errors? This statement, everyone agreed or no? Do everyone agree with this statement? And if table names are big and the tables have multiple columns in common, this happens sometimes. Multiple columns in common, ambiguity issue I have to eliminate. So the best way we can eliminate the ambiguity issue is with the help of table aliases. Pay attention. How will I design my query here? Same query I'm taking. I'm not taking anything else. 4 different columns from EMP, left join, department, on. Now, just pay attention. Same query. I didn't edit it. I just did an alignment of it. I did indentation properly, a little bit. Now what I'll do, rather than using EMP table all the time, I will give an alias, friendly name E. Department, friendly name D. Yes. I'll give friendly name D and I'll give friendly name E. Now I'll go and in every column, for every column, I will add that prefix, alias. Now, the benefit of this is, first of all, you are eliminating ambiguity issue. Second is, whenever you do a big queries where 15 columns are there, 20 columns are there, 30 columns are there, coming from 4 tables, 5 tables. At that time, this method will tell you without going in worrying about which column, which table this column is coming, which table that column is coming, which table this column is coming. By using this method and writing this while designing the query, you are eliminating that confusion also. By seeing only, I can understand which table that column is coming from. So that means table aliases are really very handy and helpful. Table aliases are very handy and helpful, right? It does the job. It does the job of eliminating ambiguity. Along with that, it will help you to understand from which table the columns are coming, because you, for every column, you are adding that E dot, E dot, E dot, D dot, you are adding. It will not take much time compared to adding this table name, this like a table name in front of your column names. Adding E, adding D will not take much time, right? And in joins also, you need not do that. You can directly use that. And now execute the query. You'll get the same result. So make your point on table aliases. Very handy and very powerful feature. Going forward, for every query that you write, you should be using table aliases. For table name, we don't use. Why? I can't answer that. That's how the SQL is designed. Some things are as they are, Ashwin. You are hitting a right question. Well, for columns we use as, but for why not for tables? It's just a syntax. You have to follow it. Everyone understood the beauty of table aliases, why table aliases are important? And now going forward, any query that you write should be written with table aliases, guys. You should alias the tables and then write the query. That's what my expectation will be. Some smart people, they will ask now, Arif, the query is executed from top to bottom, right? From query is executed from top to bottom. You are aliasing the column tables in 291, 292 here. But don't you think that it will throw an error because at the time of select execution, the E, SQL query doesn't know that E exists. Ideally, it should show me error saying that invalid object name, right? Or table does not exist. It should show. But why it is identifying the table correctly without any errors? People will ask this because even I asked this to myself when I was learning SQL 10 years back. When I was learning SQL, I asked this to myself. Then I realized the sequence that you see here is not the actual sequence how the SQL queries are executed. Internally, SQL queries are executed like this. First, which clause is executed? From. And joins are executed. In whatever order you write, SQL will execute the queries in this statement only. Next, where will execute. Next, group by will execute. Group by will get executed. After that, having will get executed. After that, order by will get executed. Then select will get executed. Select will get executed. Finally, limit will get executed. Am I making sense? There is a debate, not debate. I would say that, okay, this is correct. From, where, group by, having. Now people will say that, Arif, why this sequence? Why this sequence? This also helps SQL to understand whether you are writing the right queries or no. Why? If you write the wrong table name, immediately it will throw error. It will not process your entire query only. Arif, when your table name only is incorrect, then why should I execute your entire query and check for syntax? It will check which tables and which joins you are using. Then it will filter the table with the where clause. Then it will group by. After that, finally, it will take the select. Okay, now Arif, I know what you want to display. Show me which columns you want to display now. That's how the sequence. This is a very important question in interviews, guys. Make a note. You'll get the sequence in internet also. In internet also, you'll get the sequence. But what is the meaning of that sequence understanding is very important. Basically, this is a sequence in, you said the order of execution. Yes, order of execution that you see on my screen. First, from will get executed and joins will get executed. Where clause will get executed after that. Order group by will get executed. After that, groups are filtered. See the sequence. Logically, it will make sense also because you know how the queries are executed now. You know how to write the queries. Now think logically, guys. This order is really making sense because first I will check the tables. Okay. Then I will filter the rows. Okay. Then I'll group the data. After filtering the rows, I will group the data. Now before filtering, I'm not grouping it. First I'll filter. You will see that. You'll learn how to write a query to join more than 2 tables also. Now, after group by, you will filter the groups. Okay, now groups are filtered. Now you order the groups. Then you will tell, okay, Arif, show these things. Finally, limit. How many you want to show? 3 tables are there. In our case, customer, sales, and orders. Okay, let's go ahead with our table alias. Table aliases are handy. Now, that's how you write. Arif, what if you are trying to join more than 2 tables? Correct? People will ask, Arif, what if you are joining more than 2 tables? How the syntax will look like? It's like just extension of your joins. Now I have 3 tables. There are 2 join conditions required. One is in brown and one is in yellow. Yes. Select last name. Guys, the tables you have and I have may differ for this particular slide, but just observe the syntax. Observe the syntax. Whenever you want to join more than 2 tables, more than 3 tables, more than 4 tables, what's the general rule? 2 tables I have joined. Now, third table I will join on another condition. See, this query is simple as that. Or if you are trying to write this query, the red box is what your query is. Red box is what your query is. The red box that you see is what my 2 table joins query is. Everyone agree with that? The double red box that you see. That is what I am aware of. Select last name, department ID from EMPE left join department D on E.department ID, D.department ID. That is what we know. Correct, everyone? That is what 2 tables join. What if you have one more table now? What if you have one more table? Don't worry. Just go ahead and write this blue color part at the end. So what you are doing here, you can write more than 3 joins also. More than 4 table joins also. The process is same. First join 2 tables, then bring the third table, then bring the 4th table, then bring the 5th table, then bring the 6th table. Syntax is same. There is no change in the syntax. Syntax will be same. All the time the syntax will be same. Only the best part is you can keep on cascading it. You'll see some examples for this. The red part is what we have learned so far. The blue part, you have to keep on adding. Every time you have to keep on adding. Whenever you want to join a new table, left join locations, left join people, left join customers, left join, like that you have to keep on adding with a join condition. And shouldn't miss a join condition after every join. Join condition is must. You see that? To join n tables together, you need a minimum of n minus 1 join condition. If you're trying to join 3 tables, minimum how many join conditions are required? 2. If you're joining 5 tables, minimum 4 joining conditions are required. It can be more than 4. I'm not telling that it should be exactly 4. It can be more than 4 also. But it shouldn't be less than 4. It shouldn't be less than 4. Otherwise, it will be called as a cross join. It will be called as a cross join, or it will throw an error. And you will see that examples also. Because when you see example, then only you'll understand. But I'm making a foundation strong before I go to example. Is it clear how to connect more than 2 tables? Same. Write query for first 2 table joins, then concatenate that with the new table. Again, new table. Again, new table. Like that, you can keep on joining. Next, I will see an example of non-equi joins. Okay, Arif, non-equi joins. The question is like this. Now people will say, Arif, I don't have job grades table. Can someone just type something on the Q&A? Okay, I'm giving you one script here. For job grades table, I'm giving you the script. Create this table. I'm creating the same table at my end. See, create table and inserting the data in the table. Select star from job grades. Now, if you have created that, try to solve this query. Display the name. Last name is given. In your case, you use ename. Here it shows last name, but you use ename. Ename. Okay. Forget about the last. Ename, comma, salary. Range. Ename, sal, and corresponding job grade. Try. How will you write this query? Let me just see. I'll give you 2 minutes. This is an example of non-equijoin. Think about it. Now, people will say that, Arif, we don't know how to write it. So here's the solution. So this is a non-equijoin where I'm not comparing based on equal to symbol. Where the comparison happening between range, lowest cell and highest cell. These are called non-equijoins. This is a non-equijoin, Mustaq Ahmed. This is a non-equijoin where join condition is not based on equality symbol. Do you see equal to symbol there in the join condition? No, right? You don't see equal to symbol. You see between. E dot salary between J dot lowest salary and J dot highest salary. That's where I say it as a non-equijoin. It's not comparing apples to apple, but it's comparing between the range. Does that make sense? It's done? Verified? It is working? Let's do some exercises now. Let's do some exercises. The questions that I have given to you yesterday. Let me just give you some questions here also. Where are the questions that I have given yesterday? Okay, where are the questions? Here we go. Here are they. Now, write a query to display this query we have written. Say second query. Now, if I go and see second query, cnum, min of group. I'm getting cnum here. Can you write cname there instead of cnum? And that is possible using what? That is possible using joins. Come on, go ahead, write a query. Yashwin, my question is, here in this query, I have cnum, correct? I have cnum. But I want to display cname and a minimum amount because cnum is not making sense, right? Can you give to your stakeholders cnum and this is the minimum amount? Can you give? They'll tell, hey Arif, what did you give me? Cnum. Okay, do you want me to go and see in the system again? Cnum is what? No, I don't have so much time. You give me cname. Go ahead, write it. So people have given me the solution. Arif, so simple. Now, if you want to join here, let's do like this. Select c.cname, guys. So you have to use the joins correctly. C.cname, comma, c.cname, comma, what? c.o.cnum, comma, min of o.amount from what? From customer C, inner join, you can write left join also, orders O, on O dot cnum equals C dot cnum. Execute this query. Guys, what did I miss here? Come on, now you have to tell me, what did I miss? So let's indent it. You'll get understanding. This is what I wanted to show. Whenever you write complex queries like this, you have to indent it properly. See, indentation will help a lot, guys. Always do indentation properly. Cust, see, inner join, orders, on condition. Okay, Arif, you are using a aggregate function. So yesterday you only have thought, Arif. Whenever you have a group by, the column name should come in group by class. Group by these column names. Now execute this. See, indentation is very handy, guys. Indentation, you should never forget indentation properly. You should write indentation by any cost. Indentation is very helpful. Why to use group by? Come on, Ishwin. There is an aggregate function here, right? Aggregate function is there. And you want to see for each group. That means it becomes a custom group. Custom groups requires group. Default group doesn't require group by. Hey, I know. Just yesterday we learned RFID. How can we expect us to remember? Yes, it happens. But you have to practice this. This is where we feel confused all the time. Now you got an answer, Yashwin, for your question? If it is a default group, you need not use group by. If it is a default group, if you are taking entire table into consideration, then you need not use group by. But if you are doing custom groups, split your data into multiple groups, then group by is must. This is what I have explained yesterday. I think you have not made your notes for that point. Make your notes now if you have not made your notes. I know, even I feel confused sometimes. First learn syntax. Then when you learn the syntax, when I teach you types of join, then you'll feel, Arif, this really makes sense. Why you were using left, why you were using right, this really makes sense now. Then you will feel surprised. Oh, Arif, this is good. That excitement I want in you guys. If I teach reverse order, then you will think that, Arif, what is left? I don't know the syntax only. Then you are teaching the types of joins. First teach me the syntax to write the joins first. Then let me decide which type of join I want. That would be nice, right? Friends? So I'm trying to give you more power. Okay? Everyone did with this solution? Okay. Let's write one more query. I have another question. Which one is that? Okay. Write a query that selects largest order taken by each salesperson on each date. Which query is this? Sixth one. Here we go. Yes, num. Can you add yes name also there? Sixth query. Using joins. Yes, you are right. Go ahead. Write the query and show me. The query that you see on 284 line. In that query, I want to incorporate yes name also. Okay. Some of us have given the solution. Let me just copy the same solution here. And use the same query here. So what one of our friend have given is like this. O dot O date, S dot S num, S dot S name. From orders. See guys, indentation is very important. Don't forget the indentation. on condition, group by, like this you have to. Now if I execute this, you will see I got the name also. That's the beauty of joins. Go ahead, use inner join also. That's what I'm telling, right? You don't know what inner join does. You don't know what left join does as of now. Vasant, do you know what is the difference between inner join and left join? You can use inner join, shouldn't use inner. So here we go. I'll give one question. Try to write this. Write a query to show order number, order amount, sales person name, and customer name. Over to you. Try to write it. 3 tables are used. Hint, 3 tables are used. 3 join conditions. 2 join conditions. Did you try to write this query? Okay. This requires 3 joins. This requires 3 joins. Let me see who will write this query. So some of my friends have given answer like this. So what they have displayed, o.onum as order number, order number, order number. I'll just enclose that into double quotes. Next line, o.amount as order amount. Next line as yes name, yes num or yes name. S dot yes name I want. Okay. S dot yes name as salesperson number, salesperson name. Next line as customer name. From orders, O join. I'll tell inner join for now. Let's not use inner join, and join can be used both interchangeably. So now this should be the right way to write it. See? Indentation makes your query look very beautiful, right? And easy to understand also. Guys, don't you think indentation is important? Now, if you want to join one more table, go ahead, write again. Inner join or left join or whatever type of join, take that table on next inner join you want, next another join you want, right? Another join. So in this way, you can expand your queries however you want. Okay. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Please check if your query is correct or no. If it is showing at my end service, then it should show at your end also. Please check your join conditions. It should work. It should work. If it is working at my end, then why not at your end? If it is working at my end, then why not at your end? I'll not check each and every query. Answer is there on your screen. Validate your answer with my answer. I can't check 50 different queries. No. Answer you see on my screen. Check the answer. Ensure proper join conditions. Proper join conditions are there. Proper tables are joined. Then you'll get the answer. Yes. Check. Check the table one more time. Check in the table how many rows are there. I know there is no error. I know that. I know. But check your query, na? Check your query, Sarvesh. Check your query. If I write, have a look. if I write instead of O dot cnum, comma, S dot snum? Think if I write like this. If I write C dot cnum, if I write like this, check the output. Am I getting any output? Error is not there, Sarvesh. Error is not there. Am I getting any output? Tell me what mistake I have done here. I can't go and check your queries that you have done like this join condition wrong. No, guys, I can't check all the 50 queries. Responsibility is yours to check your queries exactly same as mine. Am I making sense to everyone? So what's the mistake? Very common mistake I have done. Or if you are telling inner join salespeople, cnum equal to O dot snum. Cnum and snum customer number, how can you compare with salesperson number? Logically, is it making sense? Guys, logically my join is making sense or what? Tell me, friends. Logically, is my join making sense? Logically, it's not making sense. So only in the case of error, your query is wrong, don't assume that. This is the biggest mistake of any SQL developer. Or if there is no error, then my query is correct. Then you are absolutely wrong, my friend. If your assumption is, this is general to everyone, if your assumption is, if my query have not resulted any error, if I am getting output, then my answer is correct. No, guys. No. Keep this in mind. No. Even if my answer is correct, even if I'm getting the answer, no guarantee that answer is correct or no until and unless your logic is correct. This is where you are called SQL developer. If I write the query, whatever answer I get is correct, then anyone can become a SQL developer. Yes, guys. Funny statement, correct? If my assumption is this, if I write a SQL query and I assume automatically my answers will be correct, if there is no errors, then I'm not a SQL developer. Logic, syntax, both should be correct. Then output that you get is correct. That is SQL developer. Very big statement I'm telling, make a note of this. Logic plus syntax, both, not just syntax. In this case, syntax is correct. Friends, in this case, syntax is correct. Come on, please respond. In this case, syntax is correct or no? Syntax is correct. Syntax is correct. I'm not getting error, that means syntax is correct. Is the logic correct? Is the logic correct? Straightforward, no. Yes. This is where SQL developer skill set comes into picture. Now the query will be correct. And some people who are getting more than 10 rows, check whether you have missed any join condition or if your join condition is wrong. Who says 15 rows? Can you please check? It's very important, guys. Very, very important. Okay, let's go to the next topic. Okay, can you see my screen? That is what you will decide after this topic. Okay, basically, very basically, you have four types of join. Inner join, left join, right join, full join. What are these types of joins? Okay, Arif, inner join is a type of join where you will get only common rows between the two tables. Common, which are common between the two tables will get. Left join is a type of join where you will get all the records from the left table, and wherever it is matching with the right table records, it will show up those. Right join, all the records in the right table, and wherever it is matching, only those will come. Full outer join, you'll get everything. Draw these diagrams in your books. Now I know people will say that, Arif, you are telling bookish definitions. I know this definition. You took an image from internet and you are showing that image here. Okay, even I know this. Inner join, whichever records are common in both the tables, you'll get it in inner join. Full outer join, you'll get all the records. Left join, you'll get all the records from the left table and matching records from the right table, you'll get. Right join, all the records from the right table and matching records from the left table, you'll get. Okay, I know this, Arif. But let's learn with an example, then you will understand what is importance of this. Okay, to learn this example, I want to do a small modification in my existing tables. Let me open my code share, one of the page on the code share. Bookmark. I just want to do a small change in my tables. Okay, here it is. What I'm trying to do now, I'm dropping my foreign key constraint from the employee table, alter table. Is that right? Alter table is used to alter the structure of the tables. I'm using alter command here to drop the constraint on my table. Drop. Now, I can add 50, I can add 60, I can add any department number there. Execute. And I'll execute. 2 rows I have inserted additionally. Now, please pay attention. Select star from EMP. Execute. How many rows are there? How many rows are there? 16. Correct? I'll just tell order by department number. Order by department number. Tell me which are the departments available here? 10, 20, 30, 50 and 60. Make a note of this. 10, 30, 40, so not 40, 50, 60. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. 10, 20, 30, 50, 60. Now, let me write the same query here. Select star from DPT, order by department number. 4 departments. 10, 20, 30, 40. 10, 20, 30, 40. Tell me which department number is not available in employee table. Which department number is not available? 40 is not available, correct? Which department numbers are not available in the department table? 50 and 60. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy that you guys have done till here. Come on, do it till here and tell me. I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes. Do till here and tell me. Go ahead. Even you should be able to verify this at your end. Then we will see what is the magic of joins. No, you have to write it. Is it a big statement? Like 10 lines, 15 lines, 40 lines? We have enough time, don't worry. We have enough time. If it was something big, then I would have copy pasted it. But I want you to feel connected with this statements. That's the reason I'm not giving. Did you verify, guys? 16 records in the employee table and 4 records in the department table. Also, you have verified that employee table doesn't have 50 and 60 department number, and department table doesn't have, employee table does not have 40 department number, and department table does not have 50 and 60 department number. Okay, now let's write some interesting stuff. Now let's write some interesting stuff. I just want to show you a query like this. Pay attention, everyone. Please pay attention. What I'm doing here, I'm just telling order by AMP.department number. Okay, please pay attention. I'm doing an inner join, and employee table and department table both are there. Okay, I'm just doing A. I'm telling D. A, D. A. E dot. A dot. E dot and D dot. Okay. If I execute this query, Okay, meanwhile I'm indenting it. Tell me which departments are available and what is the reason for that. Which departments are available in my query and what is the reason for that as per you. The records, the department numbers which are common in both. Coming back to my image here, which are common in both. Which are common in both. Yes. That's nice. Arif, that's so cool. Now, anything which is present in left table and not present in right table or vice versa, I'll not see that. Only which are common in both the tables. That's nice. That is what called as inner join. Now I'll take the same query. Now I'll tell, instead of inner, I'll tell left. Same query, I copy pasted. Even you can copy paste the same query. Paste it. Now, how many departments I'm getting? And tell me the reason why. All departments? Are you getting all departments? Then where is 40? 40 is not there, Arif. And 40 is not there. Now see, null. What do you mean by null? Arif, as this column is coming from department table, so it's null there. Because it doesn't have any corresponding department number in department table. It does not have any corresponding number in department table. It doesn't have corresponding department number or department name in department table. That's the reason I'm getting null. Whereas I'm not getting 40 only because it's present in right table and which is not present in left table. By definition, left join is the one I have 50, 60 here, but 40 here. Here 10, 20, 30 are there. Now, ideally, by this drawing, how many department number will come? See, for visual representation, I'm making it clearly drawing here for you. 40. Guys, I'm writing here on the table. Now is it making sense? Common 10, 20, 30. Common 10, 20, 30. Left side 50, 60, which are not available on the right hand side. Now, let me do the same thing for right join. 10, 20, 30, and 40. Tell me, if I do a right join, then how many departments will I get? 4 departments, 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay, let's go and see. Copy this query. Paste this query, and tell right join. And execute this and see the magic. You don't see 50, 60, you just see 40. And department number is null. Why? As if you are taking department number from employee table, not from the department table. Change it to d.department number. And now see the magic. You'll get 40. From which table you are taking, that also will be important. Don't do it. I'll give you time. I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes of time to verify this at your end also. Don't do it. Just observe. Now, full outer join. 50, 60, 10, 20, 30, 40. All this you'll get. Let's go and see. Copy. I'll tell full outer. And now I'll just copy this and I'll add e.department number also so that we can see side by side. Execute and verify. Here we go. This is inner join. This is left join. This is right join. Nice, right? Did I made it join types in a really simplest manner? Did I explain types of join in a really simplest manner with real example? Yes, then go ahead and give a try. 5 minutes is yours. Give a try. All the 4 types of join you try. I'll show the script from the top. This is inner join, that is left join, that is right join, and that is full outer join. Sir, in right join, it must show only left table values. No, right join, all the values from the right table and matching values from the left table. Eh? This is a right join. Come on guys, take your time and write it. I know it will take time. This particular thing will take time. Please take your time and write it. You want to see the diagram? Okay. See in the diagram. Okay, I'm writing it. Sarvesh. 50, 60, 50, 60, 40, 40, 50, 60, 40, 50, 60, 40, 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30. Okay, color might be not that effective. 50, 60, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Draw it. Draw it on your books, guys. If you don't draw it, you'll not remember it. Draw it in your book. 50, 60, 10, 20, 30, 40. 50, 60, 10, 20, 30, and 40. Draw it on your books. In first diagram, only the yellow part will get displayed. Second diagram, full join, it is yellow part will get displayed. Yellow part is everything. Left join will be displayed the yellow part, and the right join will display the orange part. First table, whichever you have written, that is left table. You asked about which table SQL, how will SQL understand which is left and which is right. First table is always left table. You draw this diagram on your book, in your books, guys. This will help you till the time you will get perfect with your joins. This will help you till the time you are perfect with joins. Come on, write every query and verify, guys. Take your time. I know, because after this, we'll be doing few exercises for rest of the time. Next session will be subqueries and set operators. Union, all, except, intersect, those things. And along with that, subqueries will be the topic. But today, we'll do more of exercises only. Okay, now I will give you some questions. Try to answer that. And I want to see which join will you use. Now you have to be specific with what join you use. Write a query for this and tell me, be specific with your joins also now. Which join you use and why. Left, and that is right. Why? Because what is important here for me? I want employee names. Employee name is important, which is available in first table, correct? Even if the person is not available to any department, even if the person is not belonging to any department, I want his name to be displayed. Exactly, right? So now this is how you decide. This is how you decide left join, right join, inner join, outer join. Come on, write a query for this. Query is already written. Write it one more time. Now, second question. Second question is on the screen. Can you read that question? and tell me which type of join will you use? It's an inner join. Importance is again employee table only. It's inner. What is important? I don't care about department. I just want the employee names who belongs to a department. Ashwin, does it make sense? How to read that? This is where SQL developers' skill set is important. Now, people will ask you these questions. People will ask these questions, and now it's up to you how to decide it. Read the question, Ashwin, one more time. Read the question once. Write a query to display employee details. What is important? What is important for me? Employee details are important. Departments are not important. Employee details are important. And where is employee details available? Left table. And I want to display only those employees who is belonging to a department. Am I asking here? Department? All the departments? No, right? Inner it is. Yes. See, you got the answer now. Good. So when you read the question 3 to 4 times, sometimes 5 times, then you'll understand the essence of that question, what is being asked. SQL questions are really tricky, guys. SQL questions are really tricky. If you have to read it 3 to 4 times, sometimes 10 times to understand what is actually they are asking. Third question, what type of join will you use? Read it and tell. Write a query to display department number and count of employees in each department. Hey, what kind of a join is this? What is important? Employee is important or department number is important for me? Here. Even if there is no, this is the right join. Vasant, not both. Even if there is no employees, I want 0. The query will look like this. The query will look like this. Even though there is no department, it should display 0. Right join. Now people will say that, Arif, what if I swap the table names? What if I swap the table names and write a left join? Will it give the same answer or is it same? Answer is 100% correct. You can swap the table. You can swap the left table and right table, and then you can keep left join or right join. Yes, means left join and right join are interchangeably used. Yes. So that's the reason in real world you'll not see right join more frequently. You'll see left join only, but you'll keep on swapping the tables. Come on, try this both. Was it interesting exercise, guys? Seeing the question and deciding what kind of join it should be. So that gave us some insights on how to decide what kind of join. Left join or right join can be used interchangeably by swapping the table names. Come on, give it a try. Okay, is it done, everyone? Coming back to the slides. Next, this is really nice. To find out who works for whom. Very famous query. Now, what is meant by who works for whom? Example, employee numbers are there. Department numbers are there. Sorry, manager numbers are there. Can you guys see my PPT or no? Friends, can you see my PPT? Who works for whom? Please confirm. You can see. Okay. The question is, Arif, look, employee number is 7369. He reports to whom? Okay, 7902, 7369. He reports to 7902. Okay, let's take 7499, 7698. 7499, Alan. He reports to whom? 7698. And 7698 is again present in the same table, Blake. So that means what? I want to display two columns. Employee name and manager name. Here, Alan is the employee name and manager name is Blake. Interesting, right? Who works for whom? I want to display that. Is the requirement clear to everyone? Before I go ahead and explain how this can be done, is the requirement clear? The requirement is clear? Right. Okay, let's go and see. Now, here the fact is that who and whom both are present in the same table. So the comparative factor in join conditions are emp.manager and emp number. Right? Is that correct? Manager and emp number I'm comparing. To avoid the ambiguity, we need to create, but here the ambiguity is emp.mgr, emp.emp number, ambiguity will generate. To avoid ambiguity, we need to create alias twice of the table emp. Yes, we have to alias the table twice. Ultimately, the comparison are taking place within the same table. That is, every row of employee will be compared with every row of employee itself. This can be achieved by creating two aliases of same table. This can be achieved by creating two aliases of same table. And if that's nice, that's something like fancy. Okay, this is called self-join. Yes, because comparison happening between the two tables. How will you write this? Go ahead and give a try. I've given you the answer also. So E1 and E2 are the copies of employee table. Is the concept clear of self-join? What is the purpose of self-join and why do we do self-join? Self-join will be always inner. Yes. See, if you use inner, if you use left, if you use right, it will be the same result. Basically, if you use left, then you will get all the employees even if they are not reporting to any manager. Correct, Ashwin? Even if you use left, you'll get all the employees even if they are not reporting to any manager. If you use the right, you'll get all the managers even though if they are not reporting to any, even if they don't have any reporting. If you use inner, then you'll get only the persons who is reporting to someone. Try that. That's a good exercise. Change it to left, you'll see president also. Change it to left, you will see president also. Change it to right, you will see all the managers even though if they are not having any reportees. Okay, one of our friend has given this. Let me just take the same query and try to execute it. Pay attention, have a look. If I write this query from E1, I'll tell inner join first, and try to execute this. See, I'll get Arif, Suresh, to whom we report. But I don't see anywhere president here. President is there, right? If I change it to left join, can you see King does not have any reportees? He does not report to anyone. So King also I got now. Does it making sense? Now if I change it to inner join, the King was not visible. Why? Why King was not visible, friends? When I make it as inner join? Because King does not report to anybody. That means his manager connection was disconnected. And inner join does not have any, does not give any loops. Now execute this. Now you'll see 60. Now if I do right join, Let's see what will be the output. I get again 16. There are some people, not 16, I'll get more. Okay, Arif, what is this? What is happening, Arif? Why 25? Why 25? This is interesting. Order by 2. I'll just tell. Order by 2 means order by second column in the query. Now, can you see this? It is showing me Blake, all the persons reporting to Blake. Separately it is showing. But I don't think so it's giving any value add for me. So the best way to do is always an inner join. All the managers' names, even if they are not reporting to anyone. Because see, currently the managers are who? Managers are Blake, Clark, Ford, Jones, and Scott. Out of 16, guys, out of 16, how many are managers? Out of 16, how many are managers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 are managers. Everyone, please pay attention. 6 are managers. Okay. If I remove 16 minus 6, how many will be there left? 15. There are 15 persons who does not have any reportees, who doesn't have any manager, means does not have any manager. These are managers. These are managers and someone is reporting to them. It's reverse. Other people also are there who are not having any reportees under them. That means 15 persons are there who does not have any direct reports. Who does not have any direct reports. So if I do a right join, then I will get how many? 16 plus how many rows? Observe, 16 plus 9 you'll get. Let's see. Right join and how many you'll get? 25. 16 plus 9. 9 are the people who does not have any reportees to them. I'll just tell. Order by 1. Here we go. Arif, I don't have any employee who is reporting to me. Suresh, he is not having any employee reporting to him. Smith, he does not have any employee. Alan doesn't have any employee. So these are all peoples who have employees reporting to them. Yes, you are right. Order by 1 and 2 means first and second column. So now, after this session, I can assume that the joins concept is very much clear and engraved in your minds now. Yes, because it's very important, guys. Joins is really very important for any beginner who is getting his steps into SQL. That is the reason I take so much of time and so many examples to explain. Now, last but not the least, what will happen if I miss a join condition? Select what will happen if I miss any join condition. Like this. I don't write any join. I just write copy. Remove this. There is no join only here. I'm just telling take from employee and department. Execute. Arif, what is this? So many records. 64 records. 64 rows you are getting as output. I've missed a join condition here. There is no join condition only. Arif, what kind of join you are using? I don't know. Why 64 records? This is called cross join. This is called cross join. Cross, not outer. 16 fours are 64. Yes, you are right. So every row in the employee table is trying to connect with every row in the department table. Can you see this? Research, 16. Sales, 16. Accounting, 16. There is cross join. Not desirable. Not desirable for us. So how will we understand? How will I understand if it's a cross join? Whenever you see more than expected records in the table. Hardly I have 16 rows. Correct? And in department table, I have 4 rows. Max to max, you should get 16 plus 4 records. If you're doing outer join, if none of the columns are matching in both the tables, max to max you'll get 20 records. Agree? Max to max you'll get 20 records. In left join you'll get 16, in right join you'll get 4, and in outer join you'll get 16 plus 4, 20. But here the number of records is more than 20 or less than 20? More than 20. That means it's a cross join that is happening. That's how you understand it's a cross join that is happening. Yes, Yogesh, you are right. For each row of one table, we'll show combination with each row on another table. That is cross join. You are right. And that is undesirable in many situations. So how to identify that? Whenever you get more number of records as output, which is greater than table A plus table B records, then definitely there is some issue in the join, cross join. So yep, that brings us to end of this join concept. Was it fun, everyone, to see these things? I hope it helped a lot to you guys. Practice is there. Practice is never ending. After 10 years of SQL experience, till today I'm practicing. Practice never ends, my friend. Practice never ends. I hope you enjoyed today's session, guys. And it was like very knowledgeable session for you. Okay then, guys. So thank you, everyone.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
So what are the topics for today, guys? Subqueries. We are going to learn subqueries. Let me just open my PPT for subqueries. Yes, we'll see this. Everyone have done those? I'll share the solutions for those. I'll share the solutions for those also. Yep. Where is the subqueries? I will share the solutions for the joins also, guys, that we can refer with against your queries and we can discuss them. Okay? First, let me share my solutions also with you. But let's start with the topic. Okay? Perfect. Let me just hide the percentage. Many times, the questions will be like this. Suppose we wanted to extract all of Motika's orders. Motika is a salesperson. Just to give you who is Motika, Motika is a salesperson whose record is available in the customer table, or sorry, salesperson table. Now, if I want to extract Motika's all orders, but here we do not know the yes num of Motika, because if you want to go and search in the orders table, you need to know yes num, right? Without yes num, you can't. But I don't know yes num of Motika. So this is a two-step process. Now, first, in order to solve this question, first you have to go to salesperson table, salespeople table, understand what is the salesperson number for Motika. You'll get a number 1004. Then you take that 1004 and write a query on the orders table to get the Motika's orders. Correct? This is what you will do. This is what you will do or no? Everyone, please confirm. This is what you will do. If I ask you salespersons of orders of Motika, will say that yes, Arif, this is the process we have to do. Okay, but writing two queries separately, this is a small data set, that is okay. This is the small data set, So it's okay if I can write this, but in huge data sets, there might be multiple SNUMs, multiple outputs there might be. At that time, if I can't write this. So the subquery was designed. SQL has the ability to nest the queries within one another. A subquery is a select from where expression that is nested within another query. Types of subqueries: nested subquery and correlated subqueries. So typically, nested subqueries are the ones in which the inner query generates some output which will be tested in the predicate of the outer query. Correlate are same kind of queries, but the tables are dependent. We'll see that. Same, we will write like this. Select star from orders where SNUM is equal to another query. Is it working, everyone? So basically, how would I write that? Same, let me reiterate that. Let me reiterate what I have seen. I'll just comment a line and tell subqueries, and the solution for this is select star from orders where SNUM equals, open bracket, tell select SNUM from salespeople where SName equals Motika. Only one order? How many orders do you have for Motika? Only one order. See? So this is how. Because I don't know. I don't know what is the salesperson name now. The query, how the query is executed, I don't even know the reference value in the table. So I'm taking a reference value from other table. So those are called subqueries. Let's learn something about subqueries more. Here, in order to evaluate the outer query, SQL first have to evaluate inner query. Yes. And then it will search the value that was generated in inner query, and in the outer query it will be executed. Naturally, inner query should select only one column. Yes, there are scenarios where inner query will select more than one columns, but that altogether different thing. But inner query should have only one column. Now, if you write more than one column in inner query, that will not work. Example, if I try to write SNUM, comma SName, now this will throw an error. See, only one expression can be specified in the select list when a subquery is not introduced with exist. So you can't write more than one column name because you are checking with only one column. You can write only one column name there. Can we use in with sub? That is what I'll come now. Yes, sure, Ashwin, you are right. When inner query is giving more than one input, you should use in. Equal to will not work there. So as well, the data type of the column should match. Yes. Now the outer query, you have a number, and inner query you have text. No, it will not match. So the data type also should match. Using subqueries that produces any number of rows is perfectly acceptable. Ashwin, exactly what question is? So now if it is getting more than one rows, yes, totally fine. We use special operator in there. Between like should not be used with subqueries because it will not work. Only in is accepted when you have more than one value as the output. So here in defines a set of values, one of which will match and the other terms of the predicate equation. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. This otherwise may not work with relational operators. So whenever you write a subquery, it will not work with relational operators like less than, greater than, no, in. So here are 3 questions that you have to solve for me. using subqueries. Now, example, I'll tell first. I'll show you how to read this. Write a query to find all orders credited to the same salesperson whose services customer 2008. Read the question one more time. Write a query to find all orders credited to same salesperson. Same salesperson. Which salesperson? I don't know. I don't know which salesperson. Okay. Whose service? Okay, but they have given a hint. Whose services customer 2008. Okay. If I go and see in the customer table, there is some salesperson tagged to a customer. Correct, guys? If you go and see in the customer table, there is some salesperson who is tagged to a customer. Now, the question is, if I want to see the salesperson who is servicing 2008 customer, I have to get the sales number. For that, there might be multiple salesperson who are servicing him. There might be multiple salesperson who are servicing to the 2008. Now, I want to see orders of those all salesperson. Makes sense, right? This is a subquery. This is a subquery. So guys, this is where now the condition what is expected is yes num. Now where the yes num is coming from, they have given same salesperson who services 2008. Okay, customer. Okay, customer. Salesperson detail is present in the customer table. Cust. In cust table, what is the condition? CNum. So what do you want to find out? Salesperson. This is how you should read the question to make it sense. Always subqueries questions will be having two paths. It will be having two parts. Now you understood? So basically, what your inner query should look like? Your inner query should look like select snum from cust, where cnum equals 2008. I got it. This is the inner query. Now, first part of the query. Select star from orders where snum in. This is a solution. So always a subquery will be having multiple parts in it. What if there are more than one salesperson who is servicing customer 2008? What if? In or equal to you can write. But there might be more than one salesperson who is servicing customer 2008. Yes. If you are sure that your inner query will give only one output, then you can use equal to. If you are sure, if your inner query can give only one output, only one value, then you can use equal to. But most of the scenarios, your inner query will generate more than one value. I would say 60 to 70% of the scenario, your inner query will generate more than one scenario. So if you use in, then it is generating only single value, then it is treated as one way, right? So in will work in case of equal to also, but equal to not substitute in. So which is safer to use? Which is in is safer to use, right? Yep. Go ahead. Give a try. That's okay. Whatever outputs you're getting. Huh? Similarly, solve the other queries also. Second query also has two parts. Third query also has two parts. So I'm expecting to see second and third solution on the chat window. So those who have done, you can give me the solution and we will test it. Perfect. Ashwin gave one solution for second query. Good. So let me just check this, what query people have done. So second query will look like this. Perfect. So now I don't know the average of this date. First find out the average. Okay, average amount is 1405. Now let's see anything greater than 14. Yes, it's there. And the last one is like this. And the last one is this. Now first I need to know which are the salesperson who are in London. 101 and 1004. Now see, the inner query give me more than one output. Now if I write equal to here, just observe. Did you see that error? Subquery returned more than one value. This is not permitted when the subquery follows equal, not equal, less than, greater than, like this. So you have to write in there. Okay. So I'll give one question. You try this now. So these are nested subqueries. What kind of subqueries are these, guys? What kind of subqueries are these that you have just done? Nested subqueries. Now I'll give one question. I want to know what is that search. Okay, now write a query to display day, employee names or employee details whose salary is greater than company's average salary. Average salary. Write this query. Write a query to display the employee details whose salary is greater than company's average salary. Understand the question first, and then give me the solution. Here, the inner query also is fetching from the same table. Outer query also is fetching from the same table. Yes or no? Inner query is fetching from the same table. Outer query is also fetching from the same table. Very nice. So others gave a answer for this. So this is the right answer. Have a look. Select average sal from the company. So 1976. Only one value. Only one value is there. 1976. Now all the employee details who have greater than this salary. Okay, there are 6 employees whose salary is greater than average what we are earning. Now I'll twist this question. Same question. This is again a correlated. This is again a nested query only. But now, what is the question now? Is it comparison with the company's average value? Is it still comparison with the company's average value? No. It is comparison with the department's average value now. Yes. How will you do this? Give a try. Now, Arif, this requires a where condition. Correct? This requires a where condition. Where will you write the where condition? Where will you write a where condition? I'll copy the same question here. Now, where will you write a where condition? Where condition is where? You write it where condition from here. Where what condition you should write? Department number equals to, oh, what is the department number? 10, 20, 30. I can't specify hard-coded numbers, right? The department number should come from outer query. Correct? Yes or no? Here, the employee's department number should come from outer query to find the average. Otherwise, I can't find the average. Yes or no? Are you understanding this? The department number here should come from outer query because departments, the person to which department they belong, their average I want. So what will I do here? I will tell EMP, I'll give outer as the name, and EMP inner I'll give as a name, where inner dot department number outer dot sal greater than inner dot department number. Okay, this is a reserved word. I'll tell outer table. I'll just give outer table. I'll use outer table, inner table. It's a reserved word. That's the reason I'm not able to do that. Inner table. Now people will tell Arif, you're writing big names. Yes, just to give you an understanding of writing the big names. Inner table dot department number equal to outer table dot department number. So where is the department number coming from? To execute the inner query, where the department number is coming from, friends? Come on, tell me where the department number I'm comparing with. The department number I'm taking from the outer table. From this table, I'm taking the department number. Both are EAP only, Vasant Babu. Both are employee table only. But where do you take for this their department's average, their department, this person's department, this person's department? That I can't compare that directly without writing that here. So that is our connectivity. And this kind of queries are called, this kind of subqueries are called correlated subqueries, where the inner query is dependent on outer query. Inner query is dependent on outer query. Go ahead, write this query 2 to 3 times and then verify. I'll give you one more example of correlated query. Guys, is it making sense? What is correlated subqueries and what is nested subqueries? Nested subquery is where inner query is independent of outer query. Inner query, if you run separately, the inner query will execute. Outer query, if you run separately, outer query also will get executed. But in correlated subqueries, your inner query will not execute without the help of outer query. Because the outer query should pass one value for the inner query to check across the entire table. These are called correlated subqueries. Go ahead, give a try. Everyone. Correlated subqueries. Correlated. So shall I give one more question for correlated subqueries? The question is there on the screen. Find employees who have at least one person reporting to them. Sometimes what happens, there might be managers. There might be managers who don't have any reportees. Sometimes happens. Managers are there, but there is no anyone assigned to them still. I want to understand the list of those people. Outer table, this is inner table. Inside your query, whatever table name you are writing, this is inner table. Outside the outer query, inner query, what you are writing, that's outer table. See, outer, this is inner. Inner means inside the subquery. Outer means outside the subquery. the solution for this will look like. Okay, Arif, what he wants to see? Arif, he just want to see employee details again. He just want to see employee details again. So what is expected? What is expected? Select star from employee. And this is outer table. Where? Now, here one twist will come. Here I want to count. I want to count the number of employees. If number of employees is greater than 0. So how will you count it? How will you count it? So there is a function called exists. There is a function called exists. Where exist, count you can't use because you are not using group by here. Count will be coming as a having. Exist you can use. Exist what? Select EMP number from EMP inner table where inner table dot mgr equals outer table dot EMP number. Now, what is happening? Observe, read the question. At least one person reporting to them. I just want to get employee number from here. Employee number here. This I will check. This I will check with the manager. Because he is a manager. He is a manager. And this will give the count of the employees. Let's just execute this and check. Is there any person who doesn't have any person reporting to them? Yes, Jones doesn't have anyone reporting to them. Now, is it correct? Analyze that and tell me, is it correct or no? 7698. Is there anyone who is reporting to them? 7782. 7839. People are getting 7839. Resident. So MGR is null for them. But here, I'm expecting to understand who doesn't have any reporting. So now, this query will not execute. This query will not execute without the outer query. Who have at least one. Who have at least one means what? Exists. What exists to do? Now people will ask, Arif, this query I have understood. But what is exist doing here? What is the purpose of using exist? You'll see this more frequently in the SQL queries. Exist means what? Exist doesn't care about what output you are getting. What output we are getting. No, I don't care. I don't care. I'll write that clearly. I don't care. I care only if any output is we are getting. What do we care? Exist function. If this give any output, then the result will be 1. If it doesn't give any output, then result will be 0. Now, if result is 0, then this query will not execute. If the result is 1, then only that query will execute. That is a use of exist function. Make a notes for that. Exist function. You will see that little bit in your SQL work. So does it here? I'm asking a question, guys. Does your SQL exist care about what output you're getting in the inner query? Are we really caring what output? I don't care which employee number I'm getting. I just want to see whether I'm getting output or no. Whether I'm getting output or no. If the result is 0, if the result is null, if the result is 0 in the inner query, then it is treated as 0, which is false. False. 0 means false, right? 0 means false. And 1 means true. So now the true and false will give authority for outer query to execute. If the inner query doesn't give any output, then the exist clause will show false. If it is false, then outer query will not execute. If inner query gives at least one output, then it will give true. That is giving authority for outer query to execute. That's how you should think about exist function. Yep, it is nice. Exist function will check for each row if that is returning or no. Yes. For each row in the outer query, the inner query is returning an output or no. If it is returning, then it's true. It will give you output. That's what I want to check, right? Not for each row in the inner query. In inner query, entire table. Exactly. See, each row in outer table, entire table for inner query. Does it make sense now? It will take one employee number and it will go and run entire table for inner query. It's not giving any output. So false. I'll not display you. Go to the next. Okay, go and run inner query. Is it giving output? True? Yes. Display. Go to the next. Again, check inner query. That's how it works. So that's about the subqueries. Now, let's see solutions. Throw some light on it. How are we matching here? How are we matching based on the same city? So now, city, Berlin, CNAME. But where is the sales person? Inner join, sales paper. But are they from the same city? Ashwin, are they from the same city? What is the question? Write a query to match the customer and salesperson. I don't care about whether he is serving or no. Here, there are two ways to think. Guys, here are two ways to think. Come on, pay attention here. If you understand this, then next questions all will become easy. There are two ways to think here. Now, the question is, when you say Arif, who is having same city? Now, I can write either this, where, no need of group by anything here. Why did you write group by? Where S dot city equals C dot city. People will tell like this. Some people will tell. First, they will join the tables based on the yes num, and then they will write this query. And now they will say, if only there are two salesperson and customer combination who are living in same city, I'll show that. C dot name, C dot city, S dot name, comma, S dot city. S dot S name. London, San Jose. Hoffman and Peel are living in London, and Liu and Ceres are living in San Jose. This is the solution. Some people will say like this. Some people will say that, Arif, I don't care whether they are serving to each other or no. I don't care whether the salesperson is serving or no. I just want to design my salesperson and customer strategy. I want to design my salesperson and customer strategy. So this condition, they will write directly on this. Arif, these are all my combinations. Now you decide where you want to keep those person. Guys, does it make sense? It depends on how you are asking the question here. First one is, Arif, I want to know salespeople and customer combination who are in same city. I want to know who are available in same city based on the allocation. After allocation, I'm checking. But the query that I have written now is before allocation. Arif, I want to allocate them. Now tell me which is the best combination in which I can allocate. Isn't it nice? Isn't it a nice way to see this? It depends on when you are asking the question. Now, second one, write a query to select the names of the customer and salespeople who are providing service to them. You know this. This is a very simple query. The solution will look like this. I know who is providing service to whom. CNAME, Peel is providing service to Hoffman, Axelrod is providing service to Giovanni, and then so on. So guys, trust me, in SQL, you have to read the queries more than 3-4 times. Yes. To understand what is being asked, you have to read 3-4 times, then only it will make sense. If you don't have patience to read it 3-4 times, then guys, please start doing that. You can use inner guys. Jessica, again, this is not the question you should ask. I have explained clearly, right? In what scenarios you should use. You can use any query that you want because here the mapping is done already. I use inner, I use outer, I use left, I use right. It will give me the same output here because the primary key and foreign key is mapped. Am I making sense? When primary key and foreign key is mapped, left join also will give the same answer, right join also will give the same answer. So you need not to worry about it. Those kind of joins will be deciding based on the criteria for you. You can use inner also here. It will give the same result. You can use it, Ashwin. I don't have any problem. You can go ahead and use it. Okay. Next. Third question. Who will give the solution? That will be inner. If you use just join, it is inner. Write a query to list each order and order number followed by the name of the customer who made that order. Simple. Is this the right answer? If I execute this, order number and name. Okay, this is a join that is required. Oh, my bad. Where did I type it? This is the fourth question. Wait, this is the fourth. Okay, some people have given third. Write a query to find out all orders not located in the same cities as their salespeople. Okay, now this is interesting. How many tables joins I need in question number 3? How many tables joins I need? 3 tables. Yes. And the solution will look like this. O.onum, C.cname, C.city, S.sname, C.city, S.city. Now I'm joining this and writing a condition here, where clause. City is not matching. Arif, show me all those orders. Now I can understand these are the orders. Where customer is in London, salesperson is in Barcelona. Rome, London, London, Barcelona. So all these orders are there which are not present in the same city. Where clause I'm adding. Come on, give a try. Everyone till here. Okay, let's go quickly to the next solution. Write a query to find all pairs. I'll do this one, other two you have to try. And if I'm asking pairs of customers having the same city, same rating. Okay. Here, what kind of join is this? What kind of join is this? It's a self join. I'll execute this. Pereira, Hoffman, rating 100, Hoffman, Grass. Now I'll just not write this. I'll not write this condition. Here. Guys, what is happening? Here. Hoffman, Grass. I'm getting the answer correctly, but what is happening? are if the same person pair, can I call me and myself again a pair? Me and myself again a pair? I can't call. Again, Hoffman and Pereira, have a look. Hoffman and Pereira is one pair. Pereira and Hoffman, another pair. Do I need that? Two pairs? I am your friend, you are my friend. Both are a pair, right? I can't tell these are separate pairs. So, in order to avoid this, what condition I'm writing here? I'm writing a simple condition. C1 dot name greater than C2 dot name, or C1 dot cnum, C1 dot cnum, or C2 dot cnum, so that you can write just not equal to. Greater than I'm asking because I want to take, you can take greater than or you can take lesser than. Observe what will happen if you take either way. If I take greater than, I'll get Grass and Hoffman. If I take lesser than, I'll get Hoffman and Grass. You can use either Hoffman and Grass. It depends on the number position. What is my purpose, Ashwin? I just want to eliminate one of those. You use less than or use high greater than. Choice is yours. My objective is getting achieved. Correct? My objective is getting achieved, right? What is my objective? I should eliminate the same person pair. Yes, that will get removed here. My objective is to A, B, B, A. These two should be 1. Now you write less than. If you write not equal to, then you will get this pair again. Hoffman and Grass, Grass and Hoffman. So now same person pair got removed. But how will you remove this? Why not? To your question. You're asking why not? Understood why not? That's okay. If you write not equal to also, but you have to write one more condition. And C1 dot num greater than C2 dot cnum. This also you have to add. But does it really make sense? Right, first writing not equal to and then this one. If you write directly this one greater than, that covers not equal to also inside it. When I mention greater than, that means not equal to is already covered inside it, right? That's how you should write the query, and that's how you should think about it. Similarly, the next query will be looking like this. Write a pair of all customers served by single salesperson. Same, I'm writing not greater than to avoid the. So now, Leo and Grass, James and Clemens are being served by only one salesperson. Who is that? 102 and 107. Okay, Arif, if you want to know that, who is that 102, 107, what you should do? You should join another table. Salespeople. Correct? You should join another table, which is salespeople, to solve this. Last query is all pairs of salespeople living in same city. There we go. This is a self-join again. So Peel and Mutika are living in London. None of the other people are living in same cities. So why you're trying to find the pair? So guys, this is some business strategy question that I want to build. I want to understand where my salespeople are available, which pairs are available, so that I can group them. I can't go and group the people who are not sitting in same city, right? Am I making sense? Now we will learn about conditional statements. Arif, what do you mean by conditional statements? Conditional statements in SQL. What do you mean by that? Conditional statements. It's not if else. If else we'll be using later when we write functions, when we write procedures, we'll be learning about if else there. When I speak about conditional statement in a single SQL query, I say it is case 7. Case. Question. We'll done this with a question. Now, let me just do select star from EMP order by hire date ascending. What my user is asking me? Exactly. You're right. What my user is asking me, Arif, anyone who have joined before April 1981, April 1981, or just 1981. Okay, 1981. Anyone who have joined 1981 or before than that, they are eligible for promotions. And can you just show me a new column in this table? Write a SQL query to display employee name, their job, and whether they are eligible for promotion or no. Now, what is the criteria for promotion? If they have joined the company 1981 or before than that. If they have joined the company in 1981 or before than that, they are eligible for promotion. I want basically to give here a new column, eligibility. Here, I just want to display yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Would be interesting, right? To do like that. So how can I do that? And if I don't have any function to do that? No, I don't have any option. I don't have any separate table also which will tell me if he is eligible and he is not eligible. So that is where you write your conditional statements in SQL. Is the problem statement clear to everyone? What we are trying to solve? Let's do that. Select EMP number, comma, ename, comma, hire date, comma, case. When year of order date, I'm saying order date, hire date is less than or equal to 1981, then the output is yes. You can write multiple when like this. Again, you can write when. Again, you can write when. Okay? You can write like this, multiple when. Finally, you can write else. No. End. When you start any case statement, you have to write end. As eligibility. Okay? From EMP. Execute this. Verify if my result is correct or not. Basically, conditional statements I'm writing in SQL queries. Very simple, not that difficult. Correct? Can we use only EMP with? Can we only see EMP with yes only? Where I'm just trying. Where case equals yes. Simple as that. Now people will tell, Arif, I can do this with the, I'll tell you multiple ways to do this. You have hit the right string now. The same thing I'll explain you now in a different ways. Guys, please pay attention. I'll explain this using subqueries also. Select star from this entire query. I will write here. And I'll tell this table name as emp1, where eligibility equal to yes. Now, what is this concept called? Subqueries. The table getting generated, this is called derived tables. This is called derived tables in SQL. See, you asked one question, I gave you two solutions. Guys, am I making sense? What I'm trying to achieve? So now people will say that I am writing this is a little bit critical. Why you have to simply reuse this again and again? People will say that. People will say, why have to reuse this again and again? This is like really cool, Arif. You are using subquery to use that derived table. Derived table. There is a concept called in SQL derived tables. Come on, try both the methods. So conditional statements and derived tables. Try both now. After this, I will give you a requirement that you have to try for me. Whenever you start a case statement, guys, you have to close it with an end statement. Otherwise, it will not work. We had a table with yes or no. It is not easy to decide the promotion eligibility criteria, where here it looks easy. Everyone done with this? The code that you see on my screen, did you verify that it's working? Please type yes. Those who have completed this, you have an exercise waiting for you on that paint window. By reading the question only, you might have understood, right, what I'm expecting you to show me. By seeing that text, I hope you might have understood what I'm expecting you to show. So Vasant Babu, employee 1 is a new table name given to a derived table. So this is a derived table. Within the bracket, the table is derived, which is not physically available for me, that I have derived for myself. So whenever I derive a table, I should give a temporary name for it. Okay? Temporary name it is. Without that, your query will not work. Okay? Okay. Seeing the paint window, what do you think, guys, I'm expecting from you now? Can someone tell me what I'm expecting you from this question? Employee tier column, not a table. employee tier column you have to add. Like you have added eligibility column, I want you to add employee tier. If the experience of the employee is 0 to 20 years, he is tier 4. 21 to 30, he is tier 3. 31 to 45 and above 45, he is tier 1. Show me how many employees fall in tier 4, how many employees fall in tier 3, how many employees fall in tier 2, like that. Go ahead. Write a SQL query for that. Let me know once you do that. Now first tell me, how will you calculate the experience? How will you calculate the expressions? How will you use that? That's interesting to see. Okay. I have one solution here on the chat window. Yashwin has given. Let's see. How does it works? So Yashwin gave me this solution. So what Yashwin is telling is, look. Indentation we have to do, guys. Case when. So this looks beautiful when you sort it properly, indent it properly. Just to read it will look so nice when you indent it properly. So only one person in tier 1, rest all person in tier 2. There is no person in tier 3 and tier 4. But in future, if someone comes in that tier, automatically we have a logic for that. We have a logic for that. Now, people will ask me, come here on the top. What are these everything that we learned one day? What are these? Functions, correct? We learned these functions. Upper is a function which does some task. Now people is ask me, Arif, there are some calculation that I do more frequently in my company, like calculate the age, calculate some logic. Any company I use more frequently. Can I create my own functions like that, where I give input to it and it will give me some output? Example, the best example so far is Arif experience. I don't want to write this every time. I don't want to write year of get date minus year of hire date. I don't want to write this. I don't want to write that. Can I wrap it as a function? And I use it like a same system functions. Like here is a function. Can I wrap it, my function also, where I can write my own logic there and it will do some operation for me? Will it be nice feature? So that your query will look so much modular and reusability will increase. Correct? Agree with this, everyone? Basically, the system functions, what we are seeing now, I want to design my own functions like that. How? Arif, how? Okay, let's learn a very basic function with the syntax. How you should write a function? Create. Because you are storing, like a table storing, you are creating a function and storing it in a database. Create function. What is the function name? EMP experience. Open bracket, close bracket. And you have to pass something to it, right? You have to pass something to it. at is a variable name. At what? Higher date. And what's the data type of it? It's a date. What it returns? What it returns? Returns integer. This is a basic syntax. And I can write as begin and end. This is your syntax for writing a function, and your logic will sit here. Whatever logic you want, it will sit there. Anyone have any thoughts? Any questions on the syntax? The syntax looks straightforward. There is no criticality in the syntax. The syntax looks straightforward. That's how you have to follow the syntax. Can anybody create function? You need special permissions. No one can create that. Your admin team will give you privileges. Your admin team, I'll not add as here. Begin and end. Begin and end. I'll write return. You have to write a return statement here. Return is must because you are returning something back, right? Return what? Return what? Why at higher rate taken as? Do you see int? Others, do you see int? Line number 566, do you see int there? 566, do you see int? Return. Experience is what? Experience is date. Experience is a number, right? Experience is a number. Integer number. Now what I'll do? I'll just tell set at higher date equals set higher date. How can you set higher date? Higher date is a date field. Now what I'll do here, I don't have any logic here. If it is only one statement, I'll just tell declare a local variable to store the experience. Declare at exp int. Local variable it is. Now I will tell set at exp the variable name equals, copy the same logic what we have done here, at higher date, and return at experience. Read this step by step and tell me if it is making sense. What am I doing? And if I am writing a very basic function, very basic function I'm writing, which will be taking one value as an input parameter or argument, and it will give integer as an output, because my output is expected to be an integer. Anyone still have that doubt that 567 line why I have written returns int? Do anyone have any doubt there? Why I have written returns int? Because the return object is an integer type. Now begin and end is my part between which I have to write my everything. Begin and end is my place where I write my every code. Begin and end is must. Begin and end is must. Within that, whatever logic you write, you decide. Declare experience as int. Declare means what? Or if I want some buckets to store some information, intermediate information, I'm doing some calculation. I want something to store that, right? I want something to hold that. That is experience variable. Set at exp. Set means what? Or if you are passing the value, you are calculating this and you are storing that value inside this. And once you have decided that, return that value to the output. Create this. Command completed successfully. Now, go into your programmability, go into functions, go to scalar functions. I have that function that I created there. Now, how to use it? Or if you created it, how to use it? Ta-da! Isn't it really cool stuff? Rather than deciding all my logic in my SQL queries, I decided that beforehand and stored it in my database, which not only me, my colleagues also can use. Doesn't it look like a function? Like a year function? Like a month function? Like a floor function? Like a round function? Yes, Arif, it looks like a function only. And you are just passing a variable to it. Whenever you call this function, it is activating this function, it is doing all this logic and returns I'm getting an experience here. And that experience I'm checking. That's how it works. That's how it works. Am I making it very simple for everyone to understand? Even for the people who don't have any experience on SQL before than my training program? Why we are doing a particular thing? What is the use of it? Because the return is a single number. A return object is a single number. So it's a scalar function. If the return object is a table, then it's a table function. If return object is a table, then it's a table function. If the return object is integer, it's a integer function. I'll show an example for table valued function also. Have a look. See, I'll just copy this. I'll not write much. I'll just tell emp details at department number integer returns a table. Begin, I'll tell direct return select star from emp where department number equals @department number. Pay attention. This is an integer that I'm passing. Returns table. I don't need because it's only one statement. So here we go. Guys, if your function has only one line, then do I need to write return begin and end? based on this example, do you see begin and end there? Begin and end is used when you have more than one statement. Okay, now people will ask, Arif, where did this go and sit? It went and sat in the table valued function, employee details. Now, table valued function, how to execute it? Select star from emp dbo dot emp details, open bracket, tell 30, close bracket. Table valued function, scalar function. Based on what it is returning, it will get stored there. Yashwin, does it make sense? Integer, scalar, table valued. This is really cool stuff in SQL. This is really very cool stuff in SQL. I'll give you drop function. This is a DDL command. Create is a DDL command or no? Is the DDL command auto commit? Come on guys, those are the basics we learned on day 1. Create is a DDL command. If you want to delete it, just type drop function. Drop function, emp details. It will go away. So take your time. This is one function. This is another function. And there's one more thing I'm asking here. Why begin and end is not available here? And why begin and end is available here? I have told the answer. Can you just reiterate the answer for me so that I can think that you guys know that the reason why begin and end I have not written there? For single statement. Exactly. If your function has only single statement, then you don't need to write begin and end. You can just write the statement. That's it. Now people will say, Arif, that could have been done here also, right? Directly you could have returned it. Yes, guys. I could have written this directly here also. Have a look. See, expert level. If you become like that, so you can just tell that. Rather than telling this everything, I could have told like this directly. No need to do anything. Only one line is enough. Where is that? Returns int, returns year of, hire date. What am I missing here? Why? It's only one line. Let me just check this. Meanwhile, you're executing. Let me just take this part and check it here. Usually that's get, because I'm doing some calculation there. Okay, I'm doing a calculation. I need a return. Okay, guys, that should be happening because I need to store that value somewhere. If I'm not doing any calculation, then that's secondary part. Over to you guys. You try. So how do you feel now? Functions are easy to write, but the kind of functions that we are going to do, that will be interesting. Okay, guys. Because this is, I want to fetch the details of just department number 30. Why 30, people is asking. If I change this to 20, it will give employee details of department number 20. If I change this to 10, this is a function where I need not write. Can we default argument anyhow? Default argument in the sense, no, there is no option. There is no option of default argument. You have to pass. Function, there is a definition of function. Must and should pass a argument. If you don't want to pass an argument, then you can write procedures. Now you need not worry about what is happening inside it. I'm not doing anything to it. It will do its job on its own. Does that answer your question? Function's job is, Arif, must and should you have to pass an argument. Okay, now what I will do, let's work with little bit bigger data. We are working with 15-20 rows, Arif. Let's work on more than 1000 rows, correct? Now what I'll do, I will load the data from that Excel file into my SQL Server tables. Right click on the database. Do you see something called task? In that task, do you see import data? Import, getting the data from outside. Task, import data. Next, import data. Click on import data. It will give you a dialog box. Here we go. Do everyone see like this dialog box? Everyone see like this. So now it is telling choose your source, Arif. Where is my data available? In an Excel file, right? My data is available in Excel file. Drop down and select Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel, because my data source is available in Microsoft Excel. Next, navigate to browse and point to that Excel file wherever you have kept. In my case, I have kept that in my Global Superstore Excel file. The same file what you have. Even I have that same thing at my end. I click on open. Okay, I'll click on next. Now what is the destination? Database. Which database? SQL native client. SQL Server native client. Everyone will see this. SQL Server native client will be there. Native client. Leave everything as is. I don't need anything to be done. I don't need anything to be done. If anyone getting error, reach out to support team. If anyone getting error, reach out to support team. They will help. Next. Click on next here. Copy data from one or more tables or views. Keep this checked. Click on next. Which tables you want to import? Customer, orders, two tables I want to import. Only two tables. That is more than enough for me. Customers and orders. And guys, the people who are getting errors, are you guys using virtual machine or your office laptop? If you're using a personal machine, then this error shouldn't come. Next, click on next here. Next, it will load the tables automatically. Click on finish. It will start loading the data. Finish one more time. It will start loading the data. This is one way to import the data. Mac users, the same method will be available. So if you can do this, it's well and good. Those who have successfully imported that, you will see this in your tables list. Customers and orders. Do you see this? Tables. I'll rename the tables. I'll just remove the dollar in front of it. I'll just rename older orders table to 1 and the new orders table to orders. You need not worry. Now only I'll give the script. You can import that script directly. Before that, I want you to create this table. See, select 1000 top rows. If I do, you will get all the data which is there. 1590 rows are there. Okay? This data you should have. But If you're not able to import, let's go ahead and create this table first. Create this table. So let me translate this to you as the date. So it's column C. So this should be as date. Convert to date. Copy. And at the end, it should be comma within double quotes. It should be bracket. And if I paste it here, all my values will get inserted properly here. Execute. Where is this? The script is here. I'll just delete this. I don't want. There are some names which has special characters. Let me just remove those first for you. Ctrl+F. Single quotes. Replace that with space. Or close. And this would look like this. And now let me insert and verify, convert date, comma, 103. Or else, will it work like this? Okay, it works. So I need not worry about converting this. It will get inserted automatically. So this part I will remove, and this part I will remove. I'm just wrapping up in a text file, guys. Take the script and then you can execute that at your end. Then we'll discuss what homework you have to do. File, save as, customer underscore insert on the downloads. Copy that entire thing, paste it like this, and insert it. See, I'm doing it. I'll paste it here and I'll just hit execute. It will insert all the rows in your table. Those who are not able to insert, you can do like this. Now, I have inserted this in my table. Now do select star from customer and tell me how many rows you got the output. 1590 rows. That's okay. That's intentional given. It's a number. That is intentionally given. Good. Now, we can copy it from there. And now for the people who think that, Arey, what is epoch? I'll show you what is epoch. Epoch is a timestamp which Unix systems understand. Epoch is a timestamp which Unix systems understand. Now see, current timestamp is this. If I take one value from this table, if I copy this value, and if I paste it here. So this is Thursday, December 29, 2016. Copy this value here and paste it here. Sunday, August 16th, 2015. Now what is the logic? And what is the logic behind calculation of epoch time? People will ask, what is the logic? The logic is, epoch time is nothing but number of seconds passed from 1970 0101. Means After 1970, January 1st, every second is 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this, these many seconds passed from this date. So this is what? Very, very common use case in the Unix systems. Now I want you to create a function which will convert this to an natural time. Okay. Now, do you really see that what SQL can do magic? So writing simple select statements, where clause, group by clause. So that is all basic things. This is what actual SQL is. This is what you'll be using in the companies as a SQL developer. But those are foundation steps. If those steps are strong, then you can keep your steps firm here. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for joining. I hope you guys enjoyed today's class with lots of learning.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
Okay. Those who have not created the tables yesterday, copy these tables, copy this script, and execute the script. Copy this entire script, paste it on your SQL Server Management Studio, and then execute it. Both the tables will get created and records also will get inserted in it. Do it. Perfect. If you see here, there is a customer table which has some rows. If you come down till here, you have the rows till here. Right? If you have created a customer table yesterday, then don't copy this part. If you have not created a customer table yesterday, copy this part as well as this part. If not created, copy entire thing, paste it, and execute it. If you have copied the customer table yesterday and not the orders table, then copy the below part. So basically, it has the customer table created. It has 1590 rows of your customer insert script. After that, you have orders table created and the records to insert the orders table. There are more than 20,000 records in the orders table. Your job is what? You have to just copy and paste the script. Example, I'll show what I'm doing. Where is my SSMS? So what did I do? Drop table, just to show an example how it works. Drop table, customer, drop table, hash orders. Is it orders or hash orders? To the tables, it is just orders. Okay, let me just drop the table. Now table will get dropped. Here what you have to do, think you have not created any table, so I'll go here, Control plus A, copy, move here, Control plus V. Entire 24,000 lines will get pasted here. What do you have to do now? It's just time to execute the script. The tables will get created automatically. The data also will get inserted in the tables. After you execute this, just wait for 1 to 2 minutes. Rest of the job, your SQL will take care. Is it clear till here? So I will conclude that, correct? I don't care about resolving that. You have the tables and that is out of the scope of your program. So don't worry about it. So that is your computer configuration. It's not issue with the SQL server. It's your computer configuration. You need not worry about it. I have just given you an additional thought of it. If you want to do it, you can do it. I don't worry about it if you are not able to import it, because you have got the script, right? See, my tables got created, guys. It took 2.31 minutes. And now I can go ahead and quickly check. Select star from customer. It will give me 1590 rows. Select star from hash orders. 20,172 rows. So in script, it's showing error at line as we have fed some data to it. Service, do you see on my screen? The same script, what you have got, the same script I was able to execute. So there shouldn't be any issue. There shouldn't be any issue. Is anyone able to successfully create these two tables with the record numbers that I have mentioned here? Please confirm. Just type as created. See? So even you should be able to create it. That means you have not copied it correctly. Copy it one more time, Pratap, and do it. Sarvesh, copy it one more time and do it. See, people are able to create. That means even you should be able to create. And any people who is worrying about I'm not able to import the Excel files in the SQL server, this is for you guys. This is for you guys. Just for your purpose, I have created this insert script, create script, so that you can import. And this is issue with your computer's configuration. Your computer doesn't have that supported capabilities to import that Excel file. Some connectors will be there that should be available. Okay, it's a temporary table. You are getting the output, but you are not able to see it. Correct? It's a temporary table. It's stored as a temporary table. You do not worry about it. It's hidden. That's okay. But if you are able to see the data, right, it's okay. What you do, you can write. If you want to see that table, you can write alter table hash orders. Rename. There is no alter command for rename in MySQL server or Microsoft SQL Server. But let me just check where you will get this. Tables. You should get those tables here. I'll just refresh. It should be available here only. But let me just verify it. It's not showing. Okay, that will be hidden. But you're able to execute and see that script. Okay. Okay. So one thing is regarding the tables, everyone able to do that. Who is not able to do, please check your script. That is clear, kept aside, then understood. Second is, how many of us have done the homework now? You want to see the solution and you want to try? Choice is yours. If you want to see the solution and then want to try it, that is also okay. It's okay. Table is very long. Let it be. Okay. Let me give you first one. Then you can write and show me the query. I'll give you the solution for first one. Then you write and show me the query. The solution for the age, what I did is very simple. Only I've written a simple function like this. Here we go. Function, it will look like this. Yesterday we have done this, correct? We declared one variable as integer. We took @date. What is that date? Whatever input you are giving. Returns integer, begin and end. In begin and end, you have declare @age because you want to store that value somewhere. Then you are allocating the value of date div, year of @date minus getDate, and then you are returning that age. So create this function and design the query and show me that query. How we have designed the query or the values. And the solution of the SQL query, SQL function. Please confirm as yes on the chat window if you guys can see my screen and the function. Perfect. Thank you. It's not like writing one single line and executing and verifying. No, functions, procedures, all these things will definitely take time to type. And as we are doing it for the first time, people tend to do many syntax mistake, like missing the comma, missing the semicolon, missing the bracket. I totally understand, but take your time and do it. Don't rush. Take your time, understand and do it. Then only you'll feel the importance of it. Is that we should mention date time? Where in your table, it's a date time. Yes, you mention as a date time. Because in your table it's date, you should mention date time. Even in my function also it's date. Now, how will I do it? So have a look, guys. If I just execute this, and it will tell there is an already object appearing for this name. So what I do, I don't drop it. Usually people will say that, Arif, you have to drop it and create it. But while creating the functions, you can write a very nice statement here. Create or alter directly. So that whatever changes you are making will be done on the existing functions. So it's a date time only. See, it's a date variable. Vasant, please observe. It's a variable name and the data type is date time. So it is a date time only. It for you also it should be date time. For me also should be date time. It's a date time only. Answers. Where is the data type? I'm not mentioning data type. Data type is only date time only. Data type is date time only. This is a variable name. At date is a variable name. We can give any name here. See? We can give date of birth. We can give any name here. That is just a name. See? That is just a name. Now does it make sense? If that was creating, check in the table. Check in the table. What is the field? In your table, is it date or it is date time? Date of birth column, is it date or date time? Please friends, confirm that. Can someone confirm me? In your table, the date of birth is a date or date time? Date time, right? So that is good for me. So I did not worry about it. So whenever you have doubt, you can go and check in the tables. Now, to show the result of this, what I'll do? Select customer name. Select star from customer. So have all the details. So I'll display now. Customer name, or one easy trick what I'll do always when I want to display some column names. I'll go to column. I'll just bring and edit those columns here. And I'll not type all the time. I'll bring that column and paste it here. I'll bring that column, paste it here. So you also can try this. So I'm just giving you tricks also. How do I do that? dbo dot calc underscore age of date of birth. As age. Here we go. My function is working without any issues. Abhishek, have you done the same way? Your first question. So what you did, you created return, declare, age. Perfect. You have done a minus. I did a date diff. Only the function change you did, but You are right. That is good. That is also correct. So expand the columns. The tables are the expand the columns. Control plus C, Control plus V, Control plus C, Control plus V, or else you can drag also. Drag and paste it wherever you want. Either you can drag and drop, or you can copy paste. Control C, Control V. I'm not able to add records to table. You should be able to do that. There is no shortcut way for this. There is no shortcut way, guys. If you are not able to add the records, don't worry about the orders table. We are not worrying about the orders table now. Take only the customer table, Clement. Right now, we are working just on the customer table. Just copy the customer table script and execute that table. Were you able to do that yesterday? Then need not worry about it. Need not worry about the orders table. Orders table, you can do it later. The way you can do it, rather than copying all the records there, first you create the table. Then copy 5,000 records. After that, 5,000 records. After that, 5,000 records. After that, 5,000 records. In that way, you can insert it. If not, entire script, half of script you execute. That will work. But for now, you need not worry about it. Don't take tension about loading the orders table. Using the age function, I want to see the age group. So now there are two ways to do this. Either you can create a function for that also. If you feel that Arif, every time I can't write 10 different when cases, correct? 10 different when cases, I can't write. So you can wrap that inside a function also. You can take input as the date of birth. Yes, you can take input as a date of birth, and you can add one more statement here directly. Or function within a function you can call. Function within a function. So what I'll do now? Have a look. I'll show you one trick. Function with a function within a function also is possible. You can try this also. Okay? Create or alter age group. Input will be what? Input will be date of birth only. Correct? And now you are calculating the age here. What you have to do? Set you have done. Now you have to take one more variable. You have to take what? One more variable. Add a comma at age group. At age group. What will be your age group? 0 to 9, 10 to 19. How will you display that? Just tell varchar exactly. Varchar of 10. Returns what? Returns what? Is it int again? Is it int? No, it's again varchar. Varchar of 10. Now, your var case logic should sit here. Set. Close this bracket here and write set at the rate age group equals case when at the rate age. Correct? Between 0 and 9. Then pass the string value 0 to 9. Copy this how many times you want. 10 to 19. 10 to 19. When 20 to 29. 20 to 29. 30 to 39. 30 to 39. So you should be smart enough here. You should be smart enough. Okay, I'm not able to paste it. You should be smart enough. Why should I write that entire calculation all the time? I can take like this directly. 40 to 49. 40 to 49. 50 to 59. 50 to 59. The next line, paste it. Do it till 100. There is very rare chance that any customer will be greater than 100. 60 to 69. 60 to 69. Paste it. 70 to 79. 70 to 79. Paste it. 80 to 89. 80 to 89. Finally, else, just give greater than or equal to 90. That's it. I'll mention end. And the return is what? The return is, what should I write in the return? Age group. Done. That's the solution. Now what do you have to do? Simply write a small query. DBO dot age underscore group of date of birth, same column. This is the beauty of functions. This is the actual beauty of function. Execute. Now, Arif, something I'm missing here. Why 40 age is showing as 90? Did I write 40 condition? See, I have given 9 here. So that's a mistake. That's a mistake. So what I'll do, I'll just type 49 here. Now I'll re-execute this script. Now go and write your script one more time. See, 40 to 49, this is the age group. Are you seeing now the power of your functions? Do you need to write this big statement all the time you execute the query? Do you need to write that? Come on guys, I'm expecting some response. Do we need to write that every time that I execute this query? Because I have bundled it in a group function which will calculate my logic. So over to you. Do it. Here we go. Age as well as the function is available for me there. I know that is time consuming. I'm not dropping the function. There is a query, create or alter. Direct. You need not drop the function all the time. If it is a function is created already and you want to modify it, just type create or alter. So rather than dropping it, it will alter the existing. At the time of typing only, you type create or alter. So you can you be able to drop a function? Yes, drop function name. That's it. With the tables, with writing the script. Everyone is working on the script. Tell me if anyone facing challenges, apart from some people who are telling that they are seeing some error. No service. You have to copy the entire thing and do it one more time. So do one thing, drop the customer table if you have, then take that file one more time from the folder. So are you using that old file or you have taken a new file? Are you using the new one? Okay, that means it should work. There is no reason that it will not work. You have inserted the table. Which table? Customer table. Customer table, all the rows are there. Do select star from customer and tell me 1590. Is it 1590 rows? Do select star from table and check 1590 rows are there or no. If it is there, then you're all set. You can start working on the homework solutions that I have given on the, and who were able to create a function for epoch to human time. Yes, perfect. Write this. Write this command. Write this command. Create or alter. At the time of creating only, you write that. Create or alter function, and then your entire function should be there. You have to execute this. Only this command, if you're trying to execute, it will not work. Sarvesh, only if you're trying to execute only this line, it will not work. Whenever I write create or alter, so what is happening create or alter? What do you think create or alter is doing? So whenever you modify any function, any procedure, any trigger, so what SQL will do? SQL will check if any function is there or what in the database. Okay, if SQL founds a function which is sitting in the database, then what it does, friends, as per the logic, it will modify the existing function rather than creating a new one. If it doesn't find any functions in the list, then automatically it will create a new one. So create, using just create is useful or create or alter is useful? Using just create is useful or create or alter is useful? Create or alter is useful, yes. So that it will not throw error to me all the time. Service, does that answer your question? Will you try that now in the way that I have told? Please. And guys, don't stress. You are doing it for the first time. You are doing a really great job. Trust me, first time you are seeing these codes, big codes, and you are doing really great job. So don't stress, do it with patience, understand and do. It's not like writing only one line of code and if I got this answer, no, it's not like that. Even you guys know that. You are learning advanced SQL here. First question solution is here. This is a second question solution. First question is here. Second question solution is here. And guys, the main reason why I have taken the bigger table is for you to get the essence of the real job. Otherwise, working on a table which has 20 rows, 30 rows for even the complicated problems also, you would not get that proper understanding. In the real scenarios, yes, these are the real scenarios. Epoch conversion, age conversion, these are the real scenarios that you'll work in the companies also. So that's the reason I have taken larger table so that you get that feel of that you're working on a bigger data set. Okay, so I'll show the third solution now. Meanwhile, you keep on doing, guys. You keep on doing. The third solution, how would I do that is like this. The same. It also is only one line. So now I have used a nice function here. Date add. Can someone tell me what is the purpose of date add? It does nothing. It just add number of seconds. It just add number of seconds to epoch date value that you are passing and to this field. That's it. Create this function and write the same function here. dbo dot epoch to human Which field I have to pass here, friends? Can you tell me which field I have to pass? Date of first purchase. As first purchase. First purchase. Date. Now, if I execute this, you'll see, here we go. You got your dates converted. So what I'll do now, I'll give this entire script till today what I have done in the same notepad file that you have been working on. So you can check your result with my result. Will it be helpful if I give the script? Just to check the result, guys, not to copy paste. Not to copy paste. Anyone is thinking that Arif is giving to copy paste that script? No. If you are doing this, then it's yours. It's your loss. If you are doing that, then it's your loss. I have given the script for you to compare with your answers, not to copy paste and execute and tell that Arif I have done. No, please don't do that. So do you see the text on the chat window? Can someone confirm if you can see that? SQL homework.txt. So that script has entire thing from day 1 till today. From day 1 till today, what you have done, entire thing is there in that. So go ahead, verify it, and just type as done on the chat window once you are done with this. Then we will learn what are procedures. Date add is a function. SS means seconds. What you want to add? You want to add hours? You want to add minutes? You want to add days? What do you want to add? You want to add seconds, right? You want to add seconds. So yes. And guys, how many of us are feeling that RFES day by day SQL is getting more powerful and more interesting? Practice is like one double asterisk mark. But how many of us are really feeling that SQL is really powerful tool after seeing all these things? More challenging, definitely. As I've told others, you have to do practice. Without that, you'll not understand what you're doing. But seeing the results, what it is generating, seeing the modularity, do you really feel that yes, it's interesting? Still functions, still procedures are there, still triggers are there. Epoch is a float in my table. If you observe, on my table on the left hand side, I have used float. Because the table has float data type. If it is float, if we have made it as a varchar or int, and if you try to pass a float value to it, chances are that it will throw error. So why should I not use the same data field type which is available in the table list? So sometimes I'll mention today or yesterday because 12 hours of difference from India to there. You did post 6 p.m. Okay, people were trying since morning and they were not able. But so there might be some issue in the morning timing, so which was resolved later. That could be. But no worry, we are all set. And the return table is must for any function, guys. The function will not get executed without a return function. Function must add should return a value. After execution, functions are not showing up with the table valued function. The functions that you are creating, are those table valued functions? Is the return type a table? In Scalar is not available. Yes. So be specific. You go here in the programmability, in the functions, Scalar functions, I have all the functions. If you are not able to see that, refresh the schema. refresh here the schema, then it will show. Collapse it once again and do it. So Priyanka is asking, explain what date add function does. So the date add function, let me just open my marker tool first to type something on the screen. So what date add function does, Priyanka, is it will add seconds. So it will add this value to this value. And what is the value stored here? Is it days? Is it seconds? Is it minutes? What is it? Epoch date is what? Yesterday I gave the definition. It's the number of seconds passed after 1970, 1st of January. 1970, 1st of January, number of seconds passed, and this precision I'm telling here, this should be seconds. If it was number of days, then you should mention DAY. If it was number of minutes, you have to mention MINUTA. If it is number of months, then you should write MONTH. Does it give you some explanation about the date add, Priyank, now? Basically, the amount of duration in the parameter 2 will get added to parameter 3. And what is the duration weightage? Is it minutes? Is it seconds? Is it hours? Is it days? It is month? Is it year? What it is, you have to specify in parameter 1. That's the data add function. And now, to be one interesting thing is, see, whenever you try to use date add open bracket, if you use this open bracket, can you see this? The IntelliSense got activated. What do you mean by IntelliSense? One thing that you can refer here is, whenever you type a function like this, the IntelliSense will get activated. What is that IntelliSense? It will give you some details about what that function is. Interval, what is your interval? Increment, what increment you want to do. And the third one is your date. So you can read that. So that also give you some idea. So that is another hint for everyone. So let's take one step ahead in our SQL learning. Now, what are stored procedure? What are stored procedure? Now, if someone comes and asks you, stored procedure are constructs like functions only. Guys, stored procedures are constructs like functions. They do a specific operation. But the procedures may or may not give a end result for you. Yes. If you don't expect any output, can you use function? Can you use function if you don't expect any output? No, I can't use arif because I have to must and should return an output value and I should assign something to that value. Okay. But what if someone asks me a question like this? Yes. Alter table customer. Add column age integer. See, no need of column keyword. I'll just add. Now if I write select star from customer. Now if someone comes and asks, Arif, take any employee number, customer ID, take any customer as an input and update his age value here. They'll take another employee ID and update his age value, or they'll tell Arif entire table update the age value. So what am I doing here? I'm trying to do some DML operations. Correct? I'm not giving any output to the calling environment. Calling environment means from where it is getting called. I'm not giving any output, but I'm doing some specific action. DML action. Insert, delete, update cannot be done within a function. No, you cannot do. Now, if I can't do that, Arif, if I can't do that, then I cannot use functions. There are many other reasons also. I am hitting the first difference. I'm hitting the first difference. There are many other differences also between functions and stored procedures. Many times people get confused. They ask me, Arif, even function is performing specific steps of actions for me and giving back a result. Even procedures will do the same thing. Then what is that actual difference? When should we use a procedure? When should we use a function? First difference, based on which I'm starting the topic of stored procedure, is whenever you want to do DML operations, you cannot use functions. Keep this in mind. You have to use stored procedures only. Like in this case, I asked. I'll tell you one more example. Select star from EMP. EMP table is there. EMP table is there. Now someone comes and asks, Arif, commission values I want to update. I have an exercise to do in my company where I will take input from the user as an employee number and I have to update the commission. I have to hike the commission of the people. I have to check whether the employee is eligible for promotion or no. Let's do that activity. I'll add another column. So we'll do two activities now to understand this. EMP eligibility. Eligibility has char. Y or N. That's it. I don't want anything else. Eligibility. Select star from EMP. Select star from EMP. Now see, people will tell, Arif, first requirement is update the commission. Arif, commission you want to update how? There is a criteria given. What I have to check? I'll just add some lines here so that we understand that stored procedures. So this will help you to recognize when I give you this code. From here, the stored procedures are starting. Now, the question is, create a procedure, stored procedure. When I tell SP, I'll tell procedure. I'll tell create a stored procedure to check the EMP commission, employee commission, if the commission is null, then update commission to 200, else if there is commission, then increment by 10%. Take input as EMP number. Read this 2 to 3 times. Read this statement 2 to 3 times and tell me, based on my explanation so far, I should go with a procedure or a function. Procedure. Why? Because I'm doing DML operation here. I'm using DML operation. If someone would ask, Arif, I'm writing a SQL query. In that query, can you just return me the value like this? I can return it, but I cannot go and update in the table using the function. But here I'm going and updating it in the table. So how will you write this? So let's start. Create function procedure, same syntax, no change. Commission hike. So what do you want the input? @ EMP number. And what is the EMP number data type? It's an integer. Create procedure, commission hike, at EMP number, input I'm taking as. So I need something, right, to store. I need something to store my commission value. The updated commission value, I need something to store. Declare at commission, which is nothing but int, is it? Or a float, whatever you want, you can take. I'll take float. Next. Now, based on this, everyone please pay attention. This is an important statement, what I'm writing now. Based on the employee number that I'm getting as the input, I have to go and read the value from the table now. I have to read the value from the table. So taking that employee number, example, if I pass 1, 2, 3, 4, I have passed 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the procedure has to go and check in the table and pull this commission value in my stored procedure so that I can do my further steps. Yes, I need that value, right? So how will I get that value? I should write one statement. Select at commission, my variable value that I just now created, equals commission from employee where EMP number equals @EMP number. So what is line number 655 doing? Can you read and tell me what is that line number 655 doing? It is taking the employee number from the input, running a query on the table, and storing that commission value in the at commission. I have drawn it very easily here for anyone to understand. So the diagram itself will tell you everything. And now, one thing you learned, another thing that you should learn here is writing conditional statements inside procedures. You learned how to write conditional statements within the queries. But how will you write conditional statements inside the procedures? Yes, that is where comes if. If @commission is null or @commission equals 0. I'm checking this condition. Now. Now people will tell Arif, why we are not writing case? No, we can't write it because it's a structural coding here. So now keep one thing in mind. If else cannot be used in single query. Make a note this, guys. I have told, someone asked, Arif, why can't we use if else? Why you are using case? If else cannot be used in single queries. Keep this in mind. If anyone, even I did that mistake. Whenever I was learning SQL in the beginning days, in my mind, it never used to fit in. I always try to do that if else in single query statements. No, but it doesn't work. It works only in functions, stored procedures, triggers, there it will work. Make a note of this. There is a nature. That is the nature of if else here. But if you want to really write conditional statements in single query, what is the alternative? Friends, what is the alternative to write single query conditional statement? Case when. Is this statement clear to everyone? Is this statement clear to everyone? I have written it with 3 star. Very, very important. Keep that in mind. Now, how we execute this? If this condition is true, then what? Set at the rate commission equals 200. Close. Else set at the rate commission equal to at the rate commission multiplied by 1.1. Why 1.1? Can someone tell me why 1.1? 10%. 10%. I'll just tell end. But Arif, you didn't write anywhere let update statement. You didn't write anywhere update statement. So can I write it here, Arif? Or inside the if else only I'll write. So there are two ways. Either you can write after assigning it value, or directly you can write instead of the set statement, you can write update emp set commission equals 200 where emp number equals at the rate emp number. Now I'll copy the same thing here and I'll paste it here. Commission is equal to commission multiplied by 1.1. I'm showing you without storing the intermediate values. Now try to execute this and check what is happening. Oh, Arif, something is missing here. Do I need to write another end? Because this is if ended. So I do need to write another end here. It will not accept. So guys, some part I have definitely didn't show you here. So one thing that you should keep in mind is after every if you have to add a separate begin and end. Else it should be begin and end. This should be the design. Now this is like something you should get habited of. That is the reason I have first done it without that, and now I'm showing with it. So basically, whenever you write if statement, your condition if true should be within begin and end. Else also should be begin and end. Yes. that is must. Not only at the beginning of the function or a procedure you should write. Whenever you write if else, it should be written there. Now, if I try to execute this, executed successfully. Now I'll show one example. Select star from EMP. I will take RF 1, 2, 3, 4. Commission is 30. Commission is null. So what do you expect if I execute this procedure? If I call this procedure, what do you expect the commission should be? 200. Okay, let's do that. EXEC is the way I execute my procedure. I'll tell commission underscore hike 1, 2, 3, 4 is the number that I'm passing. If I execute this, then what? One row affected. Select star from employee. Commission got updated to 200. Let me do another thing. Alan 7499. So what should be the commission here? After I execute the procedure, 330, 330. Exactly. 7499. Execute this. One row affected. Select start from this and 330. My procedure is working fine. So these are called stored procedures. Isn't it interesting, guys? Can you try? So guys, don't you think that the indentation that I'm using is making my code really understandable? What if I have written this without proper indenting and without leaving proper lines? What would happen? No one would be able to understand, or it will be very hard for someone to understand. Then that means we can conclude that indentation is very, very important in SQL codes. Can we say that? Exactly. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, because when you go to companies, you have to understand others' codes, and your codes also should be understood by someone else. That expectation will be there. So always have the best habits of writing the SQL with proper indentation. That will make your life easier and your colleagues also. Over to you. Do this, then I will give you a small exercise of the same kind, and we will check if you can do that or not. Within the procedure, you can't add a new column. Chetan. Because your procedure will run multiple times. So now if you create a new column every time your procedure runs, logically is it making sense? Logically is it making sense? Because procedure will run multiple times on a table. Now you are adding a new column every time you run that procedure. Your procedure will execute for the first time, second time it will not execute. Chetan, can you think from that angle? Yes? Am I correct or no? Think about it. Based on the logic inside the stored procedure, if you want to add a new column, adding a column or deleting column is only one-time activity. Correct? Now, do you see any procedure in the real world that multiple times you kept on adding, deleting, adding, dropping, adding, dropping, adding, dropping column from a table? There is nowhere the case in the real world. Correct? That itself answers your question. No, alter table should be done always outside the stored procedures. DDL command don't do outside the inside the stored procedures. That is not recommended. Sarvesh, can you see that line number 646? So please just type as done on the chat window if you have verified if this is working. Perfect. Good. Now, next procedure. Go ahead, check it. Why that error is coming? You have the code which is working in front of your eyes, Sarvesh. So you shouldn't see that error. Please go ahead and check. Meanwhile, I'm just writing a new query. Select star. No, there is no option. One by one you have to do. Select star from DPT. Okay. So this would be a little bit interesting. Second, create a SP2. Update the employee promotion eligibility. Right? The condition is first, the employee should be more than 40 years of experience. First condition. Employee job should not be president. Why? Why, Arif? Why? Because I am promoting people. President, can he be promoted again? Yes, can he be promoted again? Because cause he is highest, so you can't promote him. Third condition is, first condition, second condition, third condition. Third condition is based on which department they are. Based on which department they are, they should be promoted like this. VP Ops, VP Research, VP Sales, VP Accounting. This would be fun. 3 conditions you have to check now. Over to you. I'll give you 10 minutes of time to do this. This is fun. Come on. Those who are doing the first procedure, you do it. Those who have completed first procedure, you work on the second procedure. Everyone understood the question? Everyone understood the question or no? VP means Vice President. Third point is, if he is from department number 10, VP Ops. If he is from department number 20, then VP Research. If he is from department number 30, then VP Sales. Then if he is from department number 40, then VP Accounts. Based on which department he is from, it should be based on that. Guys, is it making sense? Sorry, 3 column or 2 columns? Only 1 column. Select star from employee. Eligibility column. this should be updated. After the result of this column should be updated accordingly. Come on, this is only one column. This value should get updated here. This value should get updated here. Over to you. You can create a different database, you can do anything. But these are the exercises. It's not tough. It's the same way how you have written here. It's just how you design your if condition. It's just how you design your if condition. Now, how many parameters will you take as in how many values that you pull from the table? How many values do you pull from the table? Like this two, how many select statements will you add? How many select statements will you add? I'm making it easy. I'm giving you hints here. How many select statements will you add? One is for what? Job. Do I really need job? Yes. One is for job, to check whether he's president or no. Yes. To check if president or king. One. Second one is for hire date, to check experience. Hint. No need to write the logic. Just type hint is use the EMP experience function that we created yesterday. You can use directly to check. One is for the department number. 3 select statements will be here. How much you want? How much can you try? How much can you try to check the department number? Now people will say that, Arif, okay, go ahead, do that. Department number. Let me also do slowly so that you can match up with mine. I'll do it slowly. I'll just copy paste everything. I'll not do from the scratch. I'm a bit lazy person. Promotion. Input is employee number only. Declare how many variables? Comma, @ department number, int. This one should be job, @ job, as varchar of 10. And another one is hire date, @ hire date, which is nothing but date type. 3 variables I have created. Now usually you have to write like this. For these variables, you have to write like this to show proper indentation, guys. Don't write in the same line. Next, I am loading those 3 variables here. @ job is equal to job from employee, @ department number, department number from employee, @ hire date, select hire date from employee. Perfect. I loaded these 3 variables. Now the game will start. How will you write? If what? If dbo dot emp experience, I'm calling function inside my stored procedure. That's the most beautiful thing. I will not write any logic there. So now emp experience, what you're trying to give input? Are you giving input what? Hire date? What is the input given? Okay, let's check. Hire date, @ hire date. Give input directly @ hire date. If my @higher date. Then what? I need not write anything. Is greater than 40. If this condition is true, then what should I write? Next, first of all, more than that, what I will check? I will check first if directly I'll discard the job. At the job not equals what? President. Then you enter this. Otherwise, is it worth checking this everything? Is it worth checking this everything? There is no use of checking this everything if there is no, and this begin is ending here. This if will end here. Indentation is very, very important. Again, I'm telling. And if greater than 40, do I need to write then? I need not write then. No, you can't. You can't use and. If the job is not president and experience greater than 40, then okay, that also will work. But I just want to show you nested if here. We can do that also. Nested if also is needed sometimes. You can use directly and. What Jessila is telling, directly use and or if. Rather than that. This also can be done. Not job and experience greater than 40. We'll take with this method. Okay. I'll just remove this. Nested if you can do. I'll just remove this part. I don't want it. And also can be done. Now, if those both conditions satisfied, then what we should do? Then what should I do? Begin case. When at department number equals what? Equals 10. Then what? Then take another variable. You have to set something, right? New job. @new job. So guys, understand the flow, how and when I'm creating the variables. I'm not creating the variables as and when I want. Correct? So I'm just seeing the requirement, and based on that I'm creating the variables. I'll tell varchar of 10. Now then set at the rate new job equals what? VP ops. Copy this. Paste. If 20. VP research. VP sales. Else what? Else VP accounts. And now close this and tell this case take just one step ahead. I'll just take this one step ahead so that you'll understand what is happening in what stage. And here is what I will write. And The case is ended there. Begin, I have done, and this end will close this end. Else what? After begin is end, then I have to write an update statement here. Update emp set eligibility spelling is wrong. AILITY. Eligibility. Is it correct? Equals what? @ new underscore job, where emp number. Else what? Else what should I do? Else print concat. I'm just displaying a message. I'm just displaying a message saying that the employee display some number at the rate emp number, whatever you have taken input. Concatenate is not eligible for promotion. So begin, if this is the condition, then I'm just writing a begin. I'm writing a case statement here, and then I'm trying end the case, and then update the job eligibility of that person into emp number, and end the begin. Case is end here, and then I'm just updating it one step ahead, and then begin is ended here. If else is here, else begin, print, and exit. So guys, this is how you should think about a stored procedure. I'll take this part. I don't want this here. I'll paste this here. It's already there. So now the indentation is speaking a lot, correct? Don't you think indentation is speaking a lot? Now let me just execute this. Let's see what errors I'm getting. I'm not sure, guys. I'm doing it for the first time. Execute. Error. Arif. Why that error? So you have not written then. You have not written then. I have written then. So what am I checking here? So begin, and there is an end case at the rate department number. No. Hold on, let me just check. If has to get end, or if, hold on, if begin and end, if end. Okay, see, thank you, Vasant. See, you have understood. So what you are telling, you have to end this here. End. Now the begin has ended here. Now let's try promotion. Case. Why is showing error in the case? It is showing case at the error. If You can start writing this, guys. I'm just checking. Before case, here see, begin and end. Let me just draw the lining here. Begin and end is closing here. Okay. If else end is closing here. Case begin and end is closing here. Case is closing here. And begin and end is closing here. So which part am I missing? Which part am I missing? Come on, think. Am I missing any begin and end? Is my indentation correct? A quick yes or quick no if my indentation is correct. See and tell. Indentation is correct. After if with president is something missing before case. Yes, I know that. What is happening? Is the case statement my stored procedure is liking case statement or no? Is my stored procedure liking case statement or no? Let's check. Well, but write this. Write this code. Let me write in a different method. Case @ department number. I'll try to remove this. This is another way of writing it. This new job equal to this. It is showing the case here. Begin. Because I can write separate update statements, but I don't want to do that. Case should be part of selection. Yes, that is what I want to confirm. I can write that in this statement, but let me just confirm that. But we can use case in the procedures also. It's not like we can't use. Only that if else we cannot use in the single query. Case can be used anywhere. Case can be used anywhere. Case okay. If else and case rather than using if else and case. Case I'll just use this case when case inside a case when job begin inside in the case when else. Guys, I'm just replacing my if with case when this condition begin and do the update and come back. Remove the end. Begin and end is enough for me. One case when this condition, if true, then come here, else print. I don't want this. And case I'm doing. And let me check It's not liking it. Why? This should work. This should work. If job equals. If I don't use this case, if I don't use this case and just tell, just give me 1 sec. Let me verify. I'll just comment this part. Guys, please pay attention. I'm not specifying based on the department number. I'm just specifying set @new job equals VP. I'm just executing this part. I'm just getting rid of this for a minute. Yes. So what I'm doing, 2 conditions I'm checking. 3rd condition I'm still not checking. Let me just see if this is what can be executed. What am I missing here? Begin, end. If this is a condition, then begin, end. Do I need if, else? Okay, hold on. I don't need an end here. I don't need an end. So let me just execute this. So now I'm just updating this. Perfect. And now what I'll do, I'll just go and add this case inside this. So guys, see, don't try to eat everything together. Just break it in small pieces and then try to eat it. It'll be easy. So now, case when, let's see if this gets accepted, else this. Let me also check. Okay, it's not liking case inside this. Okay, I can find another way to do it. But let's test this solution first. Okay, 3rd criteria I will add. But did you understand why did I remove that? Why did I remove that? Because it's not liking, due to some reason, it's not liking case inside that if. But now if I try to execute this, let me just check for 1, 2, 3 RF EXEC promotion 1, 2, 3, 4. RF, why? It is showing some error. Why? Because let me just check. I have given eligibility as what? Just a single character I have given. But you are telling Arif you are trying to insert multiple characters here. What should I do? Before executing the procedure, I have to see, I have added character here. Oh, I have to tell alter column. Then I have to tell varchar of 20. That's the reason it was not accepting. So guys, your mind should be in multiple places. Now some people, what they do, guys, if you can hear me, some people what they do, Arif, look, your procedure is not executing. Why? Because it's showing error. They don't go and see the error is like truncated. The value will get truncated. That is because the precision is not accurate. Now if I execute this, it will not throw the error. Now guys, tell me, before I go and see the result, why it was throwing error now? After alter command, why didn't show the error? I want the answer. After I execute the alter command, why did it start accepting my procedure? Because the size of the data was very small and you were trying to update multiple characters inside that. That's the reason. Now, let me go and see employee table now. Select star from employee. My job is updated to VP. Arif, that's cool. That's nice. Now, there are some person who have joined 1987, 7876. Okay, what do you expect if I write 7876 here? If I write 7876, what do we expect? Message. What message? The employee number is not eligible for promotion. Isn't it cool? Didn't happen anything in the table. Didn't happen anything in the table. Go and check the table. Nothing happened. That's the beauty of procedures. Now, meanwhile you're executing this, I will add the department logic also in this. Come on, over to you. Execute this. Meanwhile, I will add department logic also in it. Then you can check it. But is this flow making sense? And tell me guys, if the code is this much big, then without indentation, no one can understand anything. Trust me, no one can understand anything if you don't do the indentation. Yes, directly you can set the variable. Directly you can set the variable like this. That's what I'm checking. It should be getting assigned to something. It should get assigned to something. That's what. So now, what you should do here is, I was not assigning this value to anything. Plus y. Hold on. So only the mistake what I did is, come on. Let me come to that point. Only mistake what I did here, guys, I didn't assign this value to that variable. It was same. It was same. Begin. Only the thing here is, you have to take this value and you have to assign this here. You have not assigned it to anything. Case equal to, then what? What? Case. When? Then this should assign directly to something. This should be done like this. So the case statement will not work without assigning a value to some base storage. Some base storage it should have. Otherwise it will not work. So I'm not assigning anything to it. So that was the reason it was not working. Now let me just try to execute this entire thing again and check what is happening. Let me just see which part am I missing here. Case. Begin. Set. I don't want this. Set is already done. New job. And then I will tell update. Add a semicolon here. Else VP sales is at the rate department number. Okay. Good. See? Department number. Now let me just check what is the result of this. It's telling I'm missing some end. Where, in which part do I need this? And that's what I'm looking. If, else, I don't need this end. Perfect. I don't need this end because it's working inside the if, else. Begin, end. case, end, begin, end. Now, perfect. Now go ahead and execute. EXEC, promotion. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 7, 3, 6, 9. 7, 3, 6, 9. Execute. Failed to converting to where value VPRs. Set at new job case when by, but the query has set department. 1 second, hold on. Add case set at new job. Set new job equal to this. Okay, so what mistake here now? That's what I'm checking. So now let me just execute this part. Okay. Next. 7369. Execute. 1 row affected. Select star from employee. Select star from employee. VP research. Let's take someone else. Let's take some new person here. Why am I getting output like this? Weird, right? That's okay. 7782. 7782. He is from which department? Department number 10. 7782. Not sure. Let me just check now. 1 row affected. Select star from employee. VP Ops. Guys, is the procedure working? Let's check for King. 7839. What should be the output? What should be the output? Message is not eligible. Now let's take another employee. Turner. Turner, who is from department number 20. Who is from department number 20? 7876. 7876. Not eligible. Why? Select star from employee. What is the 7876? Oh, he is less than 40 years. I just want to check okay, for Ford. 7902. 7902. Execute. 1 row updated. 7902. VP Research. VP Research, VP Ops, VP Accounting. There is no person in VP Accounting. Is it fun? That is for the concept of cursors. So now this is one by one we are executing now. But people will say that, I don't want to do it for every employee. Can I execute the same code for each and every employee at one go? Yes, that is called cursors. There is a concept of cursor. Cursor is nothing but internally it will create a loop for you. That is what the topic in next session. That is what will be our topic in the next session. We will learn cursors and then we will go to triggers and exception handling. Then, see, I know that whenever I teach these kind of examples where take one input, immediately I get a response. If you are doing it for one row, can we do it for all the rows? Yes, that is what the beauty of cursors. We will do the same examples. This example using cursors. Then you will see, yes, really cursors are beautiful. I know people are still trying to digest this. So big codes. We started with only one line of codes. Even I need, even a 15-year, 20-year experienced guy also need practice in SQL. Yes. Practice is must for everyone. Even if you be perfect in the way you write it, the practice is must. But sequence I'm telling. How about the sequence? Arif, how you are writing the code, how you are thinking. When you are writing the code, how you are thinking, it's really making sense. Do we agree with that? Step by step conquering is what we need to learn. When adding new job, it is saying scalar function is not added. Please help me with this. What you are trying to add new job? What you are trying to add? You are adding a new column. This function you are telling. Is this function is there? If you don't have that function, what is the other way? Just change this. Year of get date. If you don't have that function, you can try like this: minus year of at the rate higher date. Can you try with this? Because experience is doing this same thing inside it, right? So I just reduce that complexity. Or date diff also you can use. Yes, see, date diff also you can use. Perfect. So you can use date diff also. You can use this also. Both are good to go. Add the rate higher date. Not just higher date, guys. Add the rate higher date. It is the most important skill in the data world just because of this reason. And guys, before executing this procedure, please ensure that your eligibility column is set to varchar of 20 or varchar of 10 or whatever you want. But it shouldn't be just a character. If your syntax is giving error, Clements, please check with my syntax. No, syntax should be correct. Because you have a code in front of your screen which is working. Correct, Clement? You have a code in front of your screen which is working. So if you follow the same step, then it should work for you also. But on execution 7902, okay, what error? Copy paste your error. Let's see. If your procedure got created and then you're getting an error, tell me. The procedure got created? Then check. It's telling that cannot find either column dbo dot exp. You have written something wrong here. Line number 689 in my case. Either you don't have the function or you have misspelled the function. So that's the reason you remove that dbo dot experience and write the one that I have highlighted there. Then recreate your procedure, then it will work. Either you don't have the function or you don't have it. Yep. The scalar function should be created before creating this function. So if you guys have not created that scalar function with the same name as mine, then definitely you'll get an error. Don't do anything. No need to drop. Just tell create or alter at the beginning. I have told that earlier also. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
If you have seen this, Clement, what you are doing when you are trying to update the table, where you are doing it? You are doing it inside the if or outside the if. Just check exactly on which line you are writing. So yes, Clement is telling that when all the logic is working correct, but when he's trying to update the record, he is trying to update the record inside the if statement or outside the if statement where you are executing. And also, are you writing where clause? Function is also a code like a stored procedure, or stored procedure is also like code and a function which does a specific task. Sometimes, particularly, we don't want to give an input. We just want to do some operations on the data set. Data set is everything available inside my code, but I don't want to give any argument to it. At that time, we go for procedures rather than functions, because functions must and should take an input and must and should give an output. And we can't write DML, TDL commands inside the functions. But whenever I want to update a table, insert a record in the table, delete the records from the tables, I can't do that using a function. So I go for stored procedure. That is where we started our learning. And we learned our first procedure about commission hike. What is the logic for commission hike? So what is the syntax? It's same as a function, where everything will get enclosed between begin and end. Any function will look like this. Any procedure will look like this. Create or alter procedure, name of the procedure, input parameter if any you are passing. If you are not passing any parameter, then leave it as begin and end. All your code, whatever logic you want to write, you will write inside it. In my case, I want to do this logic. Basically what I'm checking, if the commission of an employee number whose details has been passed as the parameters, I'm loading that into a variable by using select command. If I'm adding a if condition. Why if I'm writing in the procedures? Why I'm not writing if in the single queries? That's what we learned, that if cannot be written in a single query statements. If you want to write something in a single query statements, you have to write using case. That's the nature of if. You can't write that in a single query statements. I'm just checking a condition, and after every if, you should begin and end for true condition. You should begin and end for a false condition. That's what I learned as my first basic stored procedure. Then I further continued to do this exercise. This is a very beautiful exercise that we did, and it took so much time for us, and that gave us a lot of idea. Now, if and case both are okay. Case is here. This is how you write case. Case, a particular column, when 10, then what should be the output? When 20, then what should be the output? When 30, what should be the output? Have you written this kind of code? Have you written? Okay, good. Okay, so now we have done one exercise, create a stored procedure to update the employee promotion eligibility column. Basically what I want to do, if a person is eligible for the promotion, then I should update his job. And what is the criteria for eligibility of for promotion? He should be 40 years or more of experience. He should not be a president, because president cannot be further promoted. And if he is from department number 10, he should be VP Ops. If it is from department number 20, he should be VP Research. If he is from department number 30, VP Sales. If he is from department number 40, VP Accounts. So 3 conditions I have to check before I go and update his job in the eligibility column. Now, how did I start that? I started that with a very basic thing. Same code. I'm not doing any difference here. See, there is nothing. Create or alter procedure, promotion, employee number taking as an input, as begin and end. Within this, I'm writing my entire code. How do I start my code? I declared a variables, various variables that I wanted here. I declared it because it wants a job value. It needs a department number to check which department is from, hire date to compute their salary, compute the high experience, new job, what variable I want to store so that I can update that. Then I'm taking all those variables into my variable that I have created from the SQL query. I'm executing that query, taking the input from the user given at employee number, whatever number user have given, that value I'm taking into the select using the job, department number and hire date. Till here, like it's just like declaring the variables and pulling the data into the variables. That's it. After that, my job will start. If at job not equal to president and date diff of year get date comma hire date greater than 40. If the experience is greater than 40, then only you do the next process, because if he is not president and if experience is greater than 40, then only he is eligible. Otherwise, he is not eligible. Once this condition is true, then I'll go and check for the criteria for the department number. In department number, I will set at the new job, which is a variable, with the case statement. Then with this value, whatever you have updated here based on the logic, then you'll go and update your employee table. If this condition doesn't satisfy, then straightforward he is not eligible for promotion only. Then print not eligible for promotion. And you have your code in front of your screen. So let's see what you are writing, what you are missing, what you are writing. Let's see. So I'm just showing Clement's code, guys. Guys, I don't expect this after seeing the code and writing the errors. After seeing the code, having 1 week of time, then also doing this silly mistakes, I don't expect this, Clement. What is this? What is this line number 732? This is your code I have copied. The highlighted code. What this statement is doing? Read and tell me what is this statement doing? After seeing also, after having videos also, not able to concentrate. Yes, it's very simple. At the rate, very simple error that has broken your entire code. It's not an error. It's always true. It's always true. Employee number is employee number. It will update all the rows. No, I need not have your apologies, guys, because you are doing it. No, seeing that screen, having the code for 1 week, you're not able to debug a simple at the rate in just 15-20 lines of code. Even after that code is given to you guys, you should pay attention. You should compare word by word. Then only you'll learn. Okay. So what are some topics that I have given you to do initial research, guys? What are the topic names that I have given to you? You see on my screen. Cursors, triggers, exception handling. So what do you mean by cursor? One of our friend was asking, if you are taking an input here of employee number and then you are performing the job for that particular employee number. If I want to perform the same job to everyone in my table, I don't want to pass one by one. So what should I do? What should I do? I want to write this code for each and every person in my table, and I can't do manually. So what is an automated method of doing this everything for? Use cursors. Exactly. Use cursor to run in the loop. Cursors are what? Cursors are variables. Cursors are what, guys? Cursors are, let me just keep this up this side. Cursors are what? Cursors are variables. Variables of what type? Variables of what type? Variables of table type. Yes. Cursors are variables of table type. Where like in text variable, you store text value. Float variable, you store float value. integer variable, you will store integer value, but in cursor variable, you store table values, entire table you will store. Yes. The way to work with the cursors is, first you have to declare a cursor, like you declare a variable, declare a cursor. Then when you want to work on something, you can't work on entire data at once, right? Can you work entire data? There are hundreds and hundreds of rows stored in that variable. Can you work on each and every row at one time? And if it's possible, I can't eat everything at one time. I'll read one by one. Correct? Now it's the time to process the information. Like after you store the data in the variable, you process it, right? After you store the data in the variables, you process it. Now processing, you can't do all together at once. You can't process all the data at once. One by one, you have to process. You have to take one row, process it. One row, process it. One row, process it. One row, process it till you reach till end of the table. Till you reach till end of the table, you have to process it. So what you have to do? After declaring the cursor, you have to open the cursor. After opening the cursor, you have to fetch the record. Fetch means fetch first record from the table. You have to fetch the record. And you have to do all your processing. All processing will be done here. All processing will be done here. Done here. Then when all the records get fetched, what you do? You will close the cursor. Close. And then you deallocate. Deallocate is nothing but deallocate the cursor. Why we are deallocating? Because Arif, it's a table. It's a table which will not get deallocated until and unless you deallocate, because it will store some data inside it, which I don't want to happen. This will be a burden for other procedures which are executing. Am I making sense? Your entire code, this entire code will sit here. All data processing will be sitting here. That's what we will do. The example. So any cursor like a variable should be declared. Okay. Once you declare it, you have to open it. When you tell fetch the data from one of the row in the cursor. When I tell fetch. Now people will ask a very interesting question. Alright, what you are doing? What you are doing here? You are opening and fetching. Which record it is fetching? Available record, or from the top to bottom. First available record from the top to bottom. It is fetching. Now what you will do? Arif, how will you check now whether we are on the first row or the last row of the cursor? That is an interesting question. People will ask immediately. Arif, how you are telling that there is a lower limit for it? Start always from the first row it happens. What happens if my cursor doesn't have any rows only? Or what happens if my cursor has come to an end? You are not checking that condition only, right? So what I do, I'll try, right? While fetch status at the rate at these are the global variables. Global or system variables these are. Fetch status equal to 0. Means what? What this fetch status does? Every time you fetch a record, it will set the flag to 0 if flag to 0 if any record in the cursor exists, or else it's set to 1. Now what you do? While status you have to check after fetching if the record is there or no. If the record is there, then only you have to write begin and end. That's it. If there is no record available, then I'll not enter into this. Directly I'll close it and I'll exit. Finish. So at fetch status will do a watchdog for you. It will keep on checking, if you did a fetch. Is that record available here? Example, this is a cursor which has 4 rows based on the query that you are writing here, based on your logic that you are writing here. It will fetch the first record. When I fetch the first record here, what will be the status of at fetch status? 0, because a record is fetched. Then it will execute this one time and it will come back again while it will fetch again. It will not go to close. It will come back after and it will come back to fetch again. It will again fetch second row. Automatically it'll go to next row. You need not tell anything. Internal logic is there. Internal logic is built such only. Whenever you tell fetch, it will fetch the next row available. You can write fetch or you can write fetch next. That also is same. Fetch or fetch next is both the same. Now, what will you do? Arif, how it is coming out of the loop? No, it shouldn't come out of the loop now. You are telling it's coming out of the loop. That means the logic is not correct. It shouldn't come out of the loop. So what I do, this is used to fetch only the first time. Second time when you fetch, it will not come outside the loop. It will be inside the loop only. So what I do, after doing all processing, I will fetch the record one more time. Here, keep this in mind. Yes, Arif, people will ask, Arif, why you are writing fetch 2 times? Yes, because whenever you write fetch, it will fetch the next row available in the table. So first row is fetched here. Data from first row in the cursor. Next available row in the cursor. Now it will not come out of this loop. Yes, till the entire data is fetched. No, fetch, it will see here because condition is still 0. Others, condition is still 0. After ending this, it will come back here and check. While loop, while till the condition is set to 1, it will be available in this only. You need not worry. I will not write that again. What it will do? The first available row it will process, and at the end it will fetch the second row. It will go back. And if this fetch was failed, then at fetch status was set to becoming 1. Next, it will see here. It is set to 1. It will exit from here only. To close. It will not execute all those lines. So these things you should be knowing. This is called yard. Yes, because this fetch statement is false at that time. The first statement will automatically set to fetch data as 1. When it is 1, the while loop fails and nothing inside that code will get executed. There are system global variables. System global variables that you need not declare. SQL Server has declared it for you already. At means that are the system global variables. At means the local variable that you are creating. There is some godfather in SQL, that is admin or SQL developers, SQL designers. They have created that for me, which you need not worry about. They will take care about it. What it does, how the variable is set, I need not worry about it. Some variable is there which will set to statement fails. When I tell fails means, when I tell fetch statement fails means what? What I meant? Jessila, you can't implement. There is a process you should follow. You can't implement. If you come across with a solution, then I would be more interested to learn that method. Okay? Good. When I tell fetch statement fail, what do I mean there? What do I mean when I tell fetch statement is failed, friends? It's not that it's an error. It means that Arif, your cursor has not fetched any record from your using your fetch statement. So then I tell fetch statement is failed. When fetch statement is failed, automatically the fetch status will set to 1. So I'm getting questions like, Arif, can we implement this cursor with only one fetch statement? Guys, I have not learned that using one statement. If you guys can come up with a solution with only one fetch statement, then it will be a learning for me from you guys. Because the logic, what I'm trying to do here is I am repeating my process for all the records in the table. If you are processing only for one record in the table, then you don't need two fetch statements. Here, I want to process all the records in the table and it should be in a loop, hence you need it. No, at fetch status is not common for all the SQL servers. You have to search in the internet, Vijay. I'm not sure about what the other servers use the name for at fetch status. Search in the internet, what is the equivalent of your other SQL? What you are using? I know in Oracle server, in SSMS, it is the same. But I'm not sure about the others. Anyone have any thoughts on the cursor processing? Please tell me before we go to any example. Make your notes here. You can use while anywhere. Yes. While anywhere you can use Jessila. Not only for this condition, while anywhere you can use. I'll do that. Using an example. Before I go to cursor, I will write a simple code using while. Then you'll understand how while works. Yashwin, this is structure. This is not example. This is structure of the code. When you work on example, then variable name will come. For your second question, cursors will be used inside the procedures only. Yes. Cursors cannot be used outside the procedures. No. Inside the procedures only you have to use. Not even in functions. Functions, yes, you can use. Because your function might, I think, yes, it can be used. Okay, some people is asking, Arif, while I can use anywhere or what? Okay, I'll show you an example of while statement, how the while statement will work. Very basic example I'll tell. While declare count @count. I'm just writing a very simple code to teach you first while statement. Then you can understand, Arif, how this while is working. And your question also will get cleared here. Someone asked, Arif, can we write this with two fetch statements or one fetch statements? Okay, that question also will get cleared here. @count and integer equals 10. What I'll do? I'll tell begin while @count not equal to 0. What I have to do? I'll write begin print. What's the print statement? I don't want to write the entire statement again. I'll just take this here and I'll paste it here. Print the output number, concatenate this with @count. I'll just remove this part. I don't want this. I just want to this here. Okay. Then what I'll do? I'll tell after I'm printing what I'm doing, I'm just adding one number. @count equals @count plus or minus 1. What I'll do here, I'll tell set. Then what I'll do? I'll tell end. And then the main begin is ended here. So what is happening here, guys? Can someone think what is happening here? the same statement is getting repeated. So why, if I don't write this, what will keep on happening? Infinite loop, correct? What will happen if I don't write this? 722, what will happen if I don't write that? Again an infinite loop. Make sense? It will never come outside the loop only. Yes. Think about it. Now let me try to execute this. I'm not creating a procedure, guys. I'm just writing a simple statement. Perfect. This is the beauty of while. This is the beauty of while. This is not a procedure. This is test. Yes. Now people will tell, Arif, without create or alter procedure, how did you do it? That's how it works. Now this is called a procedure. Now I tell is a stored procedure when you write create or create procedure. Create procedure test while as. Now when you execute this, then it is a stored procedure. If you don't write this, that's totally fine. That is just a procedure. Now, do you understand, guys? What is the difference between stored procedure and just a procedure? Stored procedure means you are storing it with the help of create command. Procedure means it's just a procedure which you are not storing and you are doing it. Everyone understood what is meant by loop here? And now can you relate this with here? Can you relate this loop here to this loop? Then how will the fetch status will be checked? If you remove first fetch statement, then how will the fetch status will be checked? Without any fetch statement, you cannot check at the rate fetch status. Understand the working of at fetch status, Jasila? Yes, logically you are telling correct. But without doing any fetch statement, how can you check at fetch status? Fetch status will be set based on a fetch command only, right? If there is no fetch command, how the at fetch status will be set to 0? It will be 1 only. Always it will be 1. That means you will never enter into the loop. If you want to enter into the loop, then you have to write a fetch statement outside. Because if there is no fetch statement, then at fetch status will always be 1. Yes. Yes, that's the reason it will never enter into the loop. See, if you understand this like this, it will be very much fun. Now I see, now it's clear. Yes, that's how it will work. That's why I told you, you find another way, you tell me it's a learning for me. Good. Because I want to process a loop there. Come on guys, give a try on this. Then we will see one example on cursor. Try this. From line number 716 till 725, it's your structure of the cursor, and 728 to 735 is a code which will demonstrate the while loop. Perfect. So let's do an example of cursor. Excited to see? Excited to see an example? Very basic example. I'll not do much difference here. I'll just write a very basic example of cursor. So just pay attention. I'm writing a basic cursor. So I'm just writing a declare statement. Guys, I'm not creating a stored procedure here. Let me just verify the output. Then I can convert it to a procedure. Declare at the rate emp number, which is integer, comma, at the rate ename, it's varchar of 15, comma, at the rate what? 2 variables I have taken. Now what I'll do, I'll just write another declare here. Declare emp cursor name as a type of cursor. For select emp number, comma, e name from emp. This is how you declare a cursor. The output of this query is stored inside this cursor. It's a table variable. As I have told, it's a table variable. The output of that query will get stored there. Next, once a cursor is created, now what I'll do guys, I will tell open emp cursor. I'm just opening the cursor. After I open the cursor, what you have to do, you have to fetch the record from the cursor. Fetch emp cursor into at emp number, comma, at ename. When I tell fetch, what it is doing here, is it fetching entire table or it is just fetching the first row? When I tell fetch, only first row, right? Only first row it is fetching. Now the game will start. Now I have to check whether that cursor have some records inside it or no. Whether that cursor have some records inside it or no, I don't know. So what I'll check, while at fetch status equals 0. Yes, I'm ensuring that. Then I'll tell begin. Now what I want to write, you can write inside this. I just want to print the name of what is being fetched. I just want to write this. Now I'll tell end. I'll tell that's okay. Arif, begin, process, end. Okay. But this will be infinite loop, right? This will be infinite loop. If you see here, this will be infinite loop. That's the reason what I'm asking, what I'm doing here, Jasila. That's the reason why what I'm doing here. I am writing another fetch statement here to break the infinite loop. And it will go back, it will check the fetch status. It will not check fetch status now for this row. It will check for this row. That's the catch. Yes. Now once I do that, then begin and end is done. Now this will exit only in which condition? This loop will exit only when there is no row left. Agree? This loop will exit only when there is no row left to process. When there is no row left to process, only at that time it will do that. Now I can do, I'll tell copy, print. This is the end of the table. Close emp cursor, deallocate emp cursor. verify the result. And the output. Okay, now people will say, Arif, I want to display only for department number 30. Okay, where department number equal to 30. Isn't it fun? It's not like entire table only you have to store in the query. You can fetch based on your requirement. You can write where clause also there in the cursor variable. It's like general any SQL query. That is the beauty. It can be a complex query with various where clauses and then storing the output there, or it could be a very basic query. Now you understood? Now what will happen if I write this statement inside this? Can someone quickly tell me what will happen if I write that print statement inside that loop? It will print for every row. Yes, it will print for every row except the last row. Let's try. See? Now, that's the reason I will not keep this inside the loop. I will keep it outside the loop. Come on, I'll give you 5 minutes to write this code and then verify the output. And then I will give you an example. You have to work on that example for me. Does it make sense, everyone? Take your time, write this word by word, and don't miss at the rate this time, okay? And don't miss any comma this time, because cursors always operate with a proper sequence. Now people will ask, Arif, once the cursor is closed, can I read the data from it? There is no way you can read the data once the cursor is closed. Can a fetch will work if the cursor is closed? Can a fetch will work without open cursor? No, guys. That is not going to happen. Okay? It will always work logically. If a cursor is open, then only you can fetch. After closing the cursor, you cannot open the cursor. After deallocating the cursor, you cannot run a fetch statement. So keep these things in mind. Did I clarify all the questions regarding cursor? Is it simple now based on how we learned it? Friends? If you see some examples, then your confidence will increase. I know. Yes, you are right, Yashwin. Okay, so 5 minutes is yours. Do it. Can we write where with the fetch statement? No, you can't write. If you understood the cursor topic correctly, then you'll not write it. What is the fetch statement? Friends, what is fetch statement? Yashwin, what is a fetch statement? Can you read this? Can you read this and this statement? The job of fetch is to always fetch next available row. Nothing more, nothing less. Is it done, everyone? Till here? Now, modify this procedure to update entire table with a cursor. Commission hike. The same procedure I want you to do for the entire table. I'll rewrite this question. The question would look like this. Create a stored procedure to check the cursor of a employee. If the commission is null, update the commission to 200, else commission increment by 10%. Yes. Here, I don't want an input. I don't want an argument passed by the user. I want this to be done for entire table. The solution is already done. Your job is to just modify that solution with the help of a cursor, so that I can see that happening for entire table. Question is simple. The solution you have already done. Only that you have to implement the cursor. Over to you. I hope everyone is trying that. Everyone is trying. So you know the sequence. You know how to open the cursor. You know how to rotate. Okay, try it. See my code. What different and what new do you see here in this code? Let me make it a little bit in the single line. Just for your understanding, I'll write this in a single line. I'm writing this with less code. Yep, here we go. Let me just reduce the size. This is my code. What am I trying to do here? What different than yours? I have written an if block here. Sometimes. So let me do something here. So I'm just looking for open cursor and I'm just writing fetch begin this. If your fetch, this will never execute. I know this will never execute. People will tell that Arif, why you are writing check. Now, if you guys were doing it without a cursor, then this would make sense. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just comment off this part. You need not write this at your end. I'll just delete it off. I'll not write this. Now tell me, is my code correct or do you see any mistakes here? Code is same as you have written. Only some part of the code I have removed, but I'll tell you what that code was doing for me. Let me just try to create this procedure. So procedure created successfully. Now, if I just call that procedure without any variable, first let me just check what is the data in the table. Select star from EMP. I see commissions null for various peoples. Okay, now let me execute this. What is this? A cursor with name already exists. Why? Why the cursor is saying already exists? What did I do, guys? Deallocate. I have not executed. Now see, deallocate. I have not executed. Now what I'll do? I'll try to execute this. Here we go. All the records got updated at one command. I need not worry about anything. Now go ahead, check your table. Where is my table? Select star from EMP. Select star from EMP. Wherever it was null or 0, updated with 200. Wherever it was a value available, updated by 10%. Now if I execute the same procedure one more time, none of the people were having null or zeros. Now that it will be 220. 220, 220, 220. That means my procedure is working fine for all the tables. That's how you write. That's how you write your cursors. Is it done, everyone? I know it will take time for you to type and verify what is happening. It will take time, I know. But what we will do now, those who are doing it, do it. Those who have done it, you can take the break now. After the break, we'll be doing a couple of more examples on cursors. Okay? Promotion. What better code we can implement using cursor than promotion code? Correct? The code is bigger, first of all. And on top of that, working with cursors inside it. Can you try, please? The promotion code, I don't want to take employee input, but I want it to be applied for all the people in the company. Can you add a cursor to it and ensure that that code is doing the same thing for all the employees in the table? Can we do that? Definitely we can do. We can apply a cursor to it and we can make it happen. Over to you. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll go to triggers. What are triggers in SQL? Why do we use trigger? And some examples on triggers. So friends, what changes did you do here? So rather than declaring these three variables, what you did, you just created this cursor and then you replaced this part, correct? So let me just take this as a separate promotion cursor. I'll add this in the new code and I'll just take promotion cursor. Okay, promotion cursor. So what you guys did, you just replace this part, correct? You replace this part with this. Sorry, let me just take this part and you replace these three lines with this part, correct? And at the end, when this loop is there, I write end here and another fetch we are adding. Another fetch I will add before the next. After that, I'll just paste this at the end. If there is a begin, then definitely there should be an end. So what is this doing here now? Tell me the sequence before I go and create this procedure. Is there anything that I'm missing? I'm starting with the begin as begin and that end will be here. Now, let me just indent it properly so that it will look nice. I'll just move this part. Begin and end is here. And then this begin will have declare statements. This will have some declare statements. One at the rate higher date, comma at the rate new job. I'm just creating these variables and I'm declaring a cursor and then opening the cursor. This begin has end here. Opening the cursor. If the fetch status is this, then till here I'll end. And then if yes, then I'll go in the if statement. And if will have a begin and, but I don't need this part. I don't need this part. Do I really need this part when I'm doing a cursor? I'm not taking any input from the user, right? So why should I use it? So I don't need this part. So I'll just remove the else part. I don't need the else part. Do I really need else part to display that? Because when I'm doing for every person, so why should I display? Let's try to promotion underscore cursor it is. Promotion underscore cursor. Promotion. Okay, no. Promotion cursor. That's it. Okay, let's try to create this. Successfully completed. Need to remove the argument. Yes. Good. Thank you. So I'll just execute this. Guys, why? I just removed the argument. First, do I really need to give those brackets if I'm not using any arguments? If I'm not using any arguments, then do I really need to give that brackets? But it's not getting created. Promotion cursor is the first, and in the first is there, and it's not used in the end. Okay, where is that? Create or alter. Promotion cursor, declare promotion cursor, open promotion cursor. I'm using from employee, fetch promotion cursor into EMP number, job, and hire date, and then that EMP number I'm using, but select to this at EMP number. Did I create at EMP number anywhere? The variable. Did I create at EMP number anywhere? I haven't created it. You have to create that also. At EMP number int. Read the error first to find out the solution, but the error was clearly telling that Arif, your EMP number was not declared. Guys, yes or no? The error was telling the same thing. Have a look. If I comment this, if I try to create this, what is the error? Earlier, it was there as the argument. Earlier, it was there as an argument. It was here. Even this is a variable only, right? Even this is a variable only. Even though I'm passing that as an argument, it's a variable only. Now it will not throw an error. Now it will not throw an error because if one variable is there that you are using it somewhere, okay, totally fine. But if I'm trying to not pass that input, so I have to ensure that I will not comment this part here. Priyank, does it make sense? It wasn't there. So in first place, it wasn't here. It was not there only here. So I added that fresh. Now let's try to execute this. Before that, let's see the data in the cursor. So eligibility, okay, null, 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 null. Okay. Let's see, execute. Successfully completed. Yeah, let's see, select star from employee. It's not getting updated. I executed this procedure. So am I really updating that table here? EMP, set eligibility, but why it is not getting updated? Tell me what mistake I'm doing in my code. Yes. Let me just execute this one more time. It is telling that procedure executed successfully, means it's not showing me any output only. Then if I go and run select star from employee, see, eligibility columns are still here. And what is happening? Promotion cursor, it's correct. So whatever the data is here, it's getting loaded here. Job, hire date, EMP number I'm taking. Okay. Job I'm taking, EMP number I'm taking, and hire date I'm taking. And I'm just checking that with the experience. And a new job I'm setting up here. And I'm doing an update to @EMP number. And then I am fetching the next record. Get department number as well. You are not using department number anywhere. Where you are using department number? @department number. Did I use it anywhere? Yeah, okay. It's not here. I have to fetch the department number, right? From the employee. I have to fetch the department number. Otherwise, how can it will work? Department number I should get. department number. Guys, I have taken this code exactly how someone has written on the solution. That code only I'm taking and I'm debugging it. I'm not giving you the prepared solution. I hope you are understanding why I'm taking the solution from the chat window only. Because debugging in the real session, it's very interesting. Correct? Debugging the code in the session, it is helpful for you also. Let me copy this. And then department number. I'll just copy it here also. Department number. At the rate department number. Now let's try to create this. Now execute the procedure. Command executed successfully. Let's deselect star from EMP. Still error. Someone is telling date diff of get date comma higher date. Okay. So people is asking me to swap it. Okay. Let's swap and check. Whatever you guys suggest. Yes. I want to try that. Perfect. People is suggesting like this. Okay. Let's see. Then we will see what happened, why happened. We'll see later. First, get the solution first. Okay. Now it is working. All the rows got updated. Now select star from EMP. You'll see perfectly updated. Perfectly updated all the records. So these people are not eligible. So their job is same. President and 1987 and 1987. They are not eligible. Now what did you learn from this? Tell me one thing, guys. If I had I have all the solutions at my end. Okay? I have my document. I have the solutions all written at my end. But why am I taking your code and debugging it here? Are you understanding the reason why I'm taking your code and debugging here in the session? Because that will be very much fun when it will be a discussion where people will start suggesting. You're getting directly to the solution or debugging in the live session. Which one is helpful? Definitely, because when you are writing this kind of big codes, many errors will be there. Sometimes the logic will be correct. The output will not be there. Why? So all these reasons will be there. So many different things. So now what we were missing? First of all, one of the friend who have created this cursor, department number was missing. First should be always the less one. The lesser value we add. Where in the fetch, I have written for all the variables I have written. Here also for all the variables I have written. Vasant Babu, it's working now. The solution is working. What I'm missing? Where? So what were the missing pieces that our friends have done? They have not created this variable that we have added. Once we added this code, at that time we realized that it was missing. We added this part. And the code was working perfectly fine, but the department number was not part of the cursor because we have that clause here. See, the procedure was not throwing error. Guys, trust me. See, procedure was not throwing error because the variable is there. The variable is there. If you are not using that part, a part of your cursor, and you are not populating that variable value with the help of cursor, then it's not the mistake of stored procedure. It's our mistake that we have not added the department number in the cursor and not populated a variable with that value. That's the reason the at department number was always null and it was not updating anything because the case statement was not giving any output only. And one more mistake what we have seen is the date diff function. So 3 to 4 different issues were in this that we have resolved in the live session. I hope that was helpful. How to debug the code also you have got an idea. Yes or no? Now, let's learn what are triggers. Any idea, guys? What are triggers? Any idea? What are triggers? Exactly. Running based on some event. You don't call the triggers. You don't execute the triggers. they come like an uninvited members. Uninvited members. No, just kidding. So they are fired automatically based on some specific events. Triggers are codes which are fired on a specific event. Example, you are updating a table. You are updating a table and SQL says that some information message it will give, or it will prevent from updating the table, or it will take a backup of the data automatically in the backend. Whenever you're trying to do some changes on your table, automatically some operations will be done. Example. So now, see, select star from EMP. There are so many records in this table. So what I will do, I will just go to my first row where I have inserted a record. I'll take one XYZ record. I'll take one XYZ record here. I'll try to insert. What will happen if I try to insert a record from the table? I'll add some number 878976. I'll try to insert this record. What it is showing a message? The column number doesn't match because we are adding more values. Okay, department number is there, and I'll just add null. Another column, I'll add null. I'll insert this. One row affected. It is just showing one row affected. If I try to delete that record from the table, delete from EMP, where EMP number equals 8976. If I try to update EMP, set job eligibility. Where is eligibility column? To have eligibility column, set eligibility PILI eligibility equals, I'm just adding a random value there, clerk. Update EMP, set where clerk, where EMP number equal to 8976. If I try to update this, one row affected. If I try to delete that, it is just showing one row affected. One row affected. Now what I will do? What I will do now? I'll just do some really simple trigger. Create trigger. The name of the trigger you have to give. DBO dot, or directly you can give the name of the trigger as my first trigger. On which table? On which table? DBO dot EMP for insert, comma, update as print. Print, you have modified the table. You have modified the table. Now what I'll do? I'll just create this. Let's see what will happen. Created. The trigger got created. How will you see that trigger now? Refresh. Go to your programmability, and where you will see the triggers. Short procedures, not be procedures. It should be database triggers. Yeah. Database triggers. Can you see this? My first trigger. it will be usually available here. But pay attention what I'm trying to do. Now, if I try to insert a record in the table, now if I try to insert a record in the, hope everyone can see my screen and hear me. I have created a table, a trigger, and I'm trying to insert a record. Earlier, when I was trying to insert a record in the table, I was getting only this message. Now I'm getting this message also. Why? Why is it that happening? Why is it happening? Did I execute this? Did I execute this? I'll remove this to clear the confusion. Did I execute the trigger? Did I ask trigger to run? I didn't call. See, I'm just updating the table. You have modified the table. It is giving me a message. Guys, I'm just writing a update command. But why that message is coming? Because you have configured a trigger. You have configured a trigger on EMP table for insert and update operation. Whenever you insert or update on the employee table, automatically this will get executed. Automatically. You need not call it. Automatically it will get executed. Automatically. But Arif, you have not written for delete. Why? Because I just want to show whatever you write here, for that operation it will happen. See, delete. No affected. No effect. Why? Why that message is not showing for delete? Because Arif, you have not created a trigger for delete operation. If you want to do it for delete also, delete, create or alter trigger. Now you do it, insert, you will see that message. You do update, you will see that message. You do delete, you will see that message. Basically, what is trigger? Triggers are fired based on, we don't tell it as executed or called. For triggers, we don't tell. For triggers, we tell them as a fired. Triggers are always fired. Triggers are fired based on a situation. What is the situation? Insert, update, or delete. DDL triggers. Sorry, DML triggers. These are basically DML triggers. Very, very basic example of a trigger. Arif, give me some real examples so that it will be helpful for me. Yes, we will do that. But this exercise was just to show you the syntax of triggers. How a trigger works. Can you try this one now quickly? Then we will see a real world example. Try this. We'll do some examples on triggers. Everyone understood what is the purpose of triggers? Triggers do a specific task based on an event. It could be insert event, it could be update event, it could be delete event, it could be create, alter, any event. Basically, there are two types of triggers. DDL triggers and DML triggers. We are learning about DML triggers. Is it working, friends? Line number 829 to 836. Is it working? Fine, as expected. Basically, it's doing nothing. It is just displaying a message. Whenever you do insert, update, or delete, it will display a message for you. Done? Perfect. Okay, now what I want. What I want, a basic feature. I want to create a log table. A log table. So what I'm doing here, guys, I want to create employee table another time. So I just want to create employee table another time. So how will I create a backup of the employee table? shortcut way of creating an employee copy of an employee table. Select star into emp log from emp. Now what I'll do, select star from emp log. I'll check what details are there in this table. All the details are there. Now I'll do truncate emp underscore log, truncate table emp underscore log. Now I don't have anything in this table, so I'll not go and write all those things there. Now what should happen, guys? What should happen? Create a procedure, create a trigger, create a DML trigger to take the backup of the deleted row from the employee table. Now what I'll do, I'll add 2 more columns. Alter employee log alter table employee log, drop column eligibility, right, UI. Drop column eligibility, add multiple columns. I want deleted on should be of date time, comma, deleted by user varchar of 20. I'll take varchar of 50. That's okay, totally fine. Select star from emp log. All these details deleted on and deleted by, along with the deleted on and deleted by values. Now basically what I want to achieve from this, friends, I want to build an audit table. I want to keep a track who is deleting the records from my table. Will it be very nice if I can really see that what records are being deleted and who is deleting that record? Will it be nice to track that information? Guys, yes or no? Will it be nice to track that information or no? Because so far, we never had that record. We never had that option to track all this information. Now we are really thinking about the next level of SQL. But if someone do some changes, I want to track that. How will you do this? Create or alter trigger. Trigger name is what? DBO in the schema, and the name of the trigger should be emp delete log on which table? DBO dot EMP for just a delete operation. We'll see for insert, update, delete, we'll see later. I just want to see some delete operation. As insert into dbo dot emp underscore log. Which values you want to add? All the values. EMP number, ename, job, hire date. Whatever column names you want, you can add. But I'm writing all the columns here for your reference. Comma, commission, department, number, EMP number, ename, job, manager, MGR I missed. It's not like you have to take all the columns in the real world. In the real world, you'll be adding only columns that is required. Delete on and deleted by. Okay. These are the values. So how will you add these values here? Insert into all these values. Then where will you bring these values from? Where will you bring these values from? EMP table, which is deleted. The record which is deleted. How will you fetch exactly the deleted record? Select all these column names, comma, deleted on get date, deleted by username, user underscore name. From what? From deleted is the keyword. What is deleted here? It's a temporary table. It's a temporary table which will store the deleted record from the employee table. Isn't it cool? Is it really cool, guys? It's a temporary table which will store the deleted record from the employee table till your session lasts. If you close, then it will go away. Chetan, if you close your session, if you disconnect from your database, then that will go away. Now see the beauty. Currently, I don't have anything. Select star from EMP log. I don't have anything. Now I'll just go ahead and tell insert this record. And now I'll just delete this record. I'll just delete this. Execute. 2 times it is showing 1 row affected. Why 2 times? Why it is showing 2 times 1 row affected? Because one is for delete and one is for insert in the EMP log. Let's go and see EMP log table now. Fantastic. Did you see the magic? How did that happen? Did I tell anywhere in my code? Did I tell anywhere while deleting that? Arif, insert a record here. Did I tell anywhere? I didn't tell it. Okay. I'll tell 1, 2, 3, 4. Delete. Now go and check employee log. 2 records will be there. Arif, see, you have deleted this and exact the time and the username. My name is Divyo. I'm the owner of this. Divyo. Don't you think triggers are really very cool feature in order to control and see what is happening in your database? And it's not that difficult. And it's not difficult to create a trigger. It's not like I have to write 15, 20 lines of code. No, it's so simple. Now I'll not see these records in my employee table. Select star from EMP. I'll not see these records in my employee table. See, 1, 2, 3, 4 is not there. 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Affected. Go and select star from my employee blog. Look and there it. Even though the data is getting deleted there, you have a backup automatically that you are not creating by yourself. Automatically that is getting created. That's the beauty of triggers. Isn't it nice? Is it interesting or no? First of all, is it interesting? Really different than what are functions and what are procedures? Come on, give a try. From year to year, this is what I have done to set up. These all things I have done to set up my table. To set up an EMP log table, separate table. I don't want to create a table separately. Table was there. I just don't select star into. So it created a backup table for me. And then I added truncated the table so that I don't have anything. And I added 2 additional column there. And then I created a trigger. Over to you. Take your time, do it. Because I'm logged in as a DBO. I'm the owner of this database. I have logged in as a DBO. Owner. My role is DBO. You are the owner, it will show a DBO for you. If I log in as a different user, at that time it will show a different name there. If you are done till here, Nelvin, then you can feel free to drop. But I'm just waiting for others to do it. So Mushtaq, what we are doing here is insert into means what? Inserting the data into this table. This is the way. Why I write these columns? Why do I write the column names? If I want to enter the data in the specific columns, I write this. If you are entering the data into all the columns, you don't need to write that, but I write that here to be on the safer side. And that I'm taking the data from the deleted record from the delete command that I have executed. Okay. Thank you so much for joining today, and thank you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.
What are triggers? Basically, whenever you do some DML or DDL operation, at that time, the triggers will be fired based on the scenario. Based on a scenario, the triggers will get fired. Now we have written one basic trigger here. There will be 2 types of triggers. Okay? There will be 2 types of triggers. For / after. Both are same. And instead of triggers. Instead of triggers. There are 2 types of triggers, guys. One is for or after, and another is instead of. Now people will tell, Arif, what is the difference between for and after? Either you use for or use after. Both are same, guys. There is no differences between both. Now, what for does? After you do an operation, after an operation is done, the trigger will be fired. Operation it will complete first. operation it will complete first, and then the trigger is fired. Instead of triggers, it will not do the operation. Yes, it will reject the operation. It will reject the operation, and instead of that, it will do this operation. It will fire this trigger. Now, there are two different temporary tables that will get created whenever you fire any triggers. There are two separate tables will be created. Two. Which are those? One is deleted and one is inserted. Yes, two different types of tables will get created automatically whenever you are working with the triggers. Insert, update, delete. When you are doing insert, you have old value and new value. Where will you fetch from old value? Nowhere, because there was no old values, not applicable. Where will you fetch the new value from? Inserted table. Update. Old values will be available in deleted table, and the new values are available in inserted table. And delete, only old value will be there from the deleted table, and this will be not applicable. Logically makes sense, right? Now sometimes what happens, I have to fetch the data. From where? I want to fetch the data from these temporary tables to do some operations, to check what data I have inserted. We will do some examples based on instead of trigger and that inserted table. Make a note of this. For is nothing but triggers which are fired after the DML command. Let me write this. Triggers that are fired after DML commands. Triggers that are fired in place of. Hence, that command will not get executed. This will get executed. Make sense? We'll do some examples. Yes, you have done two examples. You have done two examples. One is a basic trigger which will just display a message. Another is log table. If any update is happening at that time, we'll do that. This inserted and deleted concept is very, very important, because based on the question, you have to fetch the data from trigger when a new employee is created, automatically display the record back. For example, whichever employee I have inserted, that employee record should be displayed for me. For example, if I insert a new record in the employee table, after inserting, it will show me a message. What message it will show? One row affected. Correct? It will show one row affected. No, it should display that line for me. Not one row affected. You have modified the table. No, instead of displaying modified the table, I want you to display that record only. Very simple trigger. I'm just writing select star from inserted. So try when insert a record and then execute this. Will it display that record or no? Check. Now similarly, write a trigger to display the deleted record. So just to give an idea about what is this deleted and inserted before you do some example. Okay, so let's write another trigger. Write a trigger to prevent user from deleting the record from the EMP table. Now, what kind of trigger will you use here? What kind of trigger will you use here? Instead of trigger. For instead of delete. I don't write for. I just write instead of delete. Come on, see. Create or alter trigger DPO instead delete trick on DBO dot emp instead of delete as. Simple. Print a message. Now try to delete from EMP where EMP number equals 7562, which I have just inserted here. It's telling you cannot delete the data from the table and one row affected. Okay, does that data is there in the table? Okay, select star from EMP where EMP number equals 7562. Data is still there. But what is that one row got affected? Where it is coming from? Because last week you have created one trigger, if you remember. What is the trigger? DBO log you created. Now, hold on. What I'll do now? I'll tell disable trigger name. I'll just write this command. I don't want to drop every time the triggers. I can disable the triggers. Keeping the trigger available, I can disable them. Then you will not see that. Disable trigger on dbo.emp. Disabled. Now go ahead and try to execute this delete from again. One row affected. Now why? Is there any other command which is getting up? There might be definitely any other. Now see, it will not have that record inside. What is that? One row affected. Disabled. Disable trigger. I'll show this at the bottom. So you have to go and check which are the other triggers that you have written. So understood, guys? Whenever I'm trying to delete a record from the table, it is not allowing me to delete only. You cannot delete the data from the table. If it was for, then definitely I would have deleted. If you have multiple triggers, that doesn't matter. What will be the sequence doesn't matter. They will be fired one after the other based on Okay, now if you're deleting, for example thing, if you're deleting, for delete, what could be the operation that you want to do? What trigger you want to multiply? One is definitely in the log table, and another is you are displaying a message that I don't allow to delete. So does it really matter that first log table will get populated and then it will display a message? Or first display the message, then add in the log table? Does it really matter? It will not affect. But order of sequence, I need to check on it. Let me check if there is any order of sequence or if it anyhow affect. So far, no, it will not affect. Okay, now, one interesting trigger I want you to write. Create a trigger which will check if salary is greater than 0. Greater than 0. If 0, or else insert the data. Now people will tell, Arif, this is same as the check constraint. Correct? Check constraint is already doing it. Yes. Check constraint is already doing it, but I want to write a trigger also for this. If someone is trying to insert or update an employee whose salary is less than or equal to 0, then it should reject. Definitely my table doesn't have that constraint, so it will by default reject it. But I want to write a trigger for that. So let me just check where is my constraint. Select star from information schema dot check constraints. See, check employee salary greater than 0. You have it. I'll just drop this constraint now. Alter table emp drop constraint name. Dropped. Now if I go and check the check constraints, I don't have any check constraints now. Now this feature should be handled by a trigger. How will you do that? This is something interesting, because Arif, what you are doing here, you are inserting the record first. You are inserting a record first, and then you are checking if any salary is less than or equal to 0. If exists, then it is true, else it is false. If it doesn't exist, it will not begin and end, it will come out. Yes. If it exists, then it will raise error. What is this raise error? That is what? The connectivity to my next topic. So let me just execute this. Now try to update the record. Update emp set sal equals minus 1300, where emp number equals 7369. So you have modified the table. This is coming from my first trigger. Where is my trigger? I'll just disable this also, so that people will not get confused. Arif, why that message is coming then when you have not decided? Okay, disable trigger dbo dot my first trigger on dbo.emp. Now go ahead and try to update. See, the trigger is not there, but have a look. The message that I'm displaying, that is so cool. You can display a user-defined error message and you can roll back the transaction that you just did. So you can write conditional statements also in triggers. Now it will not allow you to insert any negative value. If you are inserting any positive value, say, if I'm inserting any positive value, it will not give you any error. It will tell one row affected, one row affected. Second row is affected because your trigger is there. So you need not worry about it. If I want to update it at 0, update it at 0, immediately that will fire a trigger. And from which trigger it is showing up. Isn't it very nice way to tell a user that, hey, you can't insert or update the records like this? Does it make sense now, everyone? Instead of trigger, after trigger, update trigger. Now in Oracle server, if you go, anyone who have worked on Oracle server, there you have concept of before triggers and after triggers. Before triggers. But in SQL server, you don't have concept of before triggers, guys. Before means before you don't have. But alternatively, what you can do, you can execute the command and you can check the data. And you can check the data with the immediate first row that you have inserted or updated or deleted. Then you can roll back that command using the raise error. Raise error in the sense you are explicitly telling that system to raise that error there, fail that statement. You are explicitly telling to fail that statement. And then you are rolling back the last command. So first you have to check if any constraint is there or no. If the constraint is there, copy the name of the constraint and then drop that constraint. And then write the trigger and then verify. Another task. Create a trigger to prevent any DML operation on EMP table between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Yes, this would be nice, right? And if you are allowing a user to do DML operation, but during this time, you can't do any operation. So this is the purpose of triggers. This is the whole purpose of triggers, guys. Whenever you are doing some operations, you want to take a backup of that for triggers. If sometimes you don't want that operation to take place, instead of triggers. And instead of that, you want some other operation to take place, yes, you can write that as well. There is a whole concept of triggers. Triggers is a really simple concept. Only you have to understand what is the concept of deleted and what is the concept of inserted. And when to use for and when to use instead of. And for and after both are same. You can use for also or you can use after also. I don't have any objection. You can use either of the one. So only this condition will change. Only this condition and this message will change. Condition means if condition. If exist, I'm writing, right? So that condition you should check. How will you check? What functions will you add? I want to see. How will you extract hours from the time? Well, you can search in the internet also. That's totally fine. You have to check 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. You have to check the hours of the get date. See, get date definitely will give you the date and time, correct? select get date. Okay, I'm getting that time also here. 9:37. At my end, it's 9:37. But AM and PM, how will you check that? Or else you can take 24 hours of format. Hints. I'm just giving you a hint. 24-hour format you can take. So what you are doing, select star from inserted. If exists, you are trying to do. If exists, so you have that inserted time in the table, correct? You have that. See, you have taken that. Select star from the table. You have directly taken that. Select star from EMP. So you have that last inserted or updated timestamp that we added. Where is that? Where you have in log table you have, not here. Okay? In log table, invalid object name. Why? Did I delete that? tbo.emp log. You have here. If exist, where cast get date and time between. So you are just casting the date time. Okay. But what error you are getting? So it crossed the time. To check the condition, I'll just copy this trigger completely. Here, I'll just disable this trigger also. Let it be. I'm not inserting the negative side, right? You cannot. Come on, why am I getting into insert mode all the time? DML operations restricted during. I'll take that. I'll just add that 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I'll write 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. to verify the answer. I want a query to verify the answer, right? So what I'm doing, I'll take your query, what you have written, and we'll check. So basically, what query you have written, you have written a query like this. Now I'll just change this to 9 hours to what? Well, I'll just remove this last bracket. I don't want this. The option is to check. Abhishek, if you are following the session correctly, I have told that is a exception handling concept that you will learn in some time. Restrict. Go and check. What is meant by cast? What is cast doing? You have learned this. You have learned this cast. Again, if I go and show in the script cast function, then you guys will remember, we have done this, because you guys are not practicing. There is a reason you are not remembering. Done. So 9 a.m. to 12. So now let's try to update. DML operation restricted during 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and change this to 6 a.m. to 18. Okay. Now 6 a.m. to 18. So it will be daytime, right? What you have written here shouldn't be like 18 to 6, 7, 8, 9. So you are just checking between 18 to 6. Will it make the difference? Will it make the difference? Whoever I have given this code, it will make the difference. Okay. Now 18, night to morning. Now it's not that time. Okay, now let's go ahead and check. It's affected. That means it's working. So we can also write like date part 18 and 19. They're telling between 6 to 7, 6 to 8. 2 hours you can't update any records in the table. So that this is working. That is working, friends. So this is all about triggers. So complete this. Then we'll go to exception handling. What is exception handling? What magic you can create using exception handling? We'll see. Okay, let's quickly go and check what are DDL triggers now. What do you mean by DDL triggers, guys? Any idea? So we are using a DML triggers now. Sometimes what happens, triggers run on the DDL command. Now sometimes you don't want to allow a user to drop a table, alter the table. At that time also we need some triggers. So I'll show you one very simple trigger here. So I'm just writing a very simple trigger, which is there already with me. Create or alter trigger, create table. For create table, alter table and drop table. Begin, changes done to the table. Okay. Execute. Now if you try to create a table, a sample table. Create table test. Alter test integer. Changes done to the table. Hence, here I'm adding some DDL operations. Whenever you write these commands, automatically this will fire. Now, similarly, if you don't want anyone to do any changes to your table, here we go. Create table error, alter table, begin, and then you're telling, first you're doing rollback and then you're printing the operation. Now if I execute this and disable this. So now if I disable this trigger, disable trigger, on what we'll write? On table or database? On database. Execute. Successfully completed. Now try to create this table. Create table is already there. And now I'll try to drop table. Drop table test. Transaction ended in the trigger. The batch has been aborted. So guys, example are these two. One is a basic trigger which will check for create, alter, drop and display a message. And another is which will not allow you to do the DDL operation. Create, alter, drop. Here the command itself is aborted. Can you see this? The transaction itself is ended. I'll tell dbo.emp. Now I want dbo.emp for alter or drop table. Yep. So it's not valid target object. Why? You should be able to procedure. One second, hold on. Let me just check. The specified event type are not valid on the specified target object. Okay. DDL triggers on a table. No, it's at the database level, not at the table level. I just saw that Here, use real triggers when you want to do the following. So prevent changes to your database schema. Have something occur in the database in response to a change in your database schema. Record changes or events in the database schema. So that is the purpose. So I'll just give the link here. So this is the Microsoft official page link for that. I have the documentation open always. Here we go. Okay. Now, what are errors? What are errors? Guys, how will you define errors? Unexpected event. Okay. Unexpected event based on the syntax of my SQL query. Correct? Errors could be of two types. One is a syntax error and one is a logical error. Syntax error is nothing but a statement which will not get executed only. Another error is like this that you see on my screen. This is also an error only. But syntax is correct, Arif, but SQL Server does not allow you to do that. So that's not a syntax error, right? That's not a syntax error, that's a system error. System will not allow you to do that. System will not allow you to do that, or runtime error, you can tell. There are some errors in the real world that is business doesn't allow. There are some errors which are not syntax, statement is correct, and even as per the SQL Server, the logic also is correct. But my business doesn't allow it. So how will you show that such kind of errors or user errors? So we don't give the name as errors, we give the name as exceptions. What is the difference between errors and exceptions? Errors is given by the system, but exceptions is designed by us. Exceptions are error only, which is not correct as per my business logic. As per our business logic. So that is also an error only. But how to ensure that we capture that? That is called error handling. So let me do something for you. Okay, I'm writing some piece of code here. I'm telling print. Okay. Insert. Done. And then I'll tell delete. Okay. Delete is happening. Insert is happening. Perfect. Now, insert command I'll add here. Come on. You're trying to do any operation. It could be DML operation. It could be DDL operation. Anything. I'm trying to insert a data in the table. Now I'm doing a print again. We are inside try block beginning. Try block end. I'm just displaying that messages. I'm not doing anything else. I'll tell end try. Next, I will add another code which is called begin catch. Begin catch. And again, I'm printing a statement. Print we are inside try catch block beginning. We are inside the catch block. Print catch block, and I will just tell end catch and print after catch block. Okay, this is my entire code. So guys, I'll tell you the sequence. This is my try block and this is my catch block. When any error happens here, immediately the control is passed to catch block and it will be handled there. Once you enter the catch block, there is impossible to come back to the try block. You can never come back to try block once you enter the catch block. After catch block, it is directly the exit. Now, if a particular statement throws any error, you'll go to catch block. We will see that. Now have a look. If I execute this, which all statements got executed, we'll see the details. Which is this info? I don't want this. This is backup, right? Eligibility. Come on. Select star from these triggers. My first trigger. Drop trigger on tbo.emp. I don't want this. Drop trigger. Okay. Sys underscore trigger. Now employee info trigger instead of trigger. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll just delete from employee. Now let's see what will happen. So this record should get inserted in the table. So this is what happens, guys. Whenever we have more triggers, this is what happens. That is the reason people many times they don't prefer triggers. It will become sometimes cumbersome to manage them. Many triggers, if you try to use, it will be a difficult task. You don't have permission to do it. Okay, leave it. Okay. Now, let me try to delete this record from the table, one row affected. And now let me just try to execute this. Okay. Which all statements got affected? Which all statements got affected? Have a look. Before try. It went inside the try, beginning of the try. It has executed the command. It is in now print. We are at the end block. Try end block. It is done. Did my code go into catch block? Did my code even touched catch block or no? No. Why? And if there are no errors in your statements, that's the reason your code have not gone inside the catch block. Now what will happen if I execute this same thing one more time? Now this is cool. And if this is something really cool, now what happened? Before try, we are inside the try block. Okay, we are inside the try block. Immediately this thrown an error. What is that error? Primary key constraint of my table. As soon as it saw an error, it didn't execute this. From this line only, that control was passed to the catch block. We are inside the catch block. Out of the catch block. Did it really observe that? What did just happen? The transfer was given to catch block immediately when the error was found. So that is called the base of your try and catch block. What we write inside it, that defines my exception handling. Basically, try and catch block is this. Did you observe that? The try block, catch block, first try block will execute always if it finds any error. any error. Error could be anything. Error could be system error or it could be user errors. And then it will pass the control to the catch block. That's the reason I have clearly written print statement at every step there to understand where we are currently. Now I don't see this command here. Why? Why this command is not visible in my output? However, primary key constraint blocked error. Okay. So what is happening here, friends? Because exactly this statement has given an error. So any line after this will not get executed. No, it will not get executed. Any line, if you have any code, 100 lines of codes also you have, 100 line, 200 lines of codes also you have, it will not display that anything there. If it throws error here, immediately the control is passed to the catch block and the error handling will be done. That is called exception handling. Catch exceptions and handle exceptions. So you have to check for the exceptions. If you caught any exceptions, then you handle that using. Exactly. That's what the next thing now. That raise application error, Yashwin, that will be used to display what is the error. Now people will say that, Arif, how can we display that error message? Okay. Now I can show that. What you can display there. Many things are there that you can display, not only one thing or two things. I'll show you that. You can display many things there. Now you see, error message is an inbuilt function. Error number is an inbuilt function. Now I can execute this. What do you see? This error message is this. This is what I get always, Arif. This is a primary key constraint. This I used to get. Correct? I used to get this error if I execute this. See the same error. And the error number also. Arif, this is the beauty. This is the beautiful concept, Arif. You can find out what is that error message. What is the number of that? What is the state of that? What is the severity? See, you can display all these four things. All these four things you can check and you can display. Now, the next step is we will design our own errors. Yes, we will be designing our own errors now. User-defined errors will be designing. That will be fun. We will learn that. Yes, there is a table. There is a table where you can create or you can check also. I'll be showing that table where you will find this table. So the table name is, it's a view. It's not a table. Select star from sys dot messages. Can you see this? Now, where language equals 1033, which is English language. Language ID. All these English languages. Now, how many are there? 13,215 messages are there, out of which now you want to find this error message. What is this error message? What was the error message that I got? 2627, correct? And message ID, message underscore ID equals 2627. Execute. Can you see this? Is it the same message that got displayed? Yes, Arif, it is the same message. Violation of percentage, that means the parameter value that you are passing, is constraint dash. What is the constraint? cannot insert duplicate key in the object. Okay, let's see if it is the same error message will show. Can you see this? Violation of primary key constraint, because you are giving it as a primary key. What is the name of the primary key constraint? Yes, again, it's a parameter. Cannot insert a duplicate value. Does it make sense? And now see severity 14. Like this, it will come. It's a table which is defined in SQL Server where you will find this everything. System view it is. It's not the view that I designed. It's a view what SQL Server had designed for me. In the sys schema, it will be there. Tables. In that system tables will be there, right? System tables. I'm not able to see that because it is hidden from me. And then views are the virtual tables. Okay? Those are the virtual tables. So it is expanding. Hold on. Can you see this? All these are views that got created. Check constraint. All these are views. For one purpose, they have been created. So many things are there. All these are systems. And that's what I'm telling, right? SQL is an ocean. SQL is an ocean of these things. Okay, now. So how many types of errors are there, guys? How many types of errors? Basically, one is a system error and one is by user-defined errors. Now, people will say that, Arif, can you define our own errors? Tables are physically available. Views are virtual. And views are like just a script. Just a script. Whenever you want to save your script, you create a view. Okay. Now, how to create our own errors? Have a look. I'll remove this insert statement now. I'll remove this insert statement. Where is it? Raise application error. The raise application error. Here we go. Take this. Add it here. Arif, now you are connecting the dots. Now you are connecting the dots. Let's try to execute this now. Arif, this is so cool. Now, you are inside the try block. Immediately raise application error, you did. Raise error, you did. Immediately raise error is nothing but the error that you are raising from your end. You are doing it. You are doing that error from your end. And then you are capturing the details. Error message is getting displayed. Severity is 16. You are displaying that here. Displaying the state as 1. You are displaying that 1 here. And where the 50,000 came from? 50,000 is like automatically that will get allocated. Yes. Automatically, raise error will always have the ID of 50,000. Now it's like connecting the dots. Or if you have taught raise error first, you have used raise error, but you have not explained raise error. But raise error is nothing but a user-defined error. I'm throwing an error. Guys, error here. Okay. Now that error can come from any condition if you want. Example, have a look. Where is that error? Error could be anything. Okay. Alter if this condition satisfied. If this condition satisfied, raise error. I'll begin. Begin. End. Else what? else what? Your any command. Update job. Execute. Where is my procedure for job update? Commission hike. I'll tell the commission hike. Execute. Commission hike. Else begin end. Hike commission cursor, right? Cursor. Now see, isn't it really beautiful, guys? How I'm trying to execute this. Now what is the learning here? What you are trying to get the learning here? You cannot run the procedure during non-business hours. Now, try to execute this. What do you say, guys? Will my procedure get executed? Will my procedure get executed, or it will throw an error saying that you cannot execute this procedure now? What do you say? Execute? You cannot run. So I'll just remove this print. I don't want this print, because print was just to show you the sequence. Now you know the sequence. I don't need this print statement. Now is it making sense? Exception handling. Execute. You cannot run the procedure during non-business hours. Now go ahead and change this time to 18 hours to 6 hours. Procedure executed. That is exception handling. That is exception handling. What is it? Raise error. What is the job of raise error? User imposed errors. Now people will say that, Arif, can I, rather than giving this here, rather than giving that entire message here, can I store my error here in this table, in this view? Can I do that? So that I need not write this message every time. Okay, let's try to do that. So you have a specific function to store your data inside there. So let me just show you that, how you can do that. SP add message. There is a procedure called SP add message, using which you can add your own ID, error message, and everything there. Yes, I can write my own error message inside that table so that it can be used later. Okay, SP add message. What is the error? 5004. I will give comma. I'll give as 1 comma. What is that 1? You will see that in some time. And then the message I will add. I will add this message here. You have to pass this. And I'll tell execute for this procedure. Now have a look. What will happen if I execute this? Completed successfully. Now go and check message ID 50004. Earlier it was not there. Now check. This is the beauty. Now you need not even go and write this entire message here. You just write 50004. why am I going into an insert mode? Function 5004, comma, this one. Rather than adding it here, I have added that in the table directly. And now if I execute this, it will display this same error message again. I'll tell 10 to 12. Can you see this? You cannot run. Severity 1, state 1 I have given. So the same message what I have added in that table or view I am using is here. Correct? So this is what called exception handling in SQL Server. Yeah? See, I have wrapped this everything in the procedure now. I need not execute this every time. Only thing what I'll do now, friends, what I'll do next time, I need not write this everything. I'll just come here and try to hide commission with exception. Execute. It looks like you are just executing this, but internally it is checking for exceptions. If exceptions are there, then it is throwing an error. If it's not, then internally it is executing one more procedure. Procedure inside a procedure. Yes. Procedure inside a procedure you are calling. So that's about the exception handling. So you can design your own logic, any condition you can do, and you can wrap your logic in that try and catch block. Catch is not just about the displaying. You can insert wherever the exception came. You can insert that record in the. You can insert that record in the other table also. You can do anything that you want. I'm just displaying that error here, but you can do other operations also, like you can do insert in some other table. Definitely you can do. So guys, so we have completed almost all the topics.
Now let's start off by having a glance at the salary trends of SQL. So this graph tells us that the salary of SQL developers has been steadily increasing year by year. And as of 2019, the median salary of a SQL developer stands at around $85,000. So there is a very high demand for professionals with knowledge in SQL. Now that we've looked at the demand of SQL, let's start with the first question. So what exactly is SQL? So this is a very basic question. So to answer this, SQL stands for the Structured Query Language. And according to ANSI, it is a standard query language for relational database management systems, which is used for maintaining the relational database and also to perform different operations of data manipulation on different types of data. So SQL is widely used language for maintaining relational database. And in the year 1986, SQL became the standard of American National Standards Institute, or ANSI. So basically it is a database language which is used for creation and deletion of databases, and it can be used to fetch and modify rows from the table and also multiple other things. So let's head on to the next question. So we are supposed to explain the different types of SQL commands. So the SQL commands can be divided into 4 categories. So we've got data query language, data definition language, data manipulation language, and data control language. So the data query language comprises of just one command, select, though it can be accompanied with many clauses to compose queries on a database. Then we have the data definition language. So DDL is that part of SQL which defines the data structure of the database in the initial stage when the database is about to be created. So it is mainly used to create and restructure the database objects. So you can see commands like create table, alt table, and drop table in DDL. And after that we have the data manipulation language. So DML is used to manipulate the already existing data in the database. That is, it helps the user to retrieve and manipulate the data. And it is used to perform operations like inserting data into the database through the insert command, updating data in the database through the update command, and deleting data from the database through the delete command. And finally, we have the data control language, which is used to control access to the data in the database. So these DCL commands are normally used to create objects related to user access and also to control the distribution of privileges among users. And you see commands such as grant and revoke in DCL. Right, so this is the next question. So what exactly are constraints? And we are supposed to explain about the default and the unique constraint. So constraints are basically used to specify some sort of rules on the data and limit the type of data that can go into a table. Alright, so let's understand about default constraint. So the default constraint is used to provide a default value for a column. So the default value will be added to all the new records if no other value is specified. For example, if we assign the default constraint to this e-salary column and set the default value to be equal to 85,000, then all the entries of this column will have a default value of 85,000 if no other value is assigned during the insertion. So similarly, we can also assign a default value of analytics to this eDEPT column. Right. So now we'll go to SQL Server and we'll work with the default constraint. Now I'll start off by creating a new table and I'll add the default constraint to one of those columns. So I'll create a new table and I'll name this table as stu1. So the syntax would be create table stu1 and this would comprise of these columns. So there would be SID, which basically stands for the student ID, and the data type of this column would be integer. After this, there is SName, which stands for student name, and the data type would be varchar, and the length of the string or the maximum length of the string would be 20. And then I'll finally have the marks scored by the student, which would be SMarks, and this would be of integer type. Now after this, I will give in the default constraint and I will set the default value to be equal to 50. Right, so I have successfully created this table. Now let me have a glance at this table first. So select star from stu1. So this is our table which is empty as of now. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and insert some values into the table. So I'll type in insert into stu1 and then I'll give in the name of the columns. So this needs to be INSERT. So the name of the first column is SID and then I've got SName. Now I'll type in values and give in the values for these two columns. So let's say the first ID is 1 and the name of the student is Sam. Now I'll click on execute. Now let me have a glance at this modified table now. Select star from stu1. So now we see that we have this default value of 50 in this SMarks column, and this is because we had assigned the default constraint to this column. Now similarly, let me add two more records into this table. So insert into stu1 SID SName. I'll give in values. So it'd be 2 and the name of the second student is Bob. Right, so I've also added the second record. Now let me add in the third record. So the student ID is 3 and the name of the student is Matt. Right, so now I have 3 records in this table. Select star from stu1. So these are the 2 new records and the default value is 50 for these 2 new records. So this is how we can work with the default constraint. Now comes the unique constraint. So the unique constraint ensures that all the values in a column are different. For example, if we assign the unique constraint to this ename column, then every entry in this column should have a unique value. So here we see that all the names of the employees are different. Now again, let's go to SQL Server and work with a unique constraint. So again, I'll create a new table and add the unique constraint to one of the columns. Create table, and this time the name of the table would be stu2. Again, there would be the ID and this is of integer type. Now I would be assigning the unique constraint to this SID column, and there would be a second column which is basically the student name, and this is of varchar type. Again, the length of the string would be 20. Right. Now let me have a glance at this table again. So select star from stu2. So this is our new table which is empty as of now. Now let me go ahead and add values into this. So insert into stu2 values. I'll add in the first record. So 1, which would be the student ID. Name of the student is Julia. Now let me look at this table. Select star from stu2. Right, so we have successfully inserted this record. Now let me add a new record. So insert into stu2 values. Now what I'll do is I will again give the ID of the student to be 1 and the name of the student to be Matt, and let's see what happens. So this time we get a message or a warning message, and this states that violation of unique key constraint, and we cannot insert duplicate key in object dbo.stu2, and that is because we had given the unique constraint to this SID column. That is why this has to be different. So let me change this to be 2. Now let me again run this, right? So now since this is a unique value, 2 is not a duplicate. That is why we were able to insert this record. Now again what I'll do is let me add another record with the ID 2. So let's say now the name of the student is Annie. Now again we get this warning message because ID number 2 is already present. So let me change this to 3. Now let me run this again, right? So now we are able to insert this record. So this unique constraint basically makes sure that there are no duplicate records inserted into this column. So now we have the next question. So again we have this employee table with us, and we are supposed to find out the second highest salary from this table. So let's go to SQL Server and find out the solution. So let me start off by having a glance at the employee table. Select star from employee. Right, so this is our employee table over here, and we see that the highest salary is 159,000 and the second highest salary is 125,000. So we are supposed to extract this particular value from this data set. Now let's see how can we do this. So we can perform this operation with the help of subquery. Now let me just type in the command select, and since we want the maximum value, I'll use the max aggregate function, and this would be e salary. So I want the maximum salary from the name of the table is employee. I'll give in the where clause and given the condition where e salary is not in. After this, I will give in the subquery over here. So the subquery again would be the same. So select max of e salary from employee. So now if you have a glance at this, you would see that both of these queries are same. So select max of e salary from employee and select max of e salary from employee. Now this subquery would give in this result, which is 159,000. So and then this main query would make sure that this salary does not lie in this. So this would give us the 125,000 result. So select max of e salary from employee where e salary is not in 159,000. That would mean 125,000. So let me click on execute, right? So we have successfully got the result, which is 125,000. And this is how we can extract the second highest salary. So we have our next question over here. So what do you understand by normalization and denormalization? So this is a question which is very frequently asked during the interviews. So let's get to the answer. So normalization and denormalization are basically methods used in databases. And normalization is the process of reducing data redundancy and dependency by organizing fields and tables of the database. So it involves constructing tables and setting up relationships between those tables according to certain rules. And the redundancy and inconsistent dependency can be removed using these rules in order to make it more flexible. So I'm repeating it again, guys. So simply put, normalization is the process of reducing the data redundancy. And we are able to do this by organizing the fields and tables of the database. And then we have denormalization, which is a contrary process to normalization. So in denormalization, we basically add redundant data to speed up complex queries involving multiple table joins. So in denormalization, we attempt to optimize the read performance of a database by adding redundant data or by grouping the data. Right, so this is our next question. Now we are supposed to find out what exactly is wrong with the SQL query. So this is the SQL query over here. Select gender, average of age from employee where average age is greater than 30 And again, we are grouping this with respect to gender. So this is our employee table over here. Now let me go ahead and just type in the command, which would be select gender, and then I would want the average of age. So average of age from the name of the table is employee, where again the average of age needs to be greater than 30, and this is being grouped with respect to gender. Now let me go ahead and click on execute. So let's see what is the error. So this warning message states that an aggregate may not appear in the where clause unless it is in a subquery contained in a having clause or a select list, and the column being aggregated is an outer reference. So this basically means that whenever we are working with aggregate functions and we are using group by, we can't use the where clause. So instead of the where clause, we would have to use the having clause. Now let me change this to having and let me click on execute. So now again we get an error over here, and this error says that incorrect syntax near the keyword group. And this is because if we are using the having clause, then group by would come first and having would come second. Now let me cut this over here and let me paste this before having. Right, now I'll click on execute. So this has to be gender over here. Now we've successfully got the result. So just to reiterate, the error was whenever we are working with aggregate functions, we cannot use the where clause and we would have to use the having clause. And if you are also using group by with having, then group by would come first and having would follow it. So next question. So what do you know about the stuff function? So the stuff function deletes a part of the string and then inserts another part into the string starting at a specified position. So this is the syntax of the stuff function. So stuff, this takes in these 4 parameters: string 1, position, length, and string 2. So the string 1 is basically that string which would be overwritten. Position would basically indicate the starting location for overwriting the string. And length is the length of the substitute string. And string 2 is that string which would overwrite the string. So again, let's go to SQL Server and work with an example with the stuff function. So now let's say I have this string which basically stands like this: SQL tutorial. Now I'd want to replace this SQL tutorial with Python tutorial, right? So for this purpose, we can actually use the stuff function. So let me go ahead and write the syntax for that. It would be select, I'll give in the function stuff. So let me start with the first parameter, which is the string which is to be replaced. So the string which is to be replaced is SQL tutorial, and then I'll give in the second argument, which is the position. So the position would be 1, that is I want to replace this. So this is position number 1, and then I would have to give in the length of the string which is substituted, right? So the length of SQL is 3. I'll just type in 3 over here. And then finally I will give in string 2, which is basically that string which would replace this over here. So I would type in Python over here. Now I'll execute. So initially our string was SQL tutorial, and with the help of the stuff function, you were able to change this from SQL tutorial to Python tutorial. So next up, we'd have to explain about views in SQL. So what exactly is a view? And then we'd have to give an example of view. So you can consider views as virtual tables which are used to limit the information that we want to display. And these are actually nothing but the result of an SQL statement which have a name associated with them. And since views are not virtually present, it takes less space to store. So let's take this example. From this employee table, let's say we wanted to perform multiple operations on the records where the gender is female. So we can create a view only for the female employees from the entire employee table. So let's go ahead and perform this in SQL Server. Now let me type the syntax for this. So I would want to create a view which would comprise of only the female employees from the entire employee table. Now let me just have a glance at the employee table first. So select star from employee. Now I would want a view which would comprise of just these 2 records. Now let me go ahead and write in the syntax for the view. So it would be create view, and the name of the view would be female employee. And after this, I will give in the keyword AS. After that, I'll type in select, and then I'll give in the condition. So select star from employee. where after the where clause, I will give in the condition which actually matters. So gender needs to be equal to female. Right, so I have successfully created this view with the name female employee, which would comprise of only the records of the female employees. Now, let me delete this and let me have a glance at the view which I've just created. So select star from female employee. Right, so this is our view which comprises of these two records, and the names of the employees are Anne and Julia. Now similarly, let's say if I wanted a view which would comprise of only those employees whose age is greater than 25. So let me go ahead and write the syntax for that. So create view, and then let's say the name of the view is age, and then I'll type in the keyword as, select. Now over here, let me give in the statement. So select star from employee where, and then the condition would be age needs to be greater than 25. So we have created this view. Now let me have a glance at this. So select star from age. Right, so this is a view which would comprise of only those records where the age of the employee is greater than 25, and we've got 4 records over here. So Sam's age is 45, Julia's age is 30, Matt's age is 33, and Jeff's age is 27. Right, so what is a stored procedure? And then we'll have to give an example of stored procedure. So a stored procedure is a prepared SQL code which can be saved and reused. Or in other words, you can consider a stored procedure to be a function consisting of many SQL statements to access the database system. So we can consolidate several SQL statements into a stored procedure and execute them whenever and wherever required. And stored procedure can be used as a means of modular programming. That is, you can create a stored procedure once, store, and call for several times whenever required. So this supports faster execution when compared to executing multiple queries. Now let's look at the syntax of a stored procedure. So we'll give in the keywords create procedure, and then we'll give the procedure name over here. After that, we will give in the keyword as, and then we'll give the SQL statement for which we'd want to create the procedure. And then we'll end the procedure with the go keyword. Now after we create a procedure, we need to execute it. So this is the syntax to execute the procedure. So we'll type in exec and then give the name of the procedure which is to be executed. Right, so again, let's have an example with the stored procedure. So now I'm going to create a stored procedure which would help me to extract the age of the employees in a very easy way. So let me type in the syntax for that. Create procedure, and then I'll give in the name of the procedure. So this would be employee age. After this, I will type in the keyword as, and then I'll give in the select statement. So select age from employee. Now that this is done, I'll give in the go keyword. Right, so now I have successfully created this stored procedure with the name employee age. Now I'll go ahead and execute this. So it'll be exec or execute employee age. Right, so we have created the stored procedure which would help me to easily access the age column from this employee table. So next question, what do you understand about join, and explain about different joins? So a join clause is used to combine rows from 2 or more tables based on a related column between them. So there are various types of joins which can be used to retrieve data, and it depends on the relationship between tables. So first we have inner join, which basically returns records that have matching values in both the tables. Then we have left join. So left join returns rows which are common between the tables and all rows of the left hand side table. That is, it returns all the rows from the left hand side table even though there are no matches in the right hand side table. Then we have right join. So right join returns rows which are common between the tables and all the rows of the right hand side table. That is, it returns all the rows from the right hand side table even though there are no matches in the left hand side of the table. And finally we have the full join. So full join returns all rows from the left hand side table and all the rows from the right hand side table. So now we'll have to explain about inner join properly. So the inner join basically gives us those records which have matching values in both the tables. So we've already learned this. Now let's say we have two tables, table A and table B. And when we apply inner join on these two tables, we'll get only those records which are common to both table A and table B. So this gray portion which you see over here, so this would be the result of the inner join. Now let's look at the syntax of inner join. So we'll give the keyword select and then we'll give in the list of the columns. Following which we'll give the from keyword and then we'll give the name of the first table. Then we'll use the keywords inner join and then give the name of the second table. After which we'll give in the on keyword. So this on keyword tells SQL that this inner join needs to be done on some condition. And the condition over here states that the values from column X of table 1 should be equal to the values of column Y from table 2. So let me just reiterate this. The values of column X from table 1 should be equal to the values of column Y from table 2. Now let's go to SQL Server and work with this inner join. So I have two tables over here. So the first table would be the employee table and the second table would be the department table. So let me have a glance at both of the tables. So select star from employee. Now the second command would be select star from department. So this is the employee table over here which we've already seen, and then we have this department table. Now I'd want to have an inner join on both of these tables where the EDEPT column from this table is equal to the DNAME column from this table. That is, wherever the values from these two columns match, I'd want only those records. Now let me go ahead and write the syntax for this. So I will type in select and then I'll give in all of the columns which I want. So I want the ename column and eDepartment column from the employee table. So this would be employee.ename. Then I would want employee.eDepartment. After that, I would want the department name and the department location from the department table. So I'll type in department.dname. And then I also want department.dlocation. Right, so these are all of the columns which I want from both the tables. Now after this, I'll type in from and then I will type in the name of the first table which is employee. And then I'll just type in inner join and then give in the name of the second table which would be department. Then I'll give in the on keyword and then give in the condition. So here the condition is the values of the DNAME column should be equal to the values of the EDEPT column. So employee.ename should be equal to department.dname. Now I'll execute this. Right, so this is the result. So we have our employee table over here. This is the department table. And finally, this is the result of the inner join. So here we see that we've got only those records where the departments match in both of the tables. So the matched departments are support, analytics and sales, right? So we've got support, analytics and sales from over here because only those departments are present in this department column. So next question. Well, what do you understand about temporary table? And then we'd have to write a query to create a temporary table. So simply put, temporary tables basically help us to store and process the intermediate results. Now these temporary tables are created in the tempdb and are automatically deleted when they are no longer used. So the temporary tables could be very useful in cases where we need to store temporary data. Now let's look at the syntax of a temporary table. So first we will give in the keywords create table, and before we go ahead and give the name of the temporary table, we'll have to precede it with a hash. So again, let's go ahead and create a temporary table. So now what I'll do is I'll create a temporary table and I will name this as, let's say, book, and then before the name of the table I'd have to precede it with a hash. Right, now this would have two columns. So first would be the book ID and this would be of integer type, and then this would have book cost which is again of integer type. Now let me execute this. Now I'll refresh over here. I'll click on the plus sign. I'll go into system databases and I'll go into tempdb, and over here let me click on the temporary table. So we see that we have successfully created this temporary table with the name book. Now let me see what is present in this table. So I'll type in select star from, I'll put in the hash symbol over here, and then I'll give in book. Right, so as of now, this temporary table is empty. Now let me go ahead and insert something into this table. So the command would pretty much be the same. So insert into, and then lb book. I'll type in values over here. So the only difference which you see when you're creating or working with a temporary table and the normal tables is you would have to precede the name of the table with a hash. So as simple as that. Rest everything would be the same. And over here, let me give in the values. So the book ID is 1 and the book cost is 100. Right. Now let me also add another record. So the second ID would be 2 and now the book cost would be, let's say, 232. Alright. Now let me have a glance at this modified temporary table. So select star from hash book. Right. So we have added 2 records into this temporary table. So now we'd have to explain the difference between OLTP and OLAP. So let's start with OLTP. So OLTP basically stands for Online Transaction Processing, and you can consider it to be a class of software applications capable of supporting transaction-oriented programs. And an important attribute of an OLTP system is its ability to maintain concurrency. So OLTP systems often follow a decentralized architecture to avoid single points of failure. And these systems are generally designed for a large audience of end users who conduct short transactions. And queries involved in such databases are generally simple, need fast response times, and return relatively few records. So the number of transactions per second acts as an effective measure for such systems. Then we have OLAP. So OLAP stands for Online Analytical Processing, and it is a class of software programs which are characterized by relatively low frequency of online transactions. So queries are often too complex and involve a bunch of aggregations. And for OLAP systems, the effectiveness measure relies highly on response time. So such systems are widely used for data mining or maintaining aggregated historical data. And this is usually used in multi-dimensional schemas. So then we have the next question. So what is the difference between the delete and the truncate command? So again, keep this in mind, guys. This is a question which is very frequently asked in interviews. So let's start off with the delete query. So the delete query is used to delete or remove one or more existing tables. So let's have a look at the syntax. So we'll start with the delete keyword and then we'll put in the keyword from. Then we'll specify the name of the table. After that, we'll specify the where condition, but then that's optional. So let's see an example of this delete command. So we have this table. So the name of the table is STU, which basically is the student table. Now from this table, I'd want to delete the record where the name of the student is Bob. So let me write the syntax for that. So delete from, and then I'd have to give in the name of the table. So the name of the table is STU. So delete from STU. After that, I'll give in the where clause and give the condition where S name is equal to Bob. Let me execute this. Right. So we have successfully deleted that record from this table where the name of the student was Bob. So similarly, let's say if I want to delete that record where the student ID is 3. Right. So over here, the condition would change. So delete from STU where SID equals 3. So now this time we have deleted that record where the student ID was equal to 3. Now let's look at the truncate statement. So the truncate statement deletes all of the data inside the table. So here we'll give in the keywords truncate table and then give the name of the table. So let's go to SQL Server and work with this truncate command. So now we have this stu1 table. So let me go ahead and use the truncate command of this table. So I'll type in truncate and then I'll give in the name of the table, which would be stu1. So before that, I'd have to type in table. So truncate table stu1. Let me run this. Right. So we have deleted all of the records from this table. Right. So this is how the truncate command works. Now let's understand some differences between the delete command and the truncate command. So when it comes to the type of language, truncate would be a DDL command or a data definition language command, and delete is a DML command or a data manipulation command. Now another difference would be we can't really execute a trigger in case of truncate, while with delete we can accomplish a trigger. Now also, if a table is referenced by any foreign key constraints, then truncate won't work. So if you have a foreign key, then you'd have to use delete and you wouldn't be able to use the truncate command. So next question, what is the difference between union and union all operators? So the union operator is used to combine the result set of two or more select statements. For example, if the first select statement returns these three fish and the second select statement returns these three fish, then the union operator would return the result of these two select statements. And if there is a record which is present in both the tables, we'll get only one of them in the final result. So here we see that this blue fish is present in both the tables A and B. Now, when we apply the union operator on these two tables, the final result of A union B would have only one of these blue fish. And this is the syntax of the union operator. So we'll give the first select statement. After that, we'll give in the union operator, following which we'll give the second select statement. Now you also need to keep in mind that the number and the order of columns must be same in both the select queries. So let's work with this union operator now. So we have these two tables over here. So the name of this table is student details 1 and the name of this table is student details 2. And if we have a glance at the columns, we see that both of the tables have 3 columns and the names of the columns are same and also the order of the columns are same. So here we have SID, SNAME and SMarks. Similarly over here we have SID, SNAME and SMarks. Now let's go ahead and apply the union operator on this. So I'll type in the first select statement. So it'll be select star from student details 1. So let me change the spelling to student details. After this, I will apply the union operator and then give in the second select statement. So select star from student details 2. Now let me click on execute. So this is the result over here. Now let me also print in the first two original tables. So select star from student details 1 and then I'll also put in select star from student details 2. So let me just change the spelling to student over here. Let me also change this over here. So this will be student. Right. So this is student details 1, this is student details 2, and this is the result of the union operator. Now, if you have a glance at these two tables, then you see that these two records are repeating over here, right? So there's Anne, Julia over here in the first table, and there's also Anne and Julia in the second table. Now, when we apply the union operator, then we'll just have one record coming from each of these tables, right? So we've got Anne over here, we've got Julia over here. And then we finally have Matt, which comes from the second table. This is how the union operator works. Right, now let's look at the union all operator. So the union all operator gives all the records from both the tables, including the duplicates as well. So here, since this blue fish is present in both the tables A and B, the final result of A union all B would also have the duplicate value. So here we see that we've got both of the blue fish from table A and table B. Now let's go ahead and implement this in SQL Server as well. So here we have these two tables already ready, which are student details 1 and student details 2. Now what I'll do is I will copy this, I'll paste this over here and just type in union all. So union all, I'll click on execute. So student details 1, student details 2. Let me just expand this over here. Right, and this is the result of union all operator. Right, so if you have a glance at this, you'll see that these two are repeating. So we would have duplicate values. So we've got Anne twice over here and also Julia twice over here. So next question. Well, what is the use of the intersect operator? So the intersect operator helps to combine two select statements and returns only those records which are common to both the select statements. Right, so if we've got table A and table B over here, and if we apply the intersect operator on these two tables, then we'll get only those records which are common to the result of the select statements of these two. Now let's look at the syntax. So over here, this is the syntax. So we'll start off by giving the first select statement and then we'll give the intersect operator, following which we'll give the second select statement. Now let's see an example on this. So again, we have these two tables over here, student details 1 and student details 2. Now, let me apply the intersect operator on these two. So let me just type in intersect over here and I'll click on execute. Now let me maximize this over here, right? So student details 1, student details 2, and this is the result of the intersect operator. So we see that since Anne and Julia are common to both of these tables, this is the resultant of the select statement, right? So the select statement on the first table gives out Anne and Julia, and the select statement from the second table also gives out Anne and Julia. So the intersection of these two would be this. So we have our final question. Now let's say you're given a table. Now you'd have to copy the data of this table into another table. So you have this employee table. Now you'd have to go ahead and copy the data which is present in all of this table into another table. So let's see how can we do this. So this is our employee table over here. Now we'd have to copy all of this into another table. So for this purpose, we can use the insert into select operator. Now before we go ahead and do that, we would also have to create another table which would have the same structure as this table. So if the table doesn't have the same structure, then you wouldn't be able to copy the data. So let me go ahead and create the table first. So I'll type in create table and I'll name this as employee duplicate. And then I'll give in all of the values over here. So my first column would be EID and this would be of integer type. Second column would be ename and this would be of varchar type. And the length of the string would be 20, and then I would have the eSalary over here. This would be of integer again. After this, I would have the E8, which is of integer. Then I would have the gender of the employee. So the gender of the employee would again be of character type. Now I'd have to make sure that I give in commas after all of these. So let me just put in a comma after this as well. And then the final column would be EDEPT. And this again would be of variable character of length 20. Right. So I've successfully created this employee duplicate table. Select star from employee duplicate. Right, so as of now we see that this table is empty. Now I'd want to copy all of the table present in the employee table into this table. So let me write in the command for that. So I will start off by giving the keywords insert into. Now after that I'll give in the name of the table into which I want to insert. So the name of the table would be employee duplicate. Then I will type in select star from, and then I would have to give in the name of the original table. So the name of the original table would be employee, right? So 6 rows have been affected. Now let me have a glance at the new table, which would be select star from employee duplicate, right? So we have successfully copied all of the data which was present in employee table into this employee duplicate table. Right guys, so this also brings us to the end of this session, and I hope that this session on SQL interview questions was very helpful to you.
Just a quick info guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in Microsoft SQL designed by the industry experts. The Advanced Certification in Microsoft SQL program is meant for developers to master the descriptive language used for relational databases. You will also gain SQL skills that are crucial for excelling in the database management domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as optimizing database objects, managing database concurrency, and ensuring data integrity. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of SQL.